Y'all couldn't even hear none of that. That don't make no damn sense. It would not be an Erica live if she wasn't messing up the audio. This is about to be the live that resets my whole spirit and soul. Me and Ellie were talking earlier, and we were just like, yes, we're gonna need this live. Like, this live is gonna be the relax, relate, release that we have been needing. Because what do you mean, Keisha? What do you mean, JR? What exactly do you mean? And y'all have been on they heads. Y'all already like were prepping. Last night, the moment the episode went off, the Discord was like, ping! Then I decided to stir the pot a little bit, and I dropped the photo over there. So if you're not in the Discord, aside from just using the Discord to call into these chats, the Discord is available for y'all to talk about whatever show at any given point. Drop your feelings and your thoughts. Somebody gonna be there, and somebody gonna respond because what do you mean? Anyway, welcome y'all. Welcome into another All-American Homecoming live after show. Let me check and make sure everything is cool de la on my end, because y'all know I just be going in and then it's not right. Okay. It says my audio is fine. Everything is coming through clearly. Y'all can hear me now. I'm not going back and looking at all of it, because y'all was already in here. Like 6:30 people was in here going off in the chat, and I can't go back and look at all of that. But welcome y'all. Drop your ratings on a scale of 1 to 10 of what do you think of the episode, how you feeling about it, and all of that jazz. All of that jazz. Wait, what's going on? Your boarding is 8:53. South must be trying it. But anyway. Yeah, y'all, drop your ratings on a scale of 1 to 10. What did you think about the episode? Of course, we're gonna be opening Discord. I'm feeling like I'm gonna have to open a Discord very much so very early, because y'all got a lot of things y'all want to get off your chest. Y'all done sent me smoke signals. Y'all done sent me voice messages. Y'all done sent me regular messages. Like, and not Kenny is already there. Ryan's already. Y'all said, Erica, don't even worry about the link. Don't even worry about the link, Erica. I'm in here. Y'all in here. Listen, John said crash out. Jamark said I need more episodes. I think we're going to need more episodes, I fear. We are really going to need more episodes. And I fear it's now I'm about to be shuffling to try to mount a campaign to save them. Like, Netflix going to have to save them. I'm not even going to hold you. Netflix, if you want to compete with Bel Air, you're going to have to save Homecoming. And then you get a little bit more freedom because you're on a streamer, and it don't have to be so PC, so we can go a little bit darker. Like, Bel Air goes a little bit dark. Yeah. I'm gonna need that, Netflix. I'm gonna need that. Shari gave it a 7. Hey, Boo. Hey, Hyacinth. Welcome in. Shout out to all the members. I really, really appreciate y'all's consistent membership and support. Yeah, it is moments like what I have just been going through in the last 5 days that helps me recenter myself. I'm always grateful for the support, but in moments of like stress and strife and not always feeling supported, the little reminders of with the members with y'all little emojis after y'all's name is just like a nice little nod of like, there's people who really do got you, Erica. And I really appreciate y'all. I appreciate all the subscribers, but this is a visual nod, and I'm so grateful for you guys. Jada Campbell gave this a 7. Lawrence Report gave it an 8. Kofi gave it a 9. Shari, I already said sorry, Shari. You rate this episode, Crash Out, Crenshaw, Cam out of 10. RTG gave it a 0. Not a 0. The whole episode wasn't terrible because of the ending now, was it? Let me see. I don't know if I'm too loud, so let me turn it down a little bit. Kendra gave it a 7. Lamette gave it an 8. Oop. Kind of went past that real fast. Keisha and Cam been out of sync for a while. I just feel sorry for Gabby and Cam. Says Kimberly Felder. Child. Kenny says a 5 because my girl Gabby doesn't deserve none of this. Y'all feelings are very real, right? Your feelings are very valid. But also, was the episode an actual 5 or are you just pissed? Y'all gonna have to differentiate. Micah said a 0 out of 10. Gabby and Kim deserve better. Kimberly gave it an 8. We need one more season, says Kay. I agree. Virgo Queen says 7.5 out of 10. Definitely need another season from Miss Allie Nick. Jada says save it. Yes, Netflix. Jess Danielle gave it a 10, but messy AF. You love Coach Loni this episode. I enjoy seeing a little bit more from Coach Loni. And when I tell you, thank God they didn't let Simone beat Coach Loni, because if they would have let Simone beat Coach Loni, I probably would have signed off and been like, you know what, All American, you can have it, because I'm tired. I am very tired. I am so weary. Like, Simone can be a phenomenal girl. She could be talented. She can, have as many wins as you want, but you cannot just be giving her things just for the sake of like warm, fuzzy feelings. Like, how is the girl going to beat cancer and then come back and beat her coach as if she ain't miss a beat? Like, let's be for real. So I'm glad that she lost. I needed her to lose, and Simone needed to lose so that she can realize that there's still so much more work to do. For like us to have the conversation around Thea struggling within the pro circuit, if Simone would have beat Coach Loni, I would have been like, all right, I'm done. That would have proved every point that I have made about the coddling of the Simone character and her not necessarily earning certain things, but just being given things by the writer. I'm so glad that they did not choose to do that, because so many of the things previously Simone got because the writers wanted her to have it, not because she earned it. So shout out to them for that. MJ 3009 said the ending was fire. Oh, you choosing violence. What's the reality of someone picking up the show? I don't know. I had to reach out. I was having conversations about it before it premiered with a cast member, and I kind of let it drop because at the start of the season I wasn't impressed. So I don't know. I would have to circle back. We had a person in mind to pitch it to. I don't know if that person would actually be interested. It would be a complete like deviation from what they were doing. But the person we wanted to reach out to, we wanted to just executive produce and get it greenlit. But that would have been for a whole nother network, not Netflix. And I feel like it could do well there. But I don't know. I'm gonna reach out. Virgo Queen said I said the same thing. Last night's episode shows me we needed more Coach Loni. This whole time we needed more Coach Loni for sure. Kenny Ford says I'm just pissed because I really enjoyed the episode before the madness. I would have rated it 8.5. I know that's right. Season 4 is needed. I'm glad someone lost to Coach Loni. John says I'm angry. Season 2, Spencer. Simone was finally held accountable and given some consequences for her action. Her mom siding with Coach Loni was a good thing. Yes, it was just so much accountability. And look, Simone didn't die. She didn't spontaneously combust. Erica had been calling for that for seasons now, and people have been acting like the moment that she's held accountable, everything will just crumble for her. And it's like, no, she will actually evolve and she will actually get better, and maybe she will become more considerate and less impulsive and selfish. Her mama was right. And her mama was speaking from a true place of like, girl, you left me in the dark as your damn mama. So I can only imagine what it's like as a coach who's depending on you to do X, Y, and Z. Coach Loni put belt to ass and it was needed. Yes. Period. She lucky it wasn't me, because I probably would have did it out of spite. But like, I would have dropped her from the team. So you don't even have to worry about red shirt, and you can try out again in the summer. You can always try out again and come back to the team, but this season you dropped. What? So Coach Loni definitely held her accountable, but also let her off easy in the accountability department because she could have got dropped. Okay? Gabby and Ken about to crash out. Child. They are. They definitely are. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the Discord. Few rules moving forward with the Discord when you call in. No shouting out other random channels, podcasts, TV shows, or people, because there's no guarantee that I actually support those people and what they're about. If you are finished saying a topic or speaking on a topic, you can just stop speaking. You do not have to say I'm done with it. What else? What else are the rules in calling in? Listen and try your best not to overstep or overtalk someone. And the moment you hear me talking, like, everyone quiet down. Pretty please. I'm going to move forward and try to make these group chats, these group calls on the lives just a little bit more streamlined and a little bit more easier to hear and navigate. Also, no F-bombs, no B's, minimal. Oh shoot, didn't mean to press that. Minimal cursing. Even I gotta work on this because YouTube keeps flagging me, y'all. So those are the rules. If you are calling in, you're gonna be held to it, and you will be dropped if you break the rules. Let's go. And keep your points, like, land your plane. Do not go on and on and on about whatever. Make the point. This is a conversation. This isn't your time to rant about whatever. And just have a conversation with yourself because you're in conversation with other people. All right, so Kenny and Rye were in here first. Hey, Kenny. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And Rye. Hey, Rye. Rye, are you there? Kenny, you can go ahead. Rye already said that they should have taken off because Gabby was going to need emotional support. But you at work and Gabby over here crying. Well, she don't know yet, so she ain't crying yet. Next week, you got to take off work.
Yep. Look, let's see. Look, the best thing is that I live in Atlanta. Brinkston is 10 minutes away. I'm gonna be there.
You got her. We love that for her. We love that for her. Did y'all give y'all's ratings? I didn't see y'all's ratings.
I said a 0.
I
Not
said
a 0. Oh, okay. Okay.
But really an 8.5.
Not really an 8.5.
I'd give it a 7.
Lord. Okay. Jai, we're gonna bring you in, Kofi and John. Welcome in, y'all. Remember the rules.
What's up?
Oh, hello.
Who would like to go first? Because I'm gonna sit this one out for a little bit just to hear what everybody else got to say.
Well, no,
oh,
Kofi
has given everybody permission to let JR have it.
Yeah, okay. I'm yeah, y'all can.
I
mean, that's my boy and all, but he gonna have to eat it this time because my man, like, what are you doing?
I'm like I expected it from Kesha, because when I was rewatching All American Homecoming, like clips from here and there, like she's been messy since day one, since the backdoor pilot. She literally used Spencer to make her ex that we never seen again jealous. Then did the same thing in season 2 with Kim, and she been messy, even bringing up Lando to Simone in this episode. So I expected it from her. JR. I'm upset.
Wait, cut out.
I'm so upset. I've rewatched that scene like a good 7 times, and I get more upset every time because when did he become this character?
What character is that?
like, granted, like JR has had his moments like here and there.
Hold on one second. Everybody, if you're not speaking, can you mute for me, please?
Okay, y'all can't hear me. Sorry.
Go ahead, Ryan.
It's like, okay, like JR has obviously had his moments throughout season 1, 2, and 3, right? But the way they presented his character, you would like, I wouldn't even think that he would be capable enough to actually go ahead and cheat on Gabby. Like, I expected Keisha to go in for a kiss and JR to pull away because I watched that scene Erica, I watched it 8 times. 8 times. 8 times. And if you watch it again, and I did the math. I had to think about it. I had to go back and I had to watch. They had 5 seconds. He had 5 seconds to pull away. He did not pull away. And someone else take it away. I'm about to cry. I need a
Okay, we
break.
still on JR. Everybody, y'all are unloading your feelings about JR specifically. In I guess this is gonna be Kissgate 2024.
I guess I'll go next.
Crash out Cam in the building.
I'll go.
Kobe,
I'ma
how
just
you gonna
get it
go
out.
next? You said you gonna let everybody talk.
All right, fine. Nah, you know what? Let me hear everybody else, and then I'm gonna go last. How about that? John, you want to go?
Oh wait, can y'all hear me? I want to make sure that y'all hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, look, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm with my boy down there, bruh. 5 seconds. I thought it was like maybe 10 seconds. It felt like slow motion forever. And I'm gonna tell you right this. What bothers me the most about this whole situation is he brought Cam into the fraternity,
Mm-hmm.
and you brought him into the fraternity, and then you take his woman. And I told this to Kofi, and I'm
Take
gonna make
his
it quick.
woman.
I actually want to. Yeah, that's his woman. That's Cam's
Okay.
woman. No, I get they were falling out. I get they were falling out. But my thing is what's with the with why can't people just break up? Why you have to cheat? Why you have to go messing around with other people?
Okay. That's all your thoughts on JR?
Well, look, Erica. I unloaded all my heat in the comment section before you got on because I'm sorry, but I tried to save it, but I was crashing out in the comments.
Okay.
I was crashing out. I unloaded all the ammo I had. Like, I don't know, man. Kofi had to calm me down in the chat. It was bad. But
Gotcha.
if Cam
We talking
doesn't
about
channel
JR
his
right
healing,
now.
JR.
I get it. But I'm just saying I need him to crash out because JR deserves
Okay.
all the heat. He deserves the overhand Cam right because he did
Lord.
my boy dirty, and Gabby with all the BS that she dealt with stayed 10 toes strong. And he said, I miss my best friend. No, you wanted your friend. You lying. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Sha.
Yes. I mean, I saw it coming. I've been telling you guys that it's mutual between Keisha and JR. They were both acting trifling, but because of what everyone was
Everybody
saying, I'm
mute,
like,
please. Except for Sha.
because of what everyone's been saying, to give JR the benefit of the doubt because of what they've shown us from Keisha's end, I was like, okay, let me not judge him too much and give him the benefit of the doubt, because he's nice to everybody. He's showing up for everybody. He's a friend to everybody. But that last scene, I don't know if you peeked it, but before Keisha went in for the full kiss, like he started leaning first. For 2.5 seconds, he leaned first and then she came in the rest of the way. And when I saw that, I was just like, huh. So it's definitely they're basically showing us that no, this isn't just one-sided. It goes both ways for both of them because he went in first. And then I believe because it was so fast, because she saw him, she felt comfortable enough to go in all the way for the focus. And that's when he lost me because I'm just like, not you playing high and mighty saying, oh, she's just my friend, I miss my friend, like trying to coerce yourself into believing that there isn't something more there when you guys both knew that there was something bubbling under the surface that you just didn't want to admit to yourself. And instead of taking a beat to try to figure that out, you lied and played in your partner's face, both of you, under the guise of friendship. And that's where they both lost me, especially Keisha when she was so high and mighty every time Simone did something shady with another person, she's like, emotional cheating is a thing. Your relationship with Jordan changed because you're paying so much attention to Damon. You know, like she's just such a hypocritical person that like all the compassion that I was storing up for her because of her storyline, it's dead now. And the last thing I'm gonna say, before so someone else can come in, is what does JR mean, like, you saved my life? Like, that's supposed to mean something. Didn't Gabby also play a role in saving your life? Because if she didn't give you CPR and allow you to have a heartbeat when the paramedics came, you would have been dead and you wouldn't have need her bone marrow. So let's be so for real. Keisha isn't the only person that saved your life. All right, and I'll end here.
Can I say my point right quick?
Go for it.
Yo, I'm
Honestly,
just,
I have to say, I was really
hold
enjoying
on.
the episode.
The Lawrence report. Kenny was in here first.
oh, my bad. Did I step over somebody?
Yeah, I forgot. Go ahead, Kenny, and then the Lawrence report.
All right.
Okay, no problem. I have to say, I was watching the episode and I was really enjoying it. Until this nonsense started. And honestly, I'm confused. I don't know what happened. Like, I can understand a little bit from Keisha's perspective, but I didn't think that JR was gonna go in, fully boldly for a kiss. And it got to the point I had to rewatch this scene because I just could not believe that this is what I was seeing on my screen. And I had to take notes because I was like, what is happening? I'm like, number one, they're doing this with the door open. Number two, why did he pick her up? Like when he picked her up, I was like, what is this? Like honestly, where is this coming from? Like I was like, JR, I really was trying to have hope. But actually I didn't have no hope because I gave up on him last week. But this whole season, I had such hope because I was like, wow, maybe Kofi has a point. Maybe we just reading too much into this. But like for him to boldly lean in, like he definitely leaned in first for that kiss. And also for him to go to that length of making a reel for her, I thought that was crossing a boundary, and you have to know that that's crossing a boundary, especially when people have called you out before. But also, why are you doing something that Keisha literally could have done by herself? Like, you're trying to tell me you're a performer and you don't know that the value in having a reel of your performances and actually trying to send it. It just was given Keisha kind of was like waiting for someone to come and deal with her issue. Like, girl, get up on your 2 feet and deal with your own issue by yourself. But like, I'm like really disappointed, and I'm here trying to figure out if anybody can analyze, because I feel like the show hasn't given us reason enough to understand why JR would go to the length of like cheating, because it just doesn't make sense to me. And especially when you have a good relationship and you've been called out in the past about being too close to Keisha, and then you take this step, like I'm sorry. I just don't understand that. And I was hoping maybe Kofi, you might have some answers for us tonight because this ain't adding up.
Go ahead, the Lawrence report.
I mean, I'm just upset at the writers' room. I'm just like, why would y'all want to go this direction? Why do y'all want a Vortex, Jordan, and Layla 2.0? If we had another season of Homecoming, that would be what it would be all next season. Like both. I just feel so bad for Cam and old girl. Like it is so messed up. I'm not here for it. I'm sorry. I'm not here for the kiss. And I knew as soon as he picked her up, I was like, oh my God. He really about to go in. Like they really about to do this right here. Cause that wasn't no intentional. It was very intentional. I mean, her arms wrapped around his neck, and I'm like, oh my God, this is really, really about to happen. But I mean, it is what it is. I just I just hate it. That's my sense. I'm currently at work, finished trying to
Gotcha.
write this script for this newscast later on tonight, but I just had to get my 2 cents in. But I'll be down in the comments. Appreciate you, Eric, as
Okay.
always.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. And good luck with your script. I'm about to pull the scene because I knew that y'all were coming for heads. I knew that it was going to be on and popping, but I don't know if it's because I have been distracted, because I am a little exhausted. I saw what happened, but I'm kind of like, specifically for JR's side. So to hear like, oh no, he actually leaned in first. I'm like, did he? So now I'm about to pull the scene. Kofi, go ahead based off of what everybody, because I don't know. I think I have a very undeveloped, I guess, take. So I don't know if I would add anything that would not
Yeah.
be basically controversial. What I would say would probably be very controversial, considering how everybody is on JR's head. And I am not necessarily on his head just yet. I need to rewatch this scene.
Yeah. I mean, even this was a hard day for me because JR is my boy. Like, he's one of my favorite characters. So when I saw this, I'm like, oh man, I'm so disappointed. And I didn't even realize that he leaned in first. I might have to rewatch that scene when you pull it up because I didn't even consider it. I thought it was just okay. They both got caught in the moment and it was a mutual, thing. But to hear people say he leaned in first only brings Kenny to the point where he had feelings for her too. It wasn't just a one-way street because that's how I initially thought it was going. Matter of fact, I felt like Keisha was about to confess in that previous scene when they were holding hands, and then we got interrupted with the phone call. But yeah, I mean, it's just disappointing because there's going to be residual after effects of this. Like, we already saw Keisha like admit it in the promo for next week that she kissed him, and I don't know what JR finna do. How you gonna explain this to Gabby? Like, I mean, I got nothing else for this, so all I gotta say is I just know that both couples are done. Like, they are done. Like, there's no way they coming back. Like, I would be shocked if any of them are still together by the end of the season because they've crossed they've reached the point of no return. And you just got the sense that it was coming because from the fact that they avoided talking to each other for, I think they avoided talking to each other for about a month because we got a mini time skip. And they just admitted they missed each other. Then he did that whole reel for her. You just felt that there was a shift, and you know romantic overtones were plenty. And yeah, man, I got nothing else for it. But yeah, this
I mean, I
I
agree that there's romantic undertones that were playing out. I don't know the specific takes of everybody. If you're not talking, mute, please. Um, the specific takes of one, the Lawrence report, I don't actually believe that this is the vortex all over again. And we cannot just immediately trivialize any love triangles or love squares to be in the vortex because we had to suffer through the poor execution of that. I don't believe that this would be vortexy. I don't believe if they were already greenlit for another season, this being taking place here would play out the same way because the vortex from the very beginning, we never really got anybody standing on business about their feelings about it. This is already to me very different in that Cam got the inkling, got the feeling, and was like, yeah, no, y'all need to cut out hanging out with each other. That is not something that we got to see. Everybody, as it pertains to the vortex and like the swapping of people, with All American, we really just ignored the fact that people bumped uglies. We ignored the fact that people were madly in love with someone and then now never thought about loving them again. And the writers did a poor job, in my opinion, on that regard of fully having people be accountable to their love, to their interests, to their relationships, and still maintaining relationships with people as friends while moving into new relationships within the same friend group. I personally feel like if we were moving forward and we had a season 4, there is no Gabby and Keisha being friends. There is no real Cam trusting JR in the way that he used to trust JR, specifically in how we've gotten to see this already play out. So I think they're already head and shoulders ahead of the Vortex from All American, because the two characters with the most amount of conviction are not letting them play in their face like this. They love them. They letting them play a little bit, but not to the degree that we saw with the original. So I'm going to push back in reference to that of like, this isn't the Vortex 2.0, and Cam and Gabby have already laid the foundation for it not to be, which I appreciate. To the point of like, I gotta watch it. To the point of JR like actually leaning in and he picked her up. Why don't I remember that? Why doesn't that stand out for me? But I'm not like knocking anyone who's saying that happened. I'm just trying to figure out why JR and Keisha kiss. Why isn't that something that immediately just jumps out at me? The acting of itself as a whole was like, okay, y'all are trying it. I don't know if I believe all the couples are done. I believe one couple is done, but I don't know if I believe all the couples are done, unfortunately. And I'll just leave you guys space to chime in on that.
I agree. I don't know if both couples are done, but the couple I think isn't done. I guess I could just say, I guess Gabby and JR may not be done, because let's be real, Cam and Keisha, the damage already done. Like, I can't see how they get back from that. But I fear, I'm like, but Gabby doesn't really deserve this. So I
She
don't know
doesn't.
if I could really get behind her like getting back with JR after something like this. Cause like, my guy, you were making some moves, and yeah, I don't know if he could backtrack that. He was making some really bold moves, in my opinion. And yeah, I've seen that scene. I rewatched it a few times because I wanted to ensure that I was clear when when we come on the live. Um, but yeah, like I peeped how they placed the camera. Like literally saw a picture frame of Jay and Gabby in the background, and then he lift her
I'm
and like,
gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it
yeah,
up because
you,
y'all, I
yeah,
literally just
yeah.
rewatched it. I don't want to be this girl, but I guess I'm just gonna always have to be this girl. Some of y'all putting a little extra on this. The way that y'all described it was that JR went in for a kiss and picked her up. JR went in for a hug. And we could go scene by, like, we could go moment by moment. Let me pull it up. Try. Always feeling. Pause. Me. Because I'm not trying to get copywritten now. Hold on. And I would have to, for y'all on Discord, I would have to, let me see, share my screen. Is that what I need to do? Let me see. You guys can't really see that. Are y'all like, everybody in Discord, are you watching the YouTube on a different device or?
Yeah, I'm watching the YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching it as well.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
I gotta pull it up real quick. I was rewatching that scene myself and
Kofi,
crying.
not crying. Kofi, you got another device you can watch it on?
I'm angry.
I got it on my phone.
Okay. All right. So y'all will just see once I put it on.
I'm
When in
waiting for
doubt.
this ad to skip over.
Okay. Cause like, all right. Be very clear though. Like, let me be very clear. I'm not making excuses for him cheating on Gabby in this moment. I honestly was like hoping that if this moment was going to happen, we would see him pull away or dodge it. So there's so much in the act of like going with it that he has to be accountable for. But I am also just like, I don't know if I'm fully convinced that before the moment of them actually kissing, if JR realized where they were and how they had crossed a boundary in their friendship. All right, so, and I say that because none of this part felt weird to me. None of the like her coming to his room, he's on the computer. I gotta do this in chunk show
My street
because
dancing and send it to
YouTube
Luan.
and copyright
but
is
not just
real.
Luan.
He don't look like he was longing for like recognition and like, oh, you finally figured it out. He didn't even, in reference to the whole real thing, he didn't even do it and let her know specifically to be like, yeah, I'm actually supporting you and nobody else is. I think that JR, one of the things that we can really stand on as it pertains to the JR character is that he is a friend that fills gaps, that finds holes and fills gaps. And it makes sense for him to be a male because that tends to be a thing that men want to do. Men love to feel useful. Men love to feel needed. And being able to feel a need brings them a certain, and this is just my opinion, I can't actually speak on men because I'm not a man, but in my opinion, it brings them a certain level of like validation. It boosts confidence. It just gives them some things, right? Similar to how a lot of women, and I would name myself in this, feel really great in opportunities where we get to nurture. So I personally don't take it as him putting together the real, as him crossing a boundary personally, because he is that friend within the friend group of like figuring out what people need, trying to solve problems whenever they're presented. And this was very clearly a problem, right? To, I think, Shah's point, yes, Keisha, why didn't you think about this for yourself? Why wasn't this a part of it? But that brings me also back to the feelings as it pertains to Keisha of like, girl, you whining about not getting what you want, but how much of the work have you done? And I would piggyback that with Simone as well. Like, Simone expects so many things to just happen for her. But meanwhile, you're not exhausting every option. You're not putting yourself out there. The effort is not fully there in the way that it should be if you're just so desperate to win, if you're just so desperate to get into grad school, if you're just so desperate to make something shake for yourself. It doesn't feel like you are moving with the amount of sense of urgency or effort that comes from that particular desperation that you are alluding to. So yes, I think again there's a point to be made about why JR had to make the reel and she could have made the reel for herself. But I don't think that inherently JR crossed the boundary with his relationship with Gabby by making the reel, because he would have done the same thing for Simone. The same way that Spencer came and was manning the camera when Simone had never recorded herself playing and watched back tape because he had to tell her about that, but she wanted to go ahead and be Serena. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, Erica, I gotta step out real quick, but I'll be back, all right?
Okay.
Cool.
Yes, Erica, real quick, I also wanted to point out, because I think somebody did mention it in chat as well, that JR and Keisha did have a brief moment before this kiss when they were both sitting at her quiet place and they held hands. Like he put his hands on the back of her hand and Keisha turned her hand over, and then they paused. And I think Kofi was saying that he felt that in that moment she was gonna confess her feelings, but the moment was broken up because Gabby called him and his facial expression changed. And I think in that moment, something clicked in his mind that something is changing between him and Keisha's um, relationship. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Yeah. I definitely think that there's something to be said there and like feeling something. I'm just not fully convinced that in that moment is when he realized there was something romantic there for him. I personally feel like that, to me, they leaned heavily into Keisha arriving there. but I don't necessarily know if I believe JR was.
I can get that. I can get that, especially because, like you said, they leaned heavily on Keisha getting there, and that's why I could kind of see how she got there, but I was very confused about how JR got there. So I guess that would make sense, him not really realizing that it was going in that direction. I could understand that. And I think I I guess I could give a little bit of grace, maybe a teaspoon of grace, until like next week, because I'm interested to see what they decide to do after that happens. Because I mean, it's one thing that happened, obviously they cross the line, but it's also about how you deal with things after as well. So I'm interested to see how he deals with that, to know if I really, need to step on his neck.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. Wait, where's the video? Hold on.
You know what I thought? Oh wait, is
What?
it okay to talk?
Yeah, go for it.
I had thought, because like I've been, me personally, I can speak on this now because it happened way ago, like long ago. Like I was in a similar situation when I was in a relationship with like one of my other female friends, and I'm not sure if it's the same thing that was happening between JR and Gabby, but like every time someone brought up something, and like all the times you would hear them saying, "Yeah, we're friends," and having to explain it, like explained it like it was a friendship. Like to me, it felt like they were like over explaining, like trying to convince themselves that there was nothing there. And even though like on the surface, they might not have been thinking like that, subconsciously they probably were they like I would say it's definitely a thought, but that, like me personally, like when I was in my relationship and stuff started to shift with me and my female friend outside of my relationship, I had that thought in the back of my mind, like okay, this is where we're at, and this is where it could potentially go based on what's happening. But you try to convince yourself that you try to do all the convincing in the world to convince yourself that nothing will happen, and it really doesn't hit until you're in that moment to where it's too late to backtrack and the damage is done, to where you're sitting there and you're thinking, damn. And it's so crazy because I think probably what they're going to do is, I think they're probably going to start off next episode right where this episode left off, because you really leave it off. Not They left the episode off. You don't really know what happens. Like they're still kissing when the episode is done. And I think they did a similar thing. Was it last season? I can't remember. I think it was last season with Damon and Simone, where they ended up kissing at the end of the episode, but you don't really know what happens until the next episode. So maybe next episode JR or Keisha pulls away, or whatever the case is. But I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't even say where the status of the two relationships are gonna be, because it's one thing if it's like a physical affair, quote unquote, but watching that scene back and the way they were kissing, the way Keisha was looking at it, it's way deeper than physical at that point. So at that point, is there even a relationship to? But I watched it.
Well,
The
before we
minute.
go into that, like we're trying to focus on and pinpoint when JR's feelings change. So we're clearly about to unpack every nook and cranny of this. So we're gonna come back to where you're going right now, Rob. But I just put up a poll in the chat of when did JR realize that his feelings for Keisha had changed, with the hand holding as an option at the congratulations hug, or child, I don't know. And I did this because shout out to K Ray, who's in the chat, and Allie Nick, two of my mutuals who I just love their opinions and their thoughts down. They both think that JR knew at the hand holding. So I would love to get a poll of like how y'all feeling in the chat. And like let's unpack that a little bit more. I think I'm gonna pull up that scene, but the chat is, the poll is up right now for y'all to go ahead and vote and let us know. Going to the actual kissing scene, I'm going to go back to it and continue to play and watch JR's mannerisms so that we can actually discern a little bit of like what is going on, because I just did not take it like he approached this conversation or this moment like he was going to seduce Keisha, or like he was just waiting for his moment. All of this has felt like, to me, normal JR. Like, this is who JR is. This is what JR does. He does it for Simone. He does it for Nate. He does it for Keisha.
Really?
She loves it. She's gonna help me get into grad school.
Oh, Michael was gonna talk? My fault.
So I'm playing moments from the kiss scene in spurts just so I don't get flagged for copyright. Allie Nick is saying, in addition to your poll, I believe that he knew before this episode. Allie, I need you to come into the Discord and share, honey, because what? You think he knew beforehand?
I think so.
I feel like it's debatable.
Okay, so I just played the whole pickup. Y'all tried to say it like he picked her up and kissed her. He lifted her because she's light, and like they were happy. Like the way that we can shift the narrative is hilarious based on if we really believe it. So no shade to y'all, but I'm not taking that whole why did he pick her up as like a thing. Because that felt organic to like being very happy for this not being the very end. She literally has a second chance at what she thought was like completely what was over for her dance career. Yada, 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 blase, blase, boom.
I get a celebratory hug, but I just thought it was a little much. But that was my personal opinion. Everybody could have their own personal opinion about it.
Did you think it was much? Did you think it was much in the moment that it happened, or did you think it was much once they kissed?
No, I think it was much in the moment that it happened, because at that point I just thought it felt like, I agree with you, it felt really natural. So to me, I thought, okay, this is just a friendship thing. I didn't think a kiss was gonna happen at that point. I think the kiss is what really shocked me. But the like hug, I was like, oh, you're doing a little much, but okay.
Of course.
And I was really
This is the part. The hug itself was not for me like, okay, but it's this part of like, why are your hands still around his neck post hug release, which I am putting into Keisha's court. What'd you say, Micah?
I said exactly. My thing is why her hands were around his neck. Like her hands were literally like, you know, when you're about to kiss somebody or you're in a relationship, you talking, your faces are close. Her hand was around his neck for a good 5-6 seconds, staring at him. Like I'm not gonna blame JR for everything that went down in the kissing scene.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think the spinning hug, that was a lot much. Knowing like your girlfriend isn't comfortable and stuff like that, but at the same time, I could understand why it happened. He didn't need a spinner; it could have just been a hug, but I could understand it. Her having her hand around him, I'm, you know what? I just got from class, y'all. Let me get out the car.
You know,
they got y'all going through it. Y'all are stressed.
I've been holding my tongue for the last, I'd say, like 10 minutes. Look, first off, and I think my boy can agree with me. I think Kofi can agree with me on this, potentially. I don't hold hands with a girl, especially the way they were doing, with a girl that I just try to convince myself that is just a friend. And that hug was a lot. The twirling was twirling. And Keisha, she should have got her hands off that man's neck. They knew what they were doing. They were just waiting for the perfect opportunity. And yes,
And see,
I
that's
agree
the
with the
part that I
girl.
can't agree with. That's the part I can't agree with. I don't know in reference to Keisha's point, but I don't, and maybe that could just be I don't want to believe that about JR, but I don't think that JR knew what he was doing until he was in it.
I don't know. I just don't hold hands with someone that is just my friend the way they was doing.
I
It
mean,
was
I think that
nasty
that can
work.
also be,
Finger lock.
and this is gonna, I guess, be a Erica thing. I think that is a whole other conversation on lack of intimacy that we have as humans and like how we tend to over sexualize everything. I personally have worked for the last few years with my friendships and like exploring additional intimacy that does not necessarily equal romantic feelings, but exploring additional, being able to touch your friends, because we are in a place now where people are lonely, where touch deprivation is real. So I'm not, and this is not speaking specifically to their hand holding. It was 100% something to their hand holding, and a discovery that could be made, like feel like all of that could be said. But I don't think that holding your friend's hand is naturally like a issue or crossing a boundary. And I would love for us to be able to move to a place as humans where we could engage with being intimate with one another. And it does not mean that we have to bump uglies. It does not mean that we want this person romantically or sexually or whatever, because we're shooting ourselves in the foot for the lack of intimacy that we are forcing upon ourselves.
And
I
I would
agree.
agree, Erica. And for me, in that scene where they were holding hands, in the beginning when JR put his hands on hers and was kind of comforting her, I didn't have an issue with that, because I have a lot of guy friends. When we're walking, we hold hands, we interlock hands, and it doesn't feel romantic or anything like that, right? Because you've already established the foundation of that relationship. So for me, in that moment, I didn't see an issue with it. I feel that the moment where I started to feel uncomfortable watching it is when she purposely turned her hands over and then they interlocked fingers. For me, that is way more intimate. That's way more advanced, and that's crossing a line. And she knew it, which is why everybody felt that she was going to confess to him in that moment had Gabby not called to like stop that moment in its tracks.
I agree.
Hey Naya,
Totally agree.
welcome in, boo.
I was actually going to say something that Shaw just said. So let me reiterate on my point. It was what she said with the whole turning over and interlocking is what I mean. Like,
Okay.
there's been like, like where I've gone on like, like say like, I got invited to like an award show and everything, got suited up, had it, a +1, one of my friends. And, me and her, like, we would like, do the little like, like I would have my arm out. She would bring her arm, pull her arm between, and then, I would walk her in, that kind of thing. You've seen it on the red carpet, like how they would hold each other's arms and stuff like that. Like, there's stuff like that. But what I was talking about was like the whole interlocking of the fingers. That's what I meant by the whole holding hands thing. But now, Erica, your point you were talking about earlier was very valid. But to what Shaw said, it was the moment that the interlocking fingers, 'cause yes, you have to establish, with every friend, like, the boundaries. Like for sometimes, the whole picking up and twirling thing might be a little too much. Some people holding hands might be too much. But in this situation, to the situation, it was once the fingers were interlocked and they didn't really pull away. Anyway,
Yeah.
y'all take the board.
I have to say I definitely agree with the points that you made before, Erica, because I am a hugger by nature. So I hug like all my guy friends, female friends, like all my friends. Like I hug, we hold hands, like I'm very close with all of them. So to me, that's natural. I think the only issue, I think everybody's basically said it, is the context. And I would have to agree with what Ali is saying in the chat. She's saying that the hug is an issue because JR would not have hugged Keisha like that if Cam was there. And yeah,
I think that that's a
yeah,
brilliant point, Allie. And it makes me like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
because but I will only
yeah,
say that because I think that he wouldn't have hugged her like that if Cam was there after Cam confronted him. I don't think that he would have not done that before because he wasn't in a place of like, he is doing this in romantic pursuit of Keisha. Like, I feel like because they have had to now defend their friendship, and I'm looking at it, y'all, just so that we're very clear, I'm looking at it from the two separate, like they're not a unit for me. Keisha has very different motivations and reasons for gravitating towards this friendship, relationship, whatever, with JR. And JR has very different reasons and motivations for gravitating towards Keisha. And I'm operating with them separately. I truly believe that JR, post getting confronted by Cam at that dang on prepping of turkey, would have definitely still hugged Keisha that way. But he would not hug her that way after Cam made his point, because they are now trying to perform and prove that feelings are not there.
yeah. I agree.
Now, Allie, I would love for you to let me know in the chat, do you think that prior to Cam saying anything, JR still would not have hugged her in that way? I love this. I just pulled the scene up with the hand, and I do want to kind of like go to that real quick, y'all, because I think the thing that, well, one, JR has shown a little bit more leadership qualities, which has won me over in this season. But what I'm finding very refreshing about the JR character is similar to what I said earlier in reference to him being a man who like is always trying to feel the need and feel important, and not in like a grandiose type of way, but like feel important in serving others and like being useful. And I appreciate it specifically from his character because I feel like he's all like constantly triaging whoever he's talking to. And when the hand holding thing came, and again, this is now going to be the second time I watched the scene because I watched the episode once, had thoughts, and like was like, well, this is going to be a crazy laugh. But this is now the second time I'm going to watch, so I might get different context. But when I first watched it, I felt like even with the hand, JR is so in tune when he's talking to his friends that he's seeing her fidget, he's seeing her unsettled, and in that moment, he even reached for her hand because he was realizing that she needed comfort in that way. And because he is such the person who, it's crazy that Kofi not here right now, because the way that Erica now, I feel like I'm entering and defending JR phase, and I did not want that to be the intention, but watching this particular moment and him reaching, it didn't feel like it was driven by him understanding that he has feelings for her, and more so of like, what does Keisha need right now and how can I give her that?
I think that's true, but I think at the same time, like watching the scene, like she needed comfort at in that moment. He held her hand, and
It's not
like
true.
they used that hand holding moment as a like way of like showing that maybe there is something more there. Like you could see, like there was a little something there for him, and it was probably the first time I've seen it because like don't get I love Gabby, and I'm not defending Jr. He kissed Keisha. And I find it crazy that they've had him walking around this whole season, basically being oblivious to everything that has been going on with Keisha, or at least everything that she's been feeling towards.
Oblivious.
Like if he's not that like stupid, I don't think JR. And when somebody said he had feelings before, I started to question it now because I'm just like, is there a world where a girl likes you and you have no idea, even though y'all spend all this time together? I don't know if I believe it anymore. I was trying to say JR didn't have feelings and he didn't know until this moment they're staring into each other's eyes. But looking at the season as a whole, like there's no way he couldn't have known. He's not that oblivious to things.
I know us men can
Okay,
be
so
very
to
smooth,
the
but
original question of like, is there a world where a man wouldn't know? The world that Erica lives in, yes, because the type of girl that Erica is, I fear that when I like you, it's like so much worse because I go a lot more introspective and like internal with everything. So I naturally, like, if you find me in friendship or in community, in person, in real life, I am the hugger. I am the, like, how do you feel? I am the maintaining eye contact while we're talking. Like, that's coming naturally for every single person that I genuinely want to have a connection with in reference to like friendship or community. Like, if I am maintaining consistent conversation with you, I'm going to give you all of those things, because otherwise I would avoid conversation with you. I would probably avoid you because I've already written you off as a person. We can diagnose what the hell that means later and whatever. But that is what naturally comes with me. And then when it comes to a guy that like, oh wait, I think I could like this person more, then I'm like pulling back. So I was already doing a bunch of things, and then the note or the thing that's calling to me actually being interested in you is me pulling back, which to me would be damn near undetectable, because I'm no longer being nice or nurturing, but I'm just a little bit more reserved and a little bit more strategic with it, when before I was operating out of like complete no restraint type of like kindness and attention. So that's to your general question. For me, I think it could happen. But these two, I'm still in the process of like, JR, did you really miss all of this? So I understand what you're saying, but I do think it's possible.
Yeah. And I understand she saved his life, and so he feels almost as if maybe he owes her something. And maybe
So
that's
did
what the kiss
Gabby.
was about. Maybe. But
Yeah, because if it wasn't for Gabby,
but I just don't like, and this is the problem with like that the problem that I have with All American and how they write certain storylines. It's that okay, they didn't have scenes until this season. And so even though we know that he saved a life and that's why they started really talking, it's like I can't draw much from how many episodes has it been now? 8 episodes to tell, has this guy always had feelings for her? Or what changed? When did it change? This is my problem with how All American writes a storyline.
I mean, I
yeah,
think based off of what we've been given, we can say that JR didn't have feelings for her prior to this, and they have known each other. I don't even think that JR was ever even on Keisha's radar because of the type of guys that she went for before Cam. Guys and
true,
girls.
true.
Mm. I just,
But
I
You a gotcha, Mike. I'm just like trying to flesh out the conversation because I think all of it is interesting. Like, I think that they
yeah, that's
cheated.
like
I know for a
that was
fact. But the
cheated,
part I'm
and I
yeah,
struggling with is like, was JR's part intentional? I'm more readily able to
agreed.
believe that Keisha's part was intentional halfway through this episode. She knew what she wanted. So to
I thought
me, there's more
I
angst
agree.
on her because she knows that she feels more well before he knows.
She turned
I
True.
But I
around.
could be
absolutely thought
wrong. But I could be wrong.
because I absolutely thought the same thing, and I thought this is what I thought when Cam texted her, because I was like, the man missed one date and you're about to cheat on it. Like the second he said he missed a date, I thought she before the lady walked in, I thought she was going to see JR. That's immediately what I thought, that she was going to see JR when she saw that he wasn't going to be able to make the dinner. Because Keisha, like,
True.
I don't like Keisha. I'll never like Keisha, and it's warranted. But at the same time, like, you can be a there's no way that somebody can be this bad of a person. I think Keisha knows exactly what she was doing in the moment. Before all those moments, she lied, and I think she knew she was lying. And it's ridiculous, like, to have this character walk around and act so self-righteous, especially in the earlier seasons, and then come and do this.
Yeah, it's wild.
She was
Like,
emotionally cheating.
You know what's
oh,
so crazy though that I just thought of? How much time between like when Cam missed the date and she went to see JR had passed, because I would say she very much knew what she was doing, because, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, she could have changed
Y'all
before
don't
she
like
went to
this
see him.
girl. That is what it
You know
is.
what?
And the craziest part is that I'm not even like full on, like, y'all know I've been on Keisha's neck. Or at least not as much as I could, I guess, because I've been on Simone's neck. But like, she went to go see JR after the choreographer came and popped up on her. So that part does not feel weird to me. But I get how it feels weird to y'all and how you can like be frustrated because y'all are like looking for your reasoning. So like,
It's not even weird that she went after she found out the good thing that he did for her. I just thought that I thought she was gonna go either way. So either way, I thought she was gonna cheat.
I agree.
mm,
I have no
I
issue
thought she
like
was gonna go before the lady even came and told her that, just to spite Cam, just out of spite because he stood her up.
yeah,
That's
I
my
don't have an issue with
thing.
her outfit. Like you could girl, what? I don't think anything's wrong with that. I definitely thought she was heading JR's way though, for sure. But my crazy urban tale was thinking JR was gonna pull away, but clearly that didn't happen.
ooh, yeah. I just
That's
knew
where
he was gonna pull away. I was just like, wow. Okay,
It
Yeah.
JR.
happened so fast too. Like,
I was
I was
not making.
watching it and it
I didn't
happened.
think they were gonna kiss.
And the door was open. Like, what if Gabby was about to walk in to
I
see her
thought
man?
I
That door.
I thought they was about to pull. Oh, I
Stop.
really thought it was about to like pan out and you was gonna see Gabby in the doorway. I was about to lose it. My heart was racing that whole scene.
Okay, going back to the, because I do have the hand holding scene, and I'm still standing firmly on JR did not know at the moment of the first, before we get to the interlocking of the hands, because this is what his face looks like. I've seen this face with Simone. I've seen this face with Nate. I've seen this face. Like, JR always
Yeah.
smiling. JR always like he didn't cheated death
Always.
multiple times. He's always like, you know what? Everything is great. And if it's not great, how can I make it great for you today? So I was not struggling with this. This
Agreed.
ma'am, 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 ma'am. And I don't want to be the girl to blame the girl. But Keisha, why are you looking at this man like this?
And then at the same time, like it's not even to blame the girl, because I'm gonna put some blame on JR as well, because JR, like Keisha didn't ask JR to come sit beside her or end up in a lot of places. Sometimes, yes, JR is a friendly person and he wants to help out, but maybe this positive trait that you once thought was positive is now a negative, and your girlfriend pointed that out to you. She said, and Cam told you, and you acted like it was nothing. You kept trying to talk. You kept like putting yourself in a situation where you and Keisha are alone. And it's like, so it's like it's on you at the same time. You put
Yeah?
yourself there. She didn't need to be there.
Yeah. And my thing, what I will say, this scene didn't bother me because, like Erica said, this is how Gia has been, and I would say anger aside, and support Gabby aside, I would say that I've always admired that Gia is that kind of friend. Like I know some men that don't even care to listen to their friends' issues. They're more concerned about who they're in a romantic relationship with, and they only want to give that person attention and that person care. So I've always admired that Jay has been a person that is there for his friends regardless. And I think that's really admirable. I think in this case though, like, oh, like you making the entire nation look bad here. Like this is a good message for men to open up and be there for their friends regardless. But for it to go down,
Ah.
like now it's kind of looking like, well, you see, this is why we don't want our men out there, like, being there for their
Yep.
friends. And I'm just sad because honestly, I don't think anything's wrong. Like being there for your friends don't make you a cheater, in my opinion.
And you can
I
be there for your
agree.
friends.
I love that point. I love it so much.
So,
Go
I
ahead,
think that
Micah.
I
no, go ahead.
was saying that you can be there for your friends, but at the same time, you have to respect your relationship and respect what your partner asks of you or wants, because there is evidence that maybe something's amiss here. Like I remember, like me and this guy, we were really close, and like even me and him won't deny there was chemistry there. We would flirt sometimes. There was a flirtation, but he had a girlfriend, and he played football. We would go to football games, and like me and her, we were friends. You could say that. And we'd watch the games. I would like shout his like, cause he's my friend. I would cheer on my friend while he's playing football. And there was a point where she texted me and she talked to him. She talked to both of us. She was like, she's uncomfortable with like our friendship. And while it kind of it pissed me off in a way because like this is my friend. We've been friends like before y'all were even in a relationship. But I understood and I took a step back and he took a step back. And it's just a matter of respect that I think JR did not have for either Cam or Gabby in the situation because he kept pushing. He didn't take well. They kind of did take a step back, but at the same time, he was smiling. He was there even when he was asked to not to give some space to her.
I mean, I want to say something, but I don't want it to come across like.
Say it, Erica. It's a safe space.
I won't touch you.
I mean, you started with y'all used to flirt. So, like, you are already not in the wrong. I don't have another word for it, but you were, when she clocked it and then said she was uncomfortable, you had no grounds to feel away. But you did step back, so cool. From what they showed us, JR did make attempts to honor the wishes of his partner. I think, again, I really don't like being put in a position to defend men. It really rubs me the wrong way.
Damn.
That's just honest. But like for JR as a character, I think that there's something very real to, and also like, let me give y'all this caveat. I just wrote an outline for something exploring boy men and like men who just don't have their shit together. So I'm in a space right now of like very much so empathizing with men. So that could speak to why I'm seeing JR a little bit differently because I just wrote an outline for a 10-episode thing. Anyway, I think that there's something to be said about honoring your partner's requests and respecting their feelings, and then also what it looks like to try to navigate you being you. So because I haven't fully gotten on board with like JR knew full well, I also am not convinced that him still in passing in the calf and on the quad or whatever, and happen to stumble upon Keisha at her quiet spot. I don't believe any of those were a violation, or at least an intentional violation. And I think that what we're seeing is him trying to find a safe spot between honoring what Gabby and Cam needs, but then honoring himself and what he feels naturally inclined to do. And I don't want us to skip over that. Not to say that he wasn't wrong, but I think that nuance is particularly important.
Yeah, because like him,
because nothing that he's doing is not natural to him. It would be a different story if he was going out of his way to do things that were not natural to him. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and I don't want to I want to blame Keisha for everything. I don't like her at all, and I would love to blame her for everything that happened. But I'm trying to toe the line. I'm trying to be fair in looking at it. I'm trying to think about it, and I'm just I think they've tried to bring JR down with Keisha because I thought like JR is just a guy that goes around and does good and he's always smiling, always happy. But him being him, clearly now that we saw what happened, has consequences because him being a good guy was him helping out a friend, sending her reel to the person. But then as a result, that ended in him and her ended up kissing. And so at the end of the day, there is a nuance to it because in the moment, JR did that as a friend, like sending that reel in and helping her out. But by the end of it, they end up in a situation where they ended up kissing, and it's like what? How did that? Where did that come from? And maybe had you listened to your girlfriend, it wouldn't have happened at all. Is what I'm trying to like.
Okay, Erica, I have a
I
question
don't
for you.
believe that though.
You think
I
they would
don't.
have still like
I,
just kissed, ended up kissing?
one of the things that came up for me while like thinking and prepping for this live was, is there any way that this moment gets avoided? And I feel like no, because I do believe that Keisha has been falling for JR for a while, not even just specifically with this episode. If anything, the choreographer and the reel just expedited it. But things for her was already on a trajectory. And it was many times where JR was just really being JR.
Yeah. So you think that it would have happened either way, and like happened in the fact that JR didn't push her away, he would have just kissed her as well, like been full on
That
into it.
part, I don't know. But them
But it
getting
was
to the
gonna happen.
place of like Keisha putting it out there, that was coming regardless of what JR did, in my opinion. Whether he put
Yeah, that
together the
was
reel or not, Keisha was already like, and then add on top Cam not having time for her and having other focus and yada yada yada. That was a train that was already in motion and didn't have no brakes. To me.
yeah.
It's like I feel like the only way, because I feel like either way, even if it didn't happen this way, it was eventually gonna happen. So
It was.
like sooner or later. I feel like the only way that this doesn't happen is if JR and Keisha just ended their friendship and just never spoke. But it probably wouldn't have happened because they all mingle with the same people. So even if they would have ended their friendship
John, when you're
per
not
se,
speaking,
it
mute for
would
me,
have.
please.
So even if they ended their friendship, they mingle around the same people. So they would have ended up in the same room. So it probably still would have happened. That's the only way I actually see it happening because it was heading that way.
So like when you I was asking, when you say it would have still happened, because I think it would have happened, but like it would have still happened as in they would both be kissing each other, or Keisha would one day just kiss JR to like because she has feelings for him.
I felt like Keisha would have one day kissed JR.
Okay.
This look was already in the making. This look
Yeah.
was before she interlocked the hand. Interlocking the hands to me was Keisha checking his temperature. Like, let me go ahead and play a little bit more of this. This feels very checking your temperature-esque. Looking down, that is checking the temperature. That is, how far can I take this? I wonder if he's feeling what I am feeling. What am I actually feeling? Do I know? Do I care? Right now, I feel seen. I feel heard. I feel special. Yada, 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 yada. Gabby calls.
Oh, that is diabolical.
You know what's so
And then
crazy? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
You
go
can
you can
for
go.
it.
go
I'm
ahead.
mute.
You can go ahead.
I was thinking about it. Like when you said that she was checking his temperature. The funny thing that I realized, and I noticed this throughout the whole episode, and now when I really think about it, a lot of the moments with JR and Keisha mirrored Cam and Keisha because it'd be one scene where it's just Cam and Keisha, and yeah, and she's trying to talk to Cam, she's trying to get that support like from him, and with Cam with the whole singing thing, he's distracted, or he's not really doing a good job of actually being there for Keisha in the way that she wants. And then the next scene, or probably a scene or two later, it's her there with JR. and she's getting from JR what she's not getting, from Cam. So I feel like the whole episode, when I really think about it, was really just a back and forth, just basically showing you like part of the reason why she's actually falling for JR, because in that moment she's getting from JR and then some what she's not getting from Cam. So yeah, I would say she was definitely checking his temperature in that moment. I 100% agree.
Yeah. What's up, guys? I'm back. I definitely peeped that she was checking his temperature. And going back to the point that somebody made, that did JR know and he just wasn't speaking to it, I want to honestly say he wasn't fully aware of this changing dynamic until that moment right there when they started holding hands. I think that was when it shifted for him. Because frankly, up until this point, I was under the impression that he wasn't aware of this dynamic. I for sure know Keisha started feeling him long ago. Like JR's is just, he's now, realizing it. So that's kind of where my opinion has been. And I always thought it would be played out like she likes him, but he don't like her like that. But clearly there's got to be something there, because you could just tell there's something shifted. Something definitely shifted. And I mean, oh Lord, this just I don't. This happens in real life, but there's gonna be severe consequences and repercussions. If I could quote Life, if I could quote Ray from Life, there's gonna be serious consequences and repercussions off of this, man. It's like, damn.
It's gonna be some slow singing and flower bringing.
It's just, oh Lord.
Okay, so like continuing on with this scene, y'all. I would even.
This Gabby.
Okay. Now we got a little bit of trouble. Now I got a little bit of trouble because the interlocking of the hands. Lord Jesus, be with us.
We're gonna have to pray tonight.
The interlocking of the hands, but like, watch it, y'all. Let me do the play-by-play real quick. Watch this. The interlocking of the hands is one thing. What I am looking for is the Gabby call, and how does his nonverbal expression shift? Is it I'm caught? Is it, oh, I was supposed to be doing something with Gabby? Was he like, I'm looking to see what cues he's giving off, because I'm still not convinced that he is tapped in and like, oh, this could be more with her until this. And now I'm like watching and like, JR now. The look away is crazy work. The look away. I am no body language specialist. They do that on TikToks and whatnot. But to see that your girl is calling on the phone, to have your hand interlock with another young lady's hand in a moment that your girl is calling the same young lady that your girl asked you to stay away from, and your immediate reaction is to look away, give shame. Give unconscious shame. And now I'm like, something is telling you something internally, sir. I don't know if you're listening, but something is happening. The neurons are definitely firing. As it pertains to this specific moment, anybody got thoughts? This specific moment.
His spider sense was twinkling, like he's like, oh shit, something that done shifted. Like he was like, even when he was trying to, you saw him stutter a little bit. Oh, that was Gabby. I gotta take this. Like almost like he wanted to get out of there quickly because he's realized what that was and was like, oh, let me dip before something happens. Like it shifted. Like he was like, oh shit, I didn't gotten caught. Like that's how it came across to me.
It was given, I feel a little guilty right now. Even if it's, I don't know why I'm feeling guilty, I feel a little guilty right now, is what that was giving.
Because he remembers what his girl told him, and he put himself in that spot. And it was a wake-up call that I'm doing something wrong.
So then that's where I go next. And like the question of it, right? It's like in this moment, does he register that he actually has feelings for Keisha in a similar way that's growing? Or is it damn, I done put myself in this spot, and this is specifically what Gabby and Cam didn't want, and let me go ahead and get myself out of here. Which one is it?
It could
Hey,
be a
Alicia,
little
welcome
bit
into
of both.
the call. Hold on, y'all, 1 second. Alicia is in the chat now. Go for it, babe.
Oh, hello. I was gonna say maybe it could be a bit of both, but since I came in late, I came into this episode thinking Keisha's the villain and Keisha finna cause mayhem. I ended this episode like she's still a menace, but I'm like, I understand why Keisha is feeling JR. I don't understand why JR let that kiss happen. Like I get people have a moment of locking eyes, but my thing is the minute they had that hug and them arms stayed around each other, I said, JR, no, please. No, push her off. Please. I'm like, why are you engaging with this tomfoolery? Because I'm like, Cam and Keisha been having problems. I can understand, like, okay, y'all just don't belong together. I get that him and Gabby had their little problems sprinkling at the beginning. I'm like, bro, but this was not warranted towards her. I'm stressed.
Listen, I don't even feel like, I mean, I get it, but like Keisha, this in the previous look is definitely saying, girl, you are a large part of the problem. You might not be the only problem, but this is like, you full well know what the hell is happening. You're really just trying to figure out your strategy at this point.
No, she definitely is. I think I was just giving JR a little bit more grace. And now I'm like, okay, now I have to be a little tiny bit more. I now have to be a little bit more on your head because you could have pushed her away. You could have been like, nah, like, sir.
I'm gonna go out on a limb too and say that, like, in this moment, I don't even think that JR fully registered what was happening with him and Keisha and how deep her feelings go for him, right? Because if we're gonna go off the thing that he's been oblivious and he was just showing up as a friend as he is done for everybody else, like in this moment, because of how quick it was and because she got cut off, because I do believe that she was gonna confess something there before baby girl called, right? So I don't even know if JR had the moment to process, like, what is going on with Keisha, and like, is there something deeper there going on? But after this kiss, I guess we'll get to see him really process that. And I would love to see, like, if he's gonna question how long this has been happening, right? If we're gonna say that it's completely innocent from his point of view, and his only fault was going along with this kiss and falling into it, not stepping back, how is he going to rationalize, like, Keisha's actions coming up to this point, and how is he gonna explain that to Gabby?
There's the
Gabby
reason why I
gone.
said the reason
I
why
think it
I
was
said is
John,
because
and then go ahead, John.
so the reason why I say it's a little bit of both. So I was trying to chime in on some of the other points that were put about, like, the whole respecting, the wishes and other stuff like that. Whatever, I'll just get past that. I say it's a little bit of both because I think that everybody here has had those moments where, like, especially with somebody they never actually maybe like in the conscious had like an attraction for or feelings for, had a moment where after that moment they started thinking, having like that heart beating, the heart beating, and you start feeling that butterflies, and you're like, what is this feeling that I'm having? You might be like, why am I catching these, like, am I catching feelings for this person, that kind of thing. I think that when he looked away, it was a combination of him feeling guilty, yes, which, that's why I say that JR has a part to play in this because he should not have, there's certain things like being alone with somebody that your girlfriend just told you to not be around. But I think that if there would have been no confession and they would have just walked away from this with the interlocking hands,
I think that he still would have had those thoughts of like potentially having some kind of like feeling when he's around Keisha because of that hand, because of the way that they were holding hands. So I think it was a little bit of both, and that's the thing. I think everyone here can agree with me that they've had those moments with someone that they never thought they would have an attraction for, and we're just like walking away from that moment with a heartbeat, a sweat, and butterflies, and wondering what's this feeling. And I'm always having this feeling around this person. But I'm gonna leave it at that.
I mean, I think that there are points to what you're saying. I think that will honestly bring us to the territory of like where I've been with Kofi in conversation before. I'm not sure what shows. It might have been a few different shows. But like Kofi, you have always been staunchly on the side of like, if you feel something for somebody, you gotta say it, you gotta let it know, you gotta profess it. I don't know if you still feel that way, but I remember that being a very real sentiment for you. And is that, would you say that would still be correct, Kofi?
Yeah, I kind of still feel that way, but then in conversations with you, you made it very clear that sometimes it can also be a selfish decision because you don't want to put the weight of your own feelings on somebody like that. So I don't know. I've kind of adjusted on that, but in this case, I
Okay.
don't know if I would have. Would I be mad if Keisha had admitted her feelings to JR if Gabby doesn't call? I don't think so because then maybe I don't know. Maybe it doesn't play out the way it played out when them kissing at the end because maybe she realized. I don't know, but I've kind of adjusted my thinking on that just a little bit. You know, I don't feel as strongly as I did, say,
Before.
maybe a year ago.
Yeah. Well, I love that you said that because I wasn't even thinking about it from Keisha's point of view and like, oh, she's selfish to make the confession. Because I don't think I would have minded her making the confession either if Gabby hadn't called. But I'm right now trying to process JR and like post the interlocking of the hands because John was speaking to like it could be a little bit of both, and I'm like, well, if it is a little bit of both, then are we going to give him the grace and the time that it also happens as you process where you make an active decision, and this could just be because right now, y'all, I'm ruminating on the question of is love a choice or is it something that just happens to you, and I'm really trying to explore that because I think we are sold this idea of like you just fall in love or love like smacks you in the face and next thing you know you're like obsessed with this person, when lived experiences have at least shown me that yes, initial attraction can be something that happens happenstance or serendipitously. Oftentimes real love, enduring love tends to be more of a choice, and I think that there's something to be said about the moments after this interlocking of the hands where JR has a choice to make based off of the different shift in energy that happens. And I think that in saying, okay, he knows there is a feeling there or something, then that's automatically saying that he has chosen to go with it, when you could also choose not to, right? Like you can choose to register that you have some type of physical attraction to someone else. You can choose to, acknowledge that, there's a growing feeling there for you with another person, but then you can also weigh that particular choice
Gabby.
against what you currently have going on and decide, whatever that is, it's not worth exploring because I already have this, which I love so much. And I only say that to say, not that I think that that's the case, but do y'all think that that could be a possibility for JR as well, or no?
It could be a possibility, and I don't know if anybody's brought this up. They were drinking in that moment too, and I've had a saying about alcohol. Alcohol brings out your true inhibitions. What you wouldn't do sober, alcohol gives you the courage to do. So
Boy,
in
are
that
you
moment,
lying.
I mean, like, so in that moment, it's like maybe that's his truth. Maybe something shifted and he has felt this way. It's just that the alcohol gave him the courage. I don't know if
Anything
Well,
is possible.
well, he only took like a swish or two. Like, I don't
Right.
know.
I'm
Like
just saying.
Keisha had been drinking out that little thing for a minute. JR just came up and took like a little 1 or 2
Okay,
swig.
so I'll give JR a pass
And
on that,
let's
but
be a
Keisha
lightweight.
been drinking for a minute. I think so. Maybe that look on her face was like, I have to let this go. Like I'm about to confess some things. But yeah, the point that Erica made, I could see some validity to that as well. I just thought that was something I'd brought up because no one had brought up the fact that,
my confession.
yeah, just when I thought I could say.
I'm not gonna lie,
I mean,
she
but
did
I wanna focus in there real quick though. Like, is there like how are we feeling in the chat, y'all? Drop a 1 if you're thinking that JR knew in this moment or like after the interlocking that his feelings had grown for Keisha, and there undoubtedly was going to be something else that happened. Or put a 2 if you think that he might have started to feel it, think it, or whatever, but could have also decide that Gabby is what he wants.
I'm gonna go with number 2.
Can I say that I think that I've been listening to what you guys been saying, and I think that he caught a vibe when they held hands, but I don't think that he fully knew. And I think that that's because even if I think back to the dinner scene, like he was very adamant. Y'all just want me to give up my friendship based on your delusions. So I think he, more than anything, was standing down on the fact that he and Keisha are just friends. So I think in that moment he caught a vibe. But I feel like JL is the kind of person that would be like, nah, but I mean, we're just friends, like it's nothing, you know what I mean? I feel like he's the type of person that would do that. So I don't think that he knew then. I think he just caught a vibe and brushed it off. That's just my opinion.
I just thought about something real quick. The reason, and again, I love JR, but the reason that Kiss, I just thought about low-key also bothered me about him is because it was last season, I think, with like the whole Thea, I think, about to get SA storyline or whatever, and that dude on campus. His ex from PKZ, I remember they mentioned had a situation with that guy, but everyone thought that she just cheated on JR because she hadn't said nothing, and JR was on dirt with her. So I'm thinking that's how you acted towards Shorty, your ex, when you thought she cheated on you, but now you just gonna kiss Keisha.
But honestly, I feel like that particular point don't help the case of like people wanting to be on JR's head. It to me shores up his character development and growth, because I feel like he learned a lot from having his spot blown up for his resentment for her after figuring out what really happened. And I would credit how he moves with women, period, as even better now because he experienced that, whether he has romantic or platonic feelings for them. So in that moment, he was dead wrong and he felt it and he learned. And I think that the JR that we see now is a result in part to that.
Yeah,
Hey, sorry,
I thought that
Erica.
two things
Can I
were
ask you something
wrong.
real quick?
Hold on, Micah, go ahead, and then John.
I was like two things I thought were going through because I just watched it. Like he was thinking, one, what am I doing? Basically, what am I doing here, holding her hand? And I think he was also thinking, do I have feelings for this girl more than just a friend? Because I think up until this point, everything JR has done with Keisha for Keisha has been from the basis of being a friend to her and being grateful for her for saving his life. I don't think he had feelings for her or even thought about having feelings for her until this exact moment. And I think the choice wasn't made like in the moment right there where he got up and went to talk to Gabby. The choice was made at the end when because he had time at least, because it's been a couple hours to sit with these feelings that he may or may not have just realized. And the choice was made by him to kiss her at the end. So I think that's when the choice was made. Like he didn't just cosmically kiss her with like an out of body experience. He chose to do that after realizing there was something between them.
Go ahead, John. What's your question?
Okay, so we go back to the days of when we were on Instagram when it came to the lives. And we've talked about this plenty of times on the lives for All American and Homecoming. Do you think that like what happened between these two, especially like, you know, and this is something that goes to real life experience, that this can also be a commentary on the fact that within what's supposed to be platonic relationships, we as, you know, humans kind of miss the cues when it comes to like, you know, what is romantic feeling, like what is romantic and platonic and everything. Because I'm kind of like, we were talking about like, how you call it, with JR always being there for people, always being very friendly, being caring, always being, you know, that kind of thing. Could this be another commentary on like if Keisha saw him being friendly and his normal self and just trying to be a good friend and seeing all of this and being, you know, just seeing it as romantic cues rather than just being friends? I don't know if I don't know what I'm saying.
I think I understand what you're saying completely. I think, and that piggybacks off of a point that you made earlier that I tried to clarify a little bit as it pertains to like our lack of intimacy within our society and how we are being socialized. I think Black women specifically oftentimes lack, how do I want to say this?
Communication and understanding?
Nope. We not something that's coming up for me. We lack opportunities of what I would say are genuine moments of consideration, effort, and energy that are outside of physical pursuits. And I say that not in that no Black woman ever experiences, you know, men considering them, because that's not what I'm saying, but I think that we don't experience enough men in our lives conspiring for our good and doing so from a place that is pure, that is genuine, that is with us at the forefront and not whatever they can get from us at the forefront. So while, yes, this could be a commentary on Keisha misinterpreting kindness and love and consideration and efforts as something romantic, I don't fault her for that because we are taught that. We are taught that men don't care until they want to have sex with us. We are taught that we don't matter unless we look like this or we sound like this or we are able to do this. We are taught that we have to be of use. We just have to do all of these things to be deserving. And for a character like JR, a man like JR, which is what makes him so beautiful, to move with what I would say for the most part are pure intentions and genuine desire to uplift all the people around them, male or female. I don't blame Keisha for misreading it because she doesn't know or have a point of reference to see JR's as the norm because he quite literally is not the norm. Now it's going to be up to the show if they're going to go that route and make a commentary on that, and that is going to be to me indicative of whatever JR responds, and it would have to be him affirming to her like, if he doesn't go this way and he doesn't want to romantically pursue anything, he's going to have to say outright that I did all that for you because I love you as a friend. I did all that for you because I think that you're dope. I think that you're an incredible person. I think that you deserve everything that your heart desires. I did all that for you and I would do it again and never need to sleep with you. He would have to say similar things for that to be the commentary. And any of the other Black women who are currently in conversation on the Discord right now, if y'all want to chime in on what I just said, or women in the chat, if I missed anything or if you feel like I was a little bit off, you know, feel free.
No, I think you ate with that. Cause I
No, you're
think
No, you hit the nail the hammer on the nail with that,
I
like, spot
Yeah.
on.
I remember like like most guys I talk to like me like my first like even though like I try to be friends, eventually it becomes, oh, you want to go out, stuff like that. And I remember because the one guy I have, my guy best friend, I thought he wanted to go out with me as well. Like we were talking as friends and it was fine. And he was like, he said, "Can I ask you a question one day?" And I was like, "Here we go. He's about to ask me to go out with him." He said, "Do you have a best friend?" That's what he asked me. And I was shocked. I was like, I mean, not really. And then that he asked me if he could be my best friend and be somebody who could be there for me whenever I needed it. And that was the first instance that I've ever had of a guy that just wanted to be my friend. And it was a
I
good it was a
love
good
that for
feeling.
you. That's so
What like
dope.
we talked every day. And it was like, because I fully thought, all right, here we go. Because that's usually what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we start out as friends, that's usually what happens. They eventually they're like, oh well, because usually they're friends with you, but they're only friends with you so they can get to you personally.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
don't. I know. Obviously, I cannot speak for other people because obviously I'm a guy and I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm not like there. But the thing about what Erica said is that's something I have heard from many of the black women that I've either associated myself with, been friends with, that, and it's happened because I'm somebody who has been, if I become friends with you, it's from a genuine place. Like I will make myself very intentional about how I feel about you, whether I'm trying to be friends with you or if I see you and I'm like, you know what, I want to see where this can go, kind of thing. And it's gotten me in a lot of heat because I've had women that never and it's been black women because black women that they've told me that they don't get like very genuine kind of like feelings from men, that when they actually see somebody who is very friendly, very caring. And I had this happen because I had a friend who she actually had gotten shot, and I
Mm.
was able to save her life and everything and that kind of thing. And now granted, I didn't want to use that example, but like from that moment, even though I was just being, we were just friends and all stuff, she was like, you're like one of the most genuine people I know and all stuff and everything. And that's why I ended up having feelings for you, maybe years, it was like 2 years down the line. I was like, I never, I was kind of oblivious to it because the thing is, I only saw her as somebody who was just my best friend. My current best friend right now, we had that kind of moment because she's had two daughters from two different men who she ended up having the feeling of that they were just trying to be there for me just because they wanted to have sex, and that's what ended up happening with the kids. And we ended up growing into the best friends because I've been there since the kids were born and this, that, and the
Mm.
other. And always there for her, getting her, helping her through college. When we were in high school together, we got through high school together, college together. And you know eventually again, like those feelings came up, but again, for me, I've always been that person just to be nice to people. And I think that, and maybe it happens for other women of other races and anything, but it seems like to me that it's always been, like Erica said, that a lot of black women just don't get that from most men. They don't get the opportunity to actually see what the standard is, like that the standard is that men are genuinely nice, and they see the standard of being, I don't know how to explain. I'm sorry. I'm just in a really tirade. I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind
It's
of
okay.
I'm getting emotional thinking about all the stuff that I've been through, like with the whole all this stuff. But I've seen it a lot. That because I don't know how to say it. It's just that me being somebody who's been a very nice person, always been there for people like JR. I've been put in situations where, particularly black women, because that's who I'm mostly around, had caught feelings for me, even though I was just being around them for just to be friends, to just be there for them. And I hope that, this is a commentary on it, but I don't have a lot of faith in the writing, so I'm gonna leave it there because if I keep going, I'm just gonna go for hours. I'm sorry, guys.
No, that was good. I just wanted to add and say, based on my own experience, I think specifically in this episode, I kind of understood where Keisha was coming from, especially because I experienced something similar, except for I kind of have a little more, I guess, self control, or I chose to go about it a different way. But when I was now starting to develop friendships with
Did you make a
males,
reel of my street
which
dancing
kind
and
of only
send it to
happened for
Yall?
me when I went to high school. Because before, like, all my friends were just women. And I think it took me a while to differentiate between what a friendship is, especially because for me, I think I was very much conditioned to believe that if a man does something nice for you, that means that he likes you, right? And I feel like my first friend that I made, my first male friend, he was really nice to me, like just genuinely nice to me. He would bring chairs for me if I need to sit, like in like different clubs, and he would, check in on me. He would listen to me. He would give me advice, and obviously, I found myself liking him. And it took me a while to realize that that kind of affection I was showing me wasn't necessarily anything romantic, because I guess it took a while to differentiate that. But I also noticed the differentiation because I have friends of other races, and they kind of saw it completely different. They were like, girl, he just brought you a chair. That doesn't mean that, he likes you like that. And, you know, and I was like, wow, I didn't even think about it that way, because I couldn't think of any other man that did anything nice for me that
Yeah.
was, considered romantic. So I think that's very interesting that you brought that point up, because that is very real, like a very, very real thing.
Yeah,
And
I
because
also
we are,
wanted to.
oh, go
Oh,
for it,
go
Shot.
on,
Sorry.
Erica.
No, go for it.
Oh, I wanted to say, Erica, to your point, that it really resonated because for a lot of Black women, I think we forget over time what it means to be truly cared for with no strings attached. And it doesn't matter, like, if you've had those experiences, they're so far in between that it allows for space for you to completely forget what it's like to be genuinely considered, and being misinterpreting that. And it just shows to the writing how good it is, why we are seeing so much nuance in the storytelling, and why we can identify these things, and why we can speak about it. Because I remember even recently I was standing outside of a building talking to my friend's parents, and this guy, he was drunk and he was coming after me to attack me. And her
Mhm.
dad, he just stepped in front of me and kind of took most of the impact and started talking to the guy, and diverting his attention to him, and kind of ushering me out of that environment so I could be safe. So that wasn't even a moment that was romantic, but it kind of, in that moment I was just like, wow, this is what it feels like to be protected, right? Because there's been so many moments where I've been in places where I felt so unsafe, and that I couldn't even trust the people around me. So when that happened, it kind of clicked something in me that, oh, there are still people out there that will make you feel safe, and that will help you out of situations where you don't feel comfortable. So I think it does goes to show, especially for Black women, that we do have those moments where we forget because we're not offered those type of experiences where we are protected, where we are considered first. In our friendship, in our relationships, even with our bonds with our parents. So when it does happen, we kind of latch onto it. And sometimes we kind of add to it, right? Because Keisha, right now, everything that JR is giving to her, it's more intensified because she's not getting that from her partner in the way that she would want to. So every nugget that JR gives for her, it's like a knight in shining armor coming to rescue her and filling that void in her life that everybody seems to be overlooking right now, right? Because everybody in our friends group, we don't know, like, if anybody else knows that she's been getting all of these rejection letters, right? We don't know if anybody else checked in to say, hey, with all this cancer stuff that was happening, did she feel okay to open up to her girls to let them know how much of a trigger it was, right? And JR is filling all of these boxes. So it's completely reasonable for her to latch onto those moments and completely intensify them and put something onto it that isn't necessarily what it should be from JR's perspective. But I can completely see how she could be even romanticizing everything that he's doing for her because there's a lack that she wants to fill.
So are we
If
Hold on, I just want to give a little bit of space for Shai's sermon to breathe. Because baby, when I tell you, you just hit so many things right on the head. Like even relating it back to your parents and what you do or do not receive from them, how your community rallies around you, how safe you do or do not feel, and then that becomes a thing that informs you. And when we go out into the world with these needs, whether we're conscious of them or not, ultimately the natural human, the simple biological thing is I have a need, I need to fill it. And how we go about doing that, how we address it can change and vary based off of circumstance, personality, whatever. But naturally, we have a need and we try to fill it.
If I could say something, I think with Keisha, especially with like the other guys in the group, it's like, okay, she's with Cam. Damon's clearly like Keisha and Damon were cool, but I don't think they were like, super close or anything. Like I don't remember them talking a lot. Um Her and Lando just got somewhat cool, but even then they don't really have a lot of moments together. I feel like out of all of the guys, Keisha is probably both experienced romantically and even the guys in her friend group. Like she's never really been close with any of them like she has JR. Really had like that confidant, that shoulder you can
Real
lean
quick,
on.
I just
So
want to interject really quick. Are you saying that you feel like she's more experienced romantically or you feel like she's more experienced sexually?
Wait, what?
Because her and Cam, didn't they kind of start off like friends with benefits, kind of just messing
Yeah.
around?
I'm just asking
So
for clarity because I'm of the camp that Keisha is not well versed, not experienced in actual
no,
romance and relationships, but she has been very well versed in the performance of what seems like that in situationships and specifically sex.
yeah, I get that. I guess, like, I'm not the best with my words, so I'm gonna
No,
try
no,
to
you're fine. You're
make
fine. I just wanted to ask before you like continued on with your point.
Yeah. I think that I think with Keisha, I guess what I was trying to say, like, compared to like Damon, even the way she started off with Cam, Lando, or just any of the guys we've seen her around, I feel like, yeah, we friends, but like we've never really seen her have those deep I guess intimate in a way, moments of like really, really talking, confiding in like moments than we've seen with JR. So I feel like with that, it probably has been a little harder for her. I feel like for her, I can understand why the things JR was doing platonically might make the switch if it's like, yeah, you have guy friends, but they never shown up for you like this and done the things JR has done, even if you have guy friends, quote unquote, and you cool with them, y'all hang out, like, and none of them have ever moved like this about you and for you. Because I know for me, I've experienced and witnessed it where, like, I know with me and this person currently are not on the best terms right now, but before shenanigans happened, I had a guy friend where it's like we met in college, and I was actually surprised because me and him got along so well. Like we would just be cackling and laughing and it was all platonic, and I was kind of shocked because before him I really didn't have too many strictly platonic friends. Like he was someone who showed up for me. He would let me vent. He would let me cry on his shoulder. He would take me out for walks when I needed it. Like we would just hang out after class and just have venting sessions or comedy sessions or just whatever. And the fact that, and I remember I had clocked it a while ago of like, dang, like I really had slash have like a really just strictly platonic friend who's just, I'm there for him. He's there for me. We showing up for each other. And it's just that. And once I processed it, I was like, wow, like my past experience with guys have been crap. Or at least they just haven't been in the same way but another thing I was kind of thinking of, and I'm trying to get my words together because I can word ramble, is I'm I don't have a lot of relationship experience, but from what I've seen, I think that friends turning to lovers or relationship, that doesn't always have to be the route, but I do think that when it does happen, it can be a really good thing. And I think I've seen, and maybe this is something about me where I've seen with my friends where they're telling me like, oh, like this guy, like he really helped me out this bad situation. He checked up on me, da 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 da. And a lot of the times I'd be like, girl, he like you. like yeah, I get it, but like he like you. And she'd be like, nah, we just friends, we just friends. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but he like you. And granted, specifically with her, I've been right. But I was kind of thinking about it, I'm like, dang, like why do I automatically assume, regardless if I was right or not, why am I automatically assuming that just every time a guy shows up and really is there and cares, and I'm just like, nah, there's some feelings there. I don't know. I just been thinking about it since we started this. I'm like, dang, like why am I just always assuming if they just really, if a guy really is showing he cares and wants the best for you, that it automatically just gotta be romantic. I'm just like, now in some cases it can be, you can be right or wrong. I guess it depends on who you dealing with in your situation, but I think more times than not, I've always kind of assumed like, oh, it's either romantic or they want more, and I'm just like, huh. I don't know, this conversation it's been making me think about my thought process on certain things a little bit.
And that's why we're here. I love that. I love that so much because that is the underlying thing for me when it pertains to this channel and my criticism and my commentary on these series. Like I relate things back to life and I have the conversations I do in a way that I do because I want people to be able to self-assess and to audit and to reflect. For me, I was able to get to the place of really being able to see and speak to what I just did because I do have really great male friends. I have a friend who I actually loved like deeply romantically in high school and it was never meant to be, but he's one of my best friends now and we never like crossed certain lines and I'm so grateful because this guy, he shows up in a way that I want people to show up, regardless of gender. And I think because of how we're socialized, because of the lack that we can experience very early on, we get conditioned in one way and then we have to like deprogram ourselves. We have to to unlearn and then relearn things. And then you have to establish certain standards. So like right now, I'm blessed to have the Black men that I have in my life operate with a certain level of care, effort, and consideration, because there is no option not to. Well, one, they are like that, but I also have called them in because I know that that's what I want, and I know that's what I deserve, and I'm not accepting anything less. So I don't have friendships with men who don't, or who are unintentional, or who, like, I just don't. And it takes you getting to that place. It takes you questioning why you automatically associate everything with they have to feel more for you. And could that be something in you, or a limiting belief in you, saying like, oh, the only way that you deserve to be loved in this way is if you are providing something else. And I want to kind of like put a pin in that particular thing, because I'm wondering how much of this is Keisha falling in love with JR, which could be the case and probably is the case, and how much of this is also Keisha feeling like, oh, well, if this man is doing this, this, and this for me, then I also need to be giving of myself to him.
Yes.
But anyway, I appreciate you saying that, and like saying that that's what's coming up for you right now, because honestly, y'all, like I want to unpack and like speak to the nuance of things in the way that I do, because I love this revelation for you. I've had it myself, and I love it for you and anybody else who could be listening.
I started off as a crash out, and now I'm understanding of the situation.
Not a crash out.
Yeah,
Hey,
me too. Like I really
watching.
thought that I was gonna be so heated, but now listening to all these conversations, I mean, I'm not condoning what happened, but now it's like it's predictable, and like it's almost like it's like it was gonna happen because of how clocked in everything has appeared to be. You know, it's like I'm not happy about it per se because of the consequences that may happen, but listening to the commentary on this, it's like you can understand why he may feel that way and why he may start to feel that way as well. Oh damn, I didn't think we would get here, but we're here.
Nah, I'm still here. She's still here.
I'm
Like
still
I can understand. I can understand. Like trust me, I'm here for this conversation and all the nuances. I can completely understand, but I am still heated. I am still heated. Okay.
Because remember, Keisha still in this episode was saying to Simone, Lando, what about you and Lando when you know that man has a girlfriend right now? Like, go ask him. Ask him.
I'm glad that you said that though, because y'all have been on my girl head. Now, she ain't even my girl. What am I talking about? But I'm in this empathetic mode, I guess. Y'all been on Keisha head about her bringing up the emotional cheating a while ago. And I think that is a call and a comment, and how she is now is a call and a commentary to what is happening. So it's giving masterful with the writing, because when Keisha said the whole thing about emotional cheating, because I'm committing to feeling like she don't know what the hell she's doing in a healthy relationship, she's going to perform it. And she was flying by the seat of her pants as it pertains to her actually locking Cam down and them, going exclusive X, Y, and Z. So she's saying the right things, but I don't know necessarily how much she believes it. Now, she's in a place in a quote unquote healthy relationship for years at this point. And is starting to experience feelings outside of that relationship. So she's forced to not only go and think about what she quote unquote knows to be true, but now there are feelings and additional thoughts that are coming up that makes it a little bit more complicated. So for me, in her, the whole like, oh, I seen Lando was less about her not respecting what she said or not feeling what she said when she said it and was like a liar from before, and more about her like subconsciously giving herself the permission to explore her feelings for JR and like loosening the reins of like the rigidity that she had before, if that makes sense.
100%, I agree with that. I think what Keisha is doing right now is giving excuses to herself, for herself,
through
to feel
others.
what she's feeling. To feel what she's
telling
feeling.
Simone about Lando because she care about Simone and Lando. I don't buy it.
Agreed.
It does not.
No,
Yeah,
but
it's almost as if she said that to, give herself the mental note that maybe what I'm doing isn't as bad. Like, probably just to rationalize it in her mind. That's probably where I picked up from it.
Yep.
He talking about some Lando look good, knowing good and well you was only staring at JR for the most part.
You better
And that
find
is
her.
where I kind of come to a place of like, while I understand how she felt for JR, that is where I come to the place where I am laying a little bit more almost at Keisha's feet, because it feels so much more premeditated, even with it coming out in your interactions with other people that have absolutely nothing to do with JR.
100%. And that's why I'm still heated.
Yes, Edit R
Hi,
says giving
everybody.
herself permission. Yes, exactly.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Mrs. Science.
Hi. I couldn't wait to get on here. I love our community. I'll just say that. I
It's
love
so
our
good.
community. I couldn't wait. It is so good. I could not wait all day. I was like, I'm gonna be with my people tonight. Yes, this is our community. It's very special. And thank you, Erica, for giving us this platform. This is why I love art. I love art because you can really get to see yourself. You can also be objective of what you're looking. It's like you're looking down on a storm. And Keisha is like, it was the perfect storm. Like if JR, they would have said okay to baseball and come on, you guys start coming back again. None of this would have been possible. That's what the whole thing is. It's that everyone is just caught in a storm without a rain or with an umbrella. She does not love JR. I doubt if she really like JR would never be her type. It's just something that she needs. She's so emotionally damaged. She saw she has the issue with her mom passing away. She probably never saw her father get into a healthy relationship and all of this stuff. So she has baggage, and it has nothing with JR. The only thing that really got them to this point is that they were both JR is not busy, as we said last time. JR is not busy. If they would have came and they would have had that football thing and the baseball team was going to come back together, JR wouldn't have been available for her. So she was just looking for a place to talk or a place to feel. And he wouldn't have never even given out those things to those dance or choreographers. He just has time on his hand. And that's a good thing, because even if it was the people that you're supposed to be, I always feel that love and relationships is about timing. And if you catch the person at the right time, sometimes beautiful things can happen. This is not a beautiful thing because it's only because he has time on his hand. Trust me, she will always love Cam. She will. She will always love him. This is just a disaster. And she just needed a shelter in the middle of a rainstorm. That's it.
Anybody want to respond to that?
She always loves Cam. Why'd she
company.
kiss
Okay,
JR
wait.
then?
Kofi, Alicia, and then John. That's who I saw unmute. That's the order I saw y'all unmuting. So Kofi,
Miss
Alicia,
Science,
then John.
Miss Science, I hear what you're saying. So if that's the case, why'd she kiss JR then? Like,
That's just emotion. That's just emotion. It's not about that kiss. Wasn't about that. It was like I'm longing for JR and all that type of stuff. That was just that she needed a place. She needed a shelter, because they show in the preview, she runs and tell Cam right away. If that was like a feelings that they was having, she would hold that to her chest. And that's what I'm saying. JR just happened to have time. If JR was we said it last week. If JR was still with his frat, he was doing baseball, he would stay with his sure thing, which is Gabby. Keisha, and they just have a lot of free time on their hands. She didn't kiss him because she cared and she has the strong desire. She just needed shelter. And I guarantee you, like, they'll be a fool if they can think that they're going to leave their partners and get together. That's not what. And I won't even say, I really believe that she truly loves Cam. But JR, that's just like, it's not. And I think that that's what I love about art. you can really see what the writers are showing us, what our emotions can trick us into thinking what we want and what we need.
That's like.
Can I come
Hold on,
in?
Micah, Alicia next, and then John, and then you.
I was gonna say Misery Loves Company. Because I mean, we discussed this before. Of like, they are two people. Like surgery. I mean, I've read before that like clearly the surgery made them closer. Because I'm like, of course, she saved his freaking life, and her body basically got put through pain. Because so clearly that added them on. But like, she not getting to none of her grad schools. Like her dancing, not working out. He ain't got baseball. He recovering. It's like these are two people down on their luck. So it's just like it's also like yeah, y'all are and like Miss Science was saying like how they both got time on their hands. Yeah, they both got time on their hands and they both are feeling maybe Keisha a little bit more than JR, but they're both in like down bad shitty positions in their life where nothing's really working out. Everyone else around them is kind of, in a sense, thriving or things are working out for them or they're just in better spots with their major in life. That them two, they're just like, to like, hey, you down bad, I'm down bad. We can kind of understand each other because we're both just going through it. So I don't know. I think that plays a big part in everything because it's just like, shoot, Cam got his music thing going. I mean, she said it herself that she low key was jealous of Cam. So it's like, I think it's kind of hard to kind of confide in someone, I guess, in your eyes, you view as someone that's doing better than you or above you. And, I mean, Gabby is Gabby. Like, Gabby's just that girl, period. So, I mean, I don't know.
John, do you still have a thought to Mr. Science point, or can we go to Micah?
Sorry. Okay. So, mid times, I was actually about to interrupt and be like, "Are you from the Bronx?" But let me continue. But so she brought up a good point though, is that the most dangerous thing sometimes can be somebody with a lot of time, and that could be something that happened. Like he it's like Miss Knight said, with JR, he was, with the frat, always playing baseball. So, when you think about it, most of his, spare time, if he didn't have spare time, dedicated away from, football and his frat, he would have been with Gabby. In a lot of ways, if he was busy, with, all that other stuff, he would have had time to hold, he would have done that for Keisha, maybe like over the phone, maybe a text message here and there. But I doubt you would have that many close experiences where they are close like that. And honestly, like I wasn't paying attention, when it came, like with Keith and all stuff, because I kind of had to, skim through the show and all stuff. But I think that is the thing, like where when you do have a lot of time in your hands, in that situation, things can happen. You want to stay busy and stuff like that. So first, I think I think you were right that like, who knows if JR isn't always there for her all the time to, console her or get her through, situations, who knows? Keisha might not ever even have these kind of like emotions where she's getting friends, she's not getting friends. I guess you could.
Hello?
Yeah, I think he cut out.
Micah's
about to
Can
go.
I just say one more thing? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that I completely agree with everything that you said. I don't want to go into the future because we were talking about this episode, but my like watching that promo and seeing like what happened in this episode, I think or my prediction was that they're kids, but they realize that it wasn't really anything. Like when they kiss and they realize that all like the feelings or like they have stronger feelings for the partners that they were with, and this kiss is just something that happened because they got caught up because they were spending so much time together and doing all these things. And I completely agree. I think Keisha, as much as I don't like her, I think she does love Cam. I do think she loves Cam. And I don't think JR and Keisha is a thing that is going to happen, especially with 3 episodes up. Like, I don't think get JR and Keisha is something that they're gonna kiss and then, oh yeah, we're in love with each other and break up with their partners. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I completely agree with everything that you were saying about him having, if not for not having baseball and not having all these things, him and Keisha, it would probably never even happen.
Also would like to say that in a relationship, to me, but in relationships, when you have two partners who are emotionally intelligent or whatever, you're growing together, you're both going to have goals, and sometimes your goals are not met at the same time, and someone is always maybe busier than the other person. You don't go off and feed off those feelings. And if you go and if Keisha got with JR based on the fact that he's feeling vulnerable because he doesn't feel complete or he's trying to find a new him, and the same thing with her, like she feels all this rejection, it's going to come a time when they get together, they'll realize they have nothing in common with that. And I think that's what I keep saying, that art is so beautiful because you can see a painting, or you can see the visual, and you don't have to go through it. But trust me, you will always, it's always going to be opportunities in a relationship when you both have goals, you're working. Trust me, medical school, law school, it's just 1 year off, then you got to go to, one is doing a residency and then one is trying to pass the bar. It's all those things can always happen, but you have to understand when you get into these relationships, it's never going to be, sometimes it's not going to be matched the same way. It's not going to be, but you have to see it through because you love this person. It's just that JR is vulnerable right now. If he had all this stuff going for him, he'd be like, all right, Keisha, I'm happy for you. It's good. It's not, it's nothing for him to do. That's all I want to say.
I would like to interject. I agree mostly with what everyone was saying about the timing of it all, and with them spending time together, allowing Keisha to fall. But I think it would be a disservice to JR's character to say that if he had all of these things going for him, he wouldn't have been showing up for Keisha. I think his character shows us the opposite of that. We've seen him go out of his way to show up not just for her, but other people in the friends group. He is literally the one that was taking um, Simone to most of her radiation stuff. He was the one that was holding on to that secret and showing up for her when she needed it. He did the same thing for Damon. He did the same thing for Nate when Nate was having her issues. So I think it would be a disservice to say that, hey, like if he had all of these things going on and Keisha was a friend in need, he wouldn't have shown up for her. I think he has shown us in the past that he would, maybe not to the full extent of everything that he's done, but he would have still made time to show up for her if she needed him that much.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot what I was about to say.
I would just concur. But see, I think that there's something to be said about opportunity as it pertains to time. I don't want to negate all of JR's greatness, kindness, goodness to like, oh, he don't have nothing else going on. I think the intensity to which he can focus for sure is enhanced because he has less going on. And for me, it's more about him. Like, I think that he genuinely is a great guy and wants to do well for people, but I don't think that anything is completely altruistic. And I might regret saying that, but like 10% of the things that he do is because he really feels genuine and like good about it himself. And I do think that these are wins that he can actually attain while he's taking losses in all the other major points in his life. And Keisha, to me, has been, yes, he would do the things that he's doing or like be considerate of her, period, because the type of guy he is. I do also think that he is coming to her rescue and creating these wins for her because they ultimately give him a form in the sense of winning as well.
I would just like, I really appreciate if the story that they're trying to tell, that All American is trying to tell, is one of like circumstances and situations and like stuff happens. Like yes, they kiss, but I would love for All American for once in the entire show's existence that they decide not to make it that, not like, okay, we love you, that we kiss and we're in love, and even though we have other partners or we're in a different situation, we're gonna be together and to hell with everybody else. I hope, I wish that they will have it so that they yes, you kiss, and maybe there was some kind of feelings there, but it wasn't as big as you thought after the kiss, and it doesn't outweigh the feelings that you have for the people that you're in a relationship with currently, and maybe those relationships won't last. Maybe Cameron, Gabby and JR will break up, or even Cameron and Keisha will break up, but at the end of the day, JR and Keisha won't get together because it doesn't need to happen because those feelings aren't that strong, and they realize that through the kiss is what I hope.
Yeah, and I also wanted to piggyback on what you were saying previously, Erica, about JR feeling a sense of a win from what he's done for Keisha. I think it also adds to it that she did helps like save his life, so he does feel indebted to her. So that could also be one of the reason why he does want to go above and beyond, because he feel like there's a debt there that needs to be repaid. And he's overcompensating because of that as well. But I do agree with Micah that I hope, there's another lesson here to be learned apart from awarding cheating,
Yeah.
I just wanted to add, I definitely agree that there's a lesson to be learned here. It's unfortunate this is a lesson at the expense of two other people. But I was just wondering, based on story, because I mean, I don't know how they want to spin this. I really hope they don't go the route of, or they realize that they've been in love since the beginning, but they didn't realize because of this and this that was never mentioned before. But I hope they go the route of, okay, we had to test the waters, and that's not the intention, right? Based on the promo, it seems like Keisha, I guess, feels guilty and then tells Cam in the worst possible way you could possibly do that, in my opinion. But I just wanted to know what everyone thinks, how they think this is gonna go down if they try to explain this to their partners, because that's a really hard pill to swallow, in my opinion. So I just wondering what you guys think.
Crenshaw, Cam. Crenshaw, Cam.
Well, Gabby specifically is probably gonna be heartbroken over it. I need to know if JR is gonna feel any remorse. First of all, if Keisha is so quick to tell Cam, is JR gonna be quick to tell Gabby? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Or is he gonna try and keep it to himself? And so, or well, I mean, if Keisha's already told Cam, then I'm gonna imagine Cam's probably gonna tell Gabby before JR gets a chance to tell Gabby. So there's that. And yeah, I really don't know how this is gonna go. This is gonna be a toss up to me, like for real.
Y'all think Cam gonna write a diss track or something? I don't know.
The way I'm thoroughly enjoying terrorizing everybody in the live by playing that kiss over and over again.
Oh my gosh! Oh, you've just been playing it in a loop.
This might come as a surprise, but like I I think there has to be a consequence to the actions that they both like to what they did. And I think that Gabby and JR will break up. I think Gabby, she's not somebody that's gonna take that. You lied to her the first time and then you kissed her. I think Gabby and JR will break up. Cam and Keisha, I feel like is a more complicated situation because of not only like how much Keisha does mean to Cam, which I don't know why, but she does mean a lot to him, and the length of their relationship. I think
don't know why.
well, I think there's a scenario where Cam and Keisha do end up making it savage.
Honestly, I don't know. I kind of disagree because I feel like Cam and Keisha, they're for sure gonna break up. That's how I feel because like that build up has been major. Like from jump, Keisha has been lying and keeping secrets and then denying this, feeling for JR. And Cam has, in my opinion, been understanding and kind of was able to just let it go and move on. And for her to then come and say that she kissed JR, I feel like that's where we're gonna have to draw the line. Like, I feel like that's where he'll draw the line. Because how do you trust after this? I was already questioning your trust from before because of all the lying and all the secrets. But now you're taking it to the point of, okay, well, I can't trust you around JR because now you kiss him. So you see, I feel like they have more issues hinged upon trust that this, in my opinion, is going to demolish that relationship.
And
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
agree.
I think that's what waters it all, right? I feel like their response to the kiss would have been different had they not had that conversation before, right? Had they not had that confrontation where Gabby went to Keisha and kind of clocked her like, girl, did you plan that date for me? Or were you planning it for yourself? Like,
Yep.
let's call a spade a spade. So I feel like if they didn't have that initial confrontation with both their partners and them calling it to the forefront and both of them denying it so hard, partially because they didn't understand it themselves at that point, or it was hiding under the surface. It doesn't matter now that they've kissed. I think that's going to play a big role in how both couples decide how to um digest this information. Like, I feel like
Yeah.
they would have been easier on them if they just found out, oh, you guys kissed? Like, what? They would, but to be like, oh, you guys kissed after we told you to keep distance, after we told you that there's something fishy going on with your friendship, after we had this conversation to not play in my face and make me that girl, after we told you that there's something fishy going on, I feel like that colors the waters differently.
For sure.
I don't know. I just think like, Keisha has been a menace to
Okay,
Cam's life
I'll
for
leave it to you something
years,
too.
and so if he was gonna break up with her, I think it would have happened already. And I think that if this is the story, there's a story to be told, or knowing Keisha, let's say she tells Cam that she kissed JR, but she doesn't have feelings for JR. She might guilt trip him by saying, you know, when you two people are in a relationship and you start to divert and you seek solace or you seek comfort in somebody else, and maybe she guilt trips him into thinking, okay, it's because you weren't giving me this much attention or whatever. Or I just think that there's something to be said about like two people being in a relationship, they start to drift, somebody seeks comfort in somebody else, but it doesn't change the fact that you do love the person. And cheating, as much as I hate cheating more than anybody, but cheating doesn't always have to end in a breakup. I've seen it happen where people stay together, and they could possibly break up. That would make the most sense. It would be the most predictable thing to break them up at the end of the season and just be done with it. I just wonder if All American may be trying to, for once in their life, write a different story.
I kind of get what you're saying, but I do think what I was trying to say is like I get what you mean. Like yes, like infidelity or cheating may not be like the nail in the coffin for like every single relationship. I just mean this buildup of lies and secrets and like the breakdown in trust like has already been like attacked at in their relationship. Like right now, to me, the way things were looking, the way that Pam was watching JR earlier in the episode tells me that their trust in their relationship is like holding on by a really small string.
Mm-hmm.
And this situation right here, that's gonna demolish that string in my mind. Now, if you have a cord of trust that is very strong, and then something like this happens, is a little different when that revelation comes up in the relationship because you're working with different situation, you know. And so I'm just saying, like that breakdown in their trust even before this kiss is gonna make that very hard for that relationship to stand up.
I
And
Yeah,
even think that Cam and JR might be done after this one.
oh,
yeah.
100%. Oh,
I
100%.
mean,
I think
real
their
talk.
relationship is done. I don't know why I'm doing this because I hate Keisha. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like Cam. I think Cam does love her, and
He
that's
does.
it's see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. I just have this strong with the way how they set it up because usually how they set it up is if they cheat, they're not gonna just immediately go tell the person. I feel like there's something to that, and it will result in even if they do break up, maybe a reconciliation or something between Cam and Keisha by the end.
Do
And
you
see, the
guys think?
interesting thing for me is that I felt like before this conversation started, about who survives or whatever, I really was like, oh, Cam and Keisha are done and JR and Gabby are gonna get through this. But now, to all y'all's points, I'm like, Cam really might love this girl that much. And he's given her so many chances before. So not no shade, Cam, but it also gives like you keep telling her don't do this one more, don't do this again, and then the next time it's don't do it again, and then the next time it's don't do it again. So it's always going to be don't do it again, and I could totally see that playing out. Meanwhile, Gabby in that whole don't make me that girl, she says so much, like so much, and I think
Yeah.
that it could be a deal breaker for her.
Yeah, I also
Yeah,
think in just
yeah.
the fact that the writers haven't necessarily put JR and Gabby in our faces a lot, like they haven't built shown us a lot of the relationship. They probably feel okay, this one can be discarded versus Cam and Keisha. I think they would more try to tell the story with them than to tell it with Gabby and JR.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree that
True.
Gabby she can push on from this. She'll leave JR and that's it. But Keisha is like a muse. What's the muse to Cam? Like he's a songwriter. He's a singer. She would be in his heart and his soul forever. But
This
just like we
track.
just don't want to yes, we just don't want to discount the things that JR he does have these good qualities and all of this stuff like that. So has Keisha. Initially, when her and Cam got together, she was really concerned about him. She didn't want him to go play football. She wanted him to do something else. She was there for him. And you can't discount all of that. But they're gonna figure it out because they have this kind of love. It cannot, I mean, they can be apart from each other and it's not gonna burn out. Gabby and all everybody else, Simone out of sight, out of the heart, So It's not going to be that easy with it. Yeah, it's not going to be that. And the writers are doing amazing. They're just showing these levels of relationships, and they're showing like, you know, it's so many levels of relationships. It's so many levels of love, infatuation, timing, all of that type of stuff. And you do a lot of that when you're young. But I think that like Cam and Keisha is going to be forever. Like he will never get over her.
I think the same. And you know, there's like my face is so disgusted saying it, but it's just so I don't see a world, and especially with 3 more episodes, or how many episodes are left?
3.
I can see the
4.
world where they
3.
4. Oh,
10,
3.
11,
Okay.
12, 13. No, 4. 10,
4.
11,
4,
12, 13. This was episode 9,
4.
right?
Yeah.
4 more.
Yeah, this was.
I can see the world where they stay together, and if this is the case, which showing a storyline where you can cheat but still stay together and stuff like that, I'm just wondering where these writers were at on All American. That's just where I'm like, where were y'all?
Hello. That's
Where were
the
y'all?
part that just like, because if you wanted to give us the intermingling and like, this was my whole point around the love triangles are not something that you have to banish to Narnia and never bring into a show. But if you're going to do it, make it make sense. Make it mean something. Say something with it. Don't have people swapping, hunching each other just for the sake of like, oh, I think y'all gonna be cute together this season and next season they'll be cute together. Like, no. Where was this writing?
This is some of the best writing I've seen since season 2 of All American. Yeah.
You know.
So I got a question. Is there a scenario in which, let's say, we see in the promo Keisha cop to it and they end up staying together? Is there a scenario in which if Keisha were to ask Cam, looks, I'm sorry about what happened between me and JR, but I'm gonna need you to forgive JR and for y'all to start to be cool again. Is there a scenario in which Cam would listen or have a be open to it?
No.
I'm just asking. I'm
You
just
are not
asking.
Keisha is not in
I'm
a
asking.
situation where she
I
can
mean,
ask.
We're not running a church here.
Keisha is not in a situation where she can ask for anything but forgiveness.
Oh,
You
I know
cannot.
that. Well, I know that,
and at
but
the same time,
like
JR and
so.
Ken can be cool, but it will never
Well,
be the same. It will never
well,
be
I
the
know
way.
that. Yeah, because I still feel like even if he were to forgive her, he's still going to be kicking JR that energy that he was kicking to him in this episode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
And
that's
frankly,
fine.
if that's the
Yeah,
case,
because when
then
people
there's no point in us
when
being
people
friends. If you gonna just keep looking at me like, wait, then either do something or let's just stop hanging or let's just stop being friends because I'm not about to play these games. You know what I mean? Like if he cops to it and says, look, I'm sorry, we got caught in the moment, but if you still gonna have this animosity towards me, then I don't see us. What's the point of us being brothers in the frat or
They
being friends?
they
You know what I
not
mean?
brothers in the frat no more.
But they
Well,
won't be.
yeah, there's that. But like,
I
Like
you know
you
think
what I'm
gotta
I think
saying?
I
and
think
doesn't do it
Cam was just
realistic.
going off the vibes that nothing really happened yet, but like he's still watching out for JR because he doesn't fully trust him. That's where that energy was coming from. But I feel like in the real world, it would be so hard for Cam to like be around JR, like after confirmation that they did. Because even when they were supposed to be doing the turkey together, like they couldn't even do that because Cam was so upset, and he's not the type to hold in how he feels. Like he's a very much "I'ma tell you to your face that I don't like you" type person. So I feel like when he does get this confirmation, like he's gonna come for even more smoke for JR. And I'm gonna be honest, like Jordan always be throwing hands at Spencer for no reason. I want Cam to throw hands. It's only because he working and in the office, and he just got this little job that he's trying to produce music. Why I'm just like, all right, I hope he remains level headed. But if he came for the smoke and punched JR in the face, I would feel good about it.
And
You
I
know
think
what? To me, I would see that as a regression.
think not
I,
me
I,
because I'm not.
I, I'd really be. I mean, I'd understand why he did it, but that just to me be regression in his character.
No, but
That's
Kofi, I
me
think
personally.
I think so. All American has brainwashed a lot of people into thinking that if you go and cheat or do this with somebody I used to talk to or I still talk to, that we can be friends because we were friends before. That's not real life. That's not realistic. And I hope they
No.
don't do it in this scenario. They don't have to be brothers anymore. They don't have to be friends. They can be cordial. But at the end of the day, like let's just be real, Kofi. If you had a girl, you had a girlfriend, and your friend, your brother kissed this girl, you guys would not be brothers anymore. There's no way that would happen. But All American has brainwashed us because they did it with Liv and Layla, and they tried to do it. They do it all the time. And it's like, no, that's not realistic. And it's not regression. It's actually growth for you to be able to say, okay,
Yeah.
you were at one point in my life a big part of my life, but after you've done this, I'm going to stand up for myself and say, okay, we need to separate. Like that is growth. That's not
Look,
regression.
No, I was talking
look.
regression if he throw hands, not the
Oh no,
we can't
oh,
be boys anymore.
okay.
That's what
No,
I
I
meant
don't.
as regression. No,
No,
if Cam decides not to be with JR anymore, I wouldn't see that as regression. I'm just like, okay, I understand, bro. But if you like get violent and knock this dude out, like I'm like, it
No,
ain't
I
gonna
don't.
change
Wait.
anything.
What
It,
Kendrick?
he,
What Kendrick say?
oh,
What?
I mean, it ain't gonna change anything. You ain't got a time machine. He still don't put his lips on her, so it's like, what is that? Like, you can't. It's already happened, my G. So like, what? What? I mean,
No, but Kofi, respectfully, I would be down for Cam to put hands on Jan. The only reason I say that is because y'all done stand 10 toes down at this dinner. Oh, you're being ridiculous. Keisha is your girl. He had the
The
audacity to
studio's
say that
holding
out his
itself to a
mouth.
new artist next
Okay.
week, so it's gotta be
And
perfect.
now Keisha coming to say that she kissed Jaya. Like, bitch, hands are gonna be thrown. Okay, I'm so sorry.
that's
He
what I'm
he
saying. I hope he
he
got
should be
hands
gone.
too, bro. Like, I hope he can fight too because he coming. So that's all I'm
Okay.
gonna say.
I think
Well,
that okay, dang, now me losing my train of thought when I'm getting ready to speak. I think that freaking no, why am I losing my train of thought? No, wait, come back to me.
No problem. But what I wanted to say is I just don't understand. Like Jaya's intention. I still don't understand. But hopefully we get more clarity this episode. But I was looking at some of the descriptions for the upcoming episodes, and it's giving a vibe that Jaya isn't gonna tell Gabby, and Cam is the one who's gonna have to tell her.
that's what
So
I think is gonna happen.
yeah, and that is a problem.
Dummy.
That is a problem within itself. But I also wanted to ask Erica because I think you said earlier that you were thinking Cam and Keisha were done, but Gabby and Joe would be able to work it out. And I wanted to know why you were thinking that initially.
Because I felt like JR, or I hoped that JR would be the one, because I know that I think it was Micah that was like, oh, I'm hoping that they just realized the kiss wasn't nothing. I don't think that that's going to happen on both parties' sides. I think that if that is a thing that happens, it's going to happen on one side and it would be JR. Keisha's already too far gone. So I would hope that JR looked at it like, I did this thing. I went there. I should not have went there. And in going there, I realized I really didn't want to be there. And he's going to pull up all the stops to do whatever it takes to save his relationship. And because
Mm-hmm.
Gabby feels so deeply for him, I don't think it would be easy. I don't think it would be just something that she brushed under the rug, but I could see them sustaining. And then my thought process behind that is because they feel like the more stable relationship from the beginning.
I agree. Because that is the way that I saw it, which is why I was like, yeah, Kama and Keisha done for sure. Because I really saw it that way. Like, I know you, but I get what you guys are saying in terms of how much Cam really loves Keisha and how much he really did let slide. But I don't know. I don't see Gabby, in my opinion, just kind of brushing it off like what Erica said. I feel like she feels deeply about Jaya as well. So I think it might be a
And
little more
to the point of
complicated.
like, I wanted to bring this up before, real quick. Sorry, I think that might be Alicia, but I'm not sure. Just give me 1 second. You can jump right in, babe. But I want to make this point. I don't know how strong I feel about it, but I feel called to say it. We were saying earlier, like, Keisha and Cam, I mean, not Keisha, Gabby and Cam clocked this and saw this and spoke to this, and your partner spoke to this. Gabby didn't really clock anything with them. Gabby was given information by Cam, and then made an
Yeah.
informed decision from the information that Cam provided. And I think that there's nuance in that, of Cam being a little bit more charged up because he's the one who discovered the information, one that led him on an investigation to watch them closer. And until Gabby was presented with the scenario as Cam showed, she didn't see it. It's something to be said about that.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Agreed.
What I was gonna say earlier, I think like we're all saying like that Cam, might forgive Keisha or whatever for everything. Granted, I personally feel like that if he's gonna fully cut off JR, that he should fully cut off Keisha. Cause I think, granted, your relationship, your partner is definitely different from your friend, your brother, whatever. But I don't know. I've seen both scenarios where it's like people forgave their partner but didn't forgive the other person. I've seen the scenario where people forgave that partner and then it's like, well, if I forgive then I have to forgive the other person. So I don't know. I'm wondering how it would go. I really would hope and would feel. I would hope that Cam would just cut them both off because, you know, you know. But I don't know. But my biggest thing is I'm wondering. Cause we all know Simone, Nate, Lando. We all know they all gonna find out. I want to know how the group is gonna react and is gonna move when they become privy to this information just based off of other scenarios they found out about and how they reacted. I just want to know how the rest of them are going to move. I don't know. I think
That's a
that's going to
good
be real
question.
interesting.
I mean,
That's
I
a
think,
very good question.
Simone has no room to say anything
yeah,
to anyone.
someone has
Simone
to
has no room.
I mean,
say that.
yeah, that's true.
It's gonna let her might cheat on
They might
older.
cause a fuss because when this scenario got presented to her last week, she's like, "Yeah, y'all did what now?" Like she was of the impression like, "Oh, y'all tripping? Like what? Like that would never happen." But now, I don't know. It's giving damn. What are y'all like? The group
I don't,
dynamic is forever changed now. Like it's
I
changed.
don't, I don't think it would be like that. I think everybody has a lot going on, and so the reveal of Keisha and Jared kissing while it will be like, oh, that's drama, that's crazy. It's not gonna be something that I think is as huge because everybody has other things going on.
No, I
I
think there's
think,
gonna be something because Cam is a part of the friend group. And I think based on the last episode, he's like roommates with Lando as well. So I think it's definitely gonna be a thing for the group. Nate is gonna stand on business and be like, "Yo, you crazy? What are you doing?" Right? Simone might enable the behavior because that's what she wants to. She wants everybody to just do whatever she says. So she
She
might
might
be
have
offended.
sympathy. She might
Yeah,
yeah, she
like
would
yeah.
enable it.
I mean, she might feel where Keisha's coming from, given her own situation in the past. So it's like,
True.
uh,
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna be.
I mean, her and Kim have gotten cool and close, and that's her with KEK brother, whatever. I mean, if anything, I think Simone can have an opinion, but she probably should stay out of it.
True.
Nate definitely finna get on that.
I hope
Yep.
they
Yeah, she
do
can.
I hope they do explore it though, like the dynamics and how it changes in the friend group,
4
because I think
episodes left.
they presented it in last season with Damon, with JR even saying that like you're gonna ruin the friend group if you guys do this.
Oh,
Uh,
clock it.
And so I think they should actually explore that. Who are people loyal to and who's going to call a spade a spade? Maybe not for the full 4 episodes, but even I feel like somebody should have a reaction.
Yeah, I'm just waiting
I
for Damon to
mean,
come
they'll
back to see,
react.
like, what did I walk into? Like, I can
They'll
see a
react.
scenario where Damon comes back from the Dominican Republic. He's at the loft, and then it's just he feels like this uncertain tension where he's like, "What the hell did I miss when I was gone?" Like, I'm waiting for that scene because I feel like
Hello?
Oh, Kofi, muted.
oh, sorry, my fault. I was like, I'm like waiting for Damon to come back to walk into the loft when he comes and like, why is their energy feel off? Like he's gonna clock like something's not right here, and he's gonna like, what did I miss? I'm waiting for that to just.
Damon
I'm
is
waiting for
gonna
that
walk
scene.
in with either his Damon is coming in with his mommy Chula, or he gonna be on the
Nah,
end
that's
talking to
crazy.
Thea.
That's some
Uh,
wicked work.
yeah. See, I can't
He,
see
I'm
that
telling
coming.
you, he's probably on the down low, either talking to Thea or his mommy Chula gonna be coming and getting her green card or something.
See, I don't see that
Her
happening.
See,
I
that's
think he's
green
wicked.
coming.
card? Absolutely the hell not.
I think he's
Yes,
coming.
you will.
I think he's coming by himself. Honestly.
Y'all, well,
No.
I'm
Yeah.
glad that y'all transitioned out of Cam Keisha gate. I mean, Keisha JR gate, because we spent all of this live talking about Keisha and JR and none about Simone, and more important, Thea Mays,
Yeah.
which
Or
they snuck her
Cam.
My
little
girl.
storyline in here, but I ate every bit of the Thea Mays part up because, yes, we love to see it. We don't necessarily love to see you struggling, but we love to see you hit with some real and giving Camille room to, like, do what Camille
Her
does.
getting beat by 12-year-olds. Dirty work.
15-year-olds, not
It's dirty
12-year-olds.
work, but it's so real. And this just also makes me come back onto the All American Homecoming writer's head, because while I can say that the pen is penning as it pertains to JR and Keisha, what was all that bullshit y'all kept giving us last season and this season at the start with everything coming up roses and winning for Simone? Stop. People get their asses
I love
whooped
that.
and they learn from
I
it. Stop. Thea's getting beat by 12-year-olds, and I ain't mad about it because it's going to make her decide if she actually is about this tennis life or if she's not. And if she decides to quit, it's going to be a canon moment. And if she decides to keep with it, it's also going to be a canon moment that ultimately will work out for her betterment regardless. So all they did was give me the confirmation that I didn't necessarily need, but I will certainly take with the Thea May's storyline in this episode, because y'all knew damn well that y'all shouldn't have been giving Simone so many wins that her ass did not earn.
Yeah,
True.
when
But
you
it also
kept saying
sorry.
that Simone was the Olivia Baker of All American Homecoming. You were right, and you can see it especially in this episode when you see her coach tells her, "Oh, you might because of what you did, you might not be on the team and stuff." And she tells her mom, and her mom says, well, I side with Coach Loni, and she's like, "What? There's no sympathy for me, no empathy, nothing." And it's like, what? Like, Simone has
No.
never had never been held accountable for anything that she has done. Like, she has never. I can't remember the last time Simone had any consequences for her actions. She was so shocked that her mom did not side with her, that because like it truly showed how entitled she truly was.
It does. But also, Thea's storyline helped us to see that Simone didn't have to double up on radiation. She could have taken her time out, because if we have 12-year-olds who have never been to college on a pro tour beating Thea, then you will never at risk of not having a tennis career, mom. Okay? That
What did
is what
Erica
I learned.
say?
What?
What did Erica say about 3 lives ago?
You did say that. You did say that.
That's
And I was like,
This is what Erica said.
Kofi, I know you hate to see these Thea storylines coming because all it is giving confirmation to Erica, and you was one of the ones pushing back, like, but no, this is her chance, and she ain't need to do half the stuff she been doing.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, if you want to globe, have at it. I mean, just
I do.
Don't come at me. I mean, it's like okay, but it's
Because
like
you
all
know,
right.
Kofi, specifically, you are very much so parked on the side of like, I really don't get what the whole Simone is the Olivia Baker of Homecoming is. And then they just keep rolling out example after example after example to prove
But
Erica's
she
point.
ultimately suffered consequence. She lost to Coach Loni, right? And she got stripped of the
Barely.
captainship.
She suffered the very bare minimum consequences they could get at girl.
Yeah,
she's not a
lost
captain.
her captain spot.
She should have been kicked off the team.
See, I don't think they were gonna do that. So
That's what she really deserved. To be
And I
kicked
don't
off
know
the
how
team.
tennis works. I don't know how tennis works, but if you can't keep up with a woman that is up in age and hasn't played in a while, then you can't be on the team.
Well, I
hold
wouldn't say that
on.
she
I
hasn't
mean,
played in a while. As a coach, she's playing. She's playing with the players.
I mean, I feel like you shouldn't probably be able to beat your coach so easily. I feel like your coach should kind of a little bit be able to whoop your ass.
I
Yeah,
agree.
man, she was a pro,
Yeah.
so and she held her own. I mean, so it's like I can't be mad that she lost to the coach. I see it would have been realistic if she beat the coach. Quite honest with you, so I'm glad she
Wait,
lost.
Shanoa, you were in here. Why didn't you sound off? You could have sounded off. Shanoa said she wanted to talk about Cam and Keisha. If you come back in here, you can get your points off. Go ahead. Sorry, Kobe.
I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't have been realistic if she beat Coach Loni. So I'm glad she lost. I mean, it was a good,
The way Coach
humbling.
Loni said, Simone was like, "I'll play anybody." Coach Loni said, "You're playing me." She said, "Run me my one." You don't make me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
and
want
even
that
going
result.
back to the age thing, I think even with tennis, you hone in on the sport as you get older because you perfect your technique. And I think Coach Loni really showed Simone because she needed to get pegged down because she thought she was better than everybody and that she could beat everybody. So she needed a lesson. She needed a lesson. And I was watching that game and Thea was like, "Oh, if she gets this point, she has a chance." And I'm like, she better not have a chance because if she wins this, it's over for me. I wouldn't have seen that JR kiss. I wouldn't have seen the rest of the season because it would have been
Same. I would have cut it off
Oh.
immediately. I would have cut it off and I would have been like, y'all gonna have to fight it out. And you know what? I'll just open up my channel and then y'all have at it because I don't care anymore. Quite literally, I don't care.
That's me.
It would have been realistic. It would have been unrealistic.
Had a
I
chance.
agree.
Did you see how Simone tried to turn on Thea?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Because, and like, let's talk about that. Like, for real, let's talk about that. Because Simone, girl, I get it. Like, don't tell my secrets. Like, how could you betray me? But also, how can you put everybody around you that cares about you in such a compromising position where you are forcing them to be deceitful people to protect a bush lie that you should have never even made a secret or a lie to begin with? There is some onus that goes back onto you, Simone, because you even having to keep this lie alive. If you want to lie, then you lie. But you forcing your people to lie for months, now we're in some treacherous ass territory. Because girl, let's be for real. This girl is not only helping you there day in and day out, but she's also processing by herself, might I add, her deciding to give up on something that she has done her entire life and has been a very real part of her personality and ain't said boo to nobody about it and just trying to figure it out. And you want to jump on her head that in a moment where she was having pressure applied to her, she decided to out your secret versus outing hers, even though hers is not even a real lie per se. It's just her trying to figure it out and being in a space where she hasn't yet made a damn decision. Go to hell, Simone Hicks, because no.
I just thought she go ahead.
Look, I don't agree with the way Simone went about it. I can understand the initial, like, girl, what the fuck? I don't think she should have kept going with it. But I can't say that initially. The minute Thea blurred out her mouth, I didn't look at her like, "What damn?"
Yeah, man.
Because
Like,
it's the fact that Thea.
at least let her say it. I mean, I feel
Well,
like
she
she's
has
more
Simone
months
mature.
had
though.
2.5
She has
months to say it.
I
months to
get
Let
say
it,
her
it.
but
say it.
like,
Simone was never planning to say it.
I
Simone's
just
never
don't
gonna
think.
tell her the truth.
I just felt
No,
Thea
yeah,
like cracked too easily. Like,
no,
damn.
no. That's not what
No.
my thing is. It's the
No,
fact that you
Simone should have
use
never
the
lied.
coach as like a cover, but it's like, girl, you're not even training with your coach. What?
And it wasn't even for her specifically. And see, this is why the big C is not gonna save Simone Hicks for real, for real. Like, girl, you want the sympathy so bad, and you're only getting the sympathy that you're getting because of the big C. Because outside of that, it's like the question of, oh, you're not even training with your coach did not come from like, oh, are you okay, girl? It's like, oh, this is why you can't put me with him, because you ain't actually with him. And it's like, Simone, everything is not about you, girl.
Facts.
Her cancer is gone, so I'm back on her head. Cancer is gone. She don't focus
Oh,
no
oh
cancer.
my God. I can't. No, but also, I
Uh,
feel like
Thinking of the
Kofi, you guys
cancer
are going on.
move it's crazy.
Kofi, you guys are
yeah,
going under the assumption that Simone was going to say something. I still
what?
think that
So
she
she
was
was
gonna
just gonna
lie.
keep up the lie. So she was just gonna
Yeah,
keep up the
I
That was
lie
her
really
about
plan,
Coach.
feel
Kofi. She literally outlined her plan. Her plan was never to tell Coach Lonnie ever. She says that.
No, I'm
I think
talking about
Simone
the
would have
moment
sat. I think Simone
when
would have
she
sat
confronts
there
her.
and yes, I think she
That's
would
what
have
I'm
lied
talking
to her.
about.
I
Wait,
think
when
she would
you
have lied.
wait,
I think
I'm
she'd have
confused
sat there
about
and lied
this.
to Sophie.
Hold on,
Like,
Micah, Alicia, and then Micah, then Alicia.
Yeah, Kobe's asking if in that moment, like I think in that moment, Thea never opened her mouth, Simone would have come up with some lie or some excuse. I don't think she would have ever said the truth had
All
Thea
right,
not said something.
okay, just checking.
no, something I've been thinking about is like with sports and everything. Like, at what point do you have your physical right before your season, or like? Of course, as a coach, like it's not even like an option. Like you kind of gotta know the condition of your players. At what point do players usually get their physicals? Because I'm also like, just I think for a story, I'm just like, how do you just avoid? Like your teacher know, your auntie knows who's the president of the school. Like, I'm just like, do you not have to take a physical before the season?
You
Do you
do,
have
but the
to?
physical isn't something that
Yeah,
cancer is going to always pop up in. You're not going to catch cancer in a physical.
yeah, I played
Yeah.
soccer. You know,
I guess I
like
be
it's
thinking, ain't all your medical stuff when you go
Now
to your
that's
doctor,
the
ain't it
part that's
all
interesting
together?
to me. That's the part that's interesting to me and how they handled it. I think that she was able to circumvent Coach Lonnie finding out because she went outside of the medical system of the school. Like, for me, my coaches knew everything about me, but I also leaned heavily on the health insurance that they actually provided. I wouldn't be surprised if Simone went outside of the student health services and like particularly went certain places so that it wouldn't come back. So like my coaches knew everything, whether it was a physical, whether it wound up being my knee surgery that I had, and all of the things in between, because I was working within the system that they set up and it's all communicated back. But it feels like the part that they don't speak to is that Simone went outside of whatever the normal stuff was to make sure that everything stayed private. And they wouldn't know about that because not every doctor is beholden to your athletic career as a college athlete if they don't have any specific tie to the school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
yeah.
I
When
don't know.
I played
Simone and JR really two peas in the pod. They said, we sick, but y'all ain't gonna know. Tee.
yeah, I
But
remember when I
also the
played
aunt had a
soccer.
moral clause.
Yeah,
Like that was the compromising thing from the aunt because she's the president and she to me she needed to be able to tell the coach what was going on.
Coach Lonnie, I can explain.
Because she's putting the
But to
school in
that point
jeopardy.
though, I don't know if Simone or any of them have revealed who doesn't know. I think that when Aunt Tiamara finds out and then Simone says, I'm keeping it from my mom specifically for this reason, it's very easy for her to jump to a place of like, okay, everybody else knows except for your mom.
yeah. And it's easy to hide like conditions like in sports, because like I played soccer and I had like a private doctor. Like I had some bone thing that like almost something like it was both bone and hamstring, and I had this issue, but I played through it. But this was with a private doctor that I had. So whenever I did the physical at school, like if I told them to be honest, but if I didn't tell them, it would have never gone on record, and they would have thought I was 100%, and I would have been able to play without any concern. So yeah, there's
But I
like
would
you can
think
give
that
you.
Auntie Amara had a moral obligation to the school as well
She
to let
does,
them
but what
know.
I'm saying in reference to that is that I don't think that she was operating with the understanding that Coach Lonnie didn't know. If anything,
Oh,
Coach Lonnie would know of Simone's health before Amara would.
Yeah.
Now, she didn't do her due diligence and like specifically maybe asking Simone, but I don't think that this is a question of her compromising her morality to hide this with or go along with Simone's lie. I think because with her being busy and back and forth to the White House, I think that she assumed that the tennis team would know.
She held Simone to a higher standard, and Simone fell short as she usually does. That's what.
It's not even just fell short. This is in a moment of weakness. Okay, Asher Adams, no, like you made an active choice to manipulate the situation.
Another moment.
I say we have to throw Asher in there. Okay.
I mean,
Kofi. Kofi. Kofi.
It's
Don't
all
do that.
right. It's all right. It's all right.
Lord,
I
not
get it.
again.
Yeah, Kofi. We
John, you
laughing
still
at
there or you
that.
sleep?
I'm still there.
No, John. Oh, John's gone.
I'm still
John's
here.
gone.
Okay.
Yeah. But I felt like she got off easy. I mean, did she really learn a lesson in all of this? I don't know.
Nope.
Oh,
no, I think
And
if Simone was faced with the same challenge tomorrow, she would have done the same thing.
For sure.
Agreed.
Simone will never have lessons. Like she's made all the mistakes, and I think that's a mistake for the writers to portray all of the things that she's been through. It's like it's no repercussions. You know, she
nope.
seems just to glide through everything.
And
Yeah,
you
I
even think
think
about it,
she
like
should have at
she's
least
been
been
through,
suspended.
like Simone
Yeah,
has been
even
through a
that.
lot. Like I will say, Simone has been through a lot of stuff. But despite all the stuff that she's been through, you can't really say that she's become a change or she's grown in really
But
any of
yeah,
this.
when you look at it, even in this case, right? The thing that Simone wanted most after lying to her coach, putting her coach in a compromising position, because what if something happened during training and she just falls out, right? She passes out, something happens, the coach is gonna be held responsible, even though she wasn't privy to the information of Simone's cancer, right? She put this lady's whole career on the line for what reason? None. No reason whatsoever. And the thing that she
Yeah.
wanted the most was to stay on the team. And at the end of the day, even through playing and losing from a professional, someone that's been doing this for years, someone that is better than her, right? She still came out of that with the thing that she wanted most. She could care less about being captain. What she wanted was to stay on the team, and she came out with that. So I
Yeah.
don't even see it as a punishment. I see it as a cop out from the coach for whatever reason. Maybe as a final sympathy card for the cancer, she's just like, okay, let me not like ruin this girl's dream since it was cancer that she was lying about, so I'll at least, like, keep her still on the team, but I feel like she should have been demoted some positions. Whatever seed she was, she should have been dropped down at least 2 pegs or something, because I feel like her coming out with what she's been asking for from the very beginning of this episode, which is to stay on the team, her losing the position as the leader doesn't seem like a punishment in my eyes.
And she'll
yeah,
probably get it back eventually. So it's like whatever. She's probably gonna
yeah.
get the captain back.
And honestly, when I really think about this, I'm even more annoyed about her decision to not utilize the thing that is actually there for moments like this. Maybe not specifically cancer, but definitely injury. Like red shirt is there as a resource. It is not there as a punishment. So in addition to you going through radiation and a lumpectomy, you could have literally taken the rest of this year and this whole season to train like nobody's business and come back better than ever with plenty of time to get your behind to the top of the heap as it pertains to your whole division, whether it's nationals, to really prep yourself to launch into what could be a pro career after you finish and graduate with your degree, but you would extend it and have additional 2 more years to actually compete on the collegiate level. But no, you're just so hell-bent on like, it's my money and I need it now, that you're going to rush back and not even utilize redshirting to your benefit, where it could literally buy you additional time to become a better player.
I
Yeah,
think that's just an
that's
indictment
the whole thing.
to writers. I think that's
Yeah, I
like
mean,
writers don't understand necessarily college sports or sports in general, and so they probably didn't even think of it.
yeah, I'm gonna give the example. Like, there is a guy on the University of Miami, this tight end, who has been playing college football for 9 years because he redshirted his first year, and then his subsequent 3 years he suffered a major injury, but he didn't use all his 4 years left of eligibility. So he's still playing. He scored a touchdown in the game against the Florida Gators. Miami whooped Florida like 41-17, and it's an amazing story. So like, the red shirt isn't a death sentence. Like, there have been plenty of guys from all sports, men and women, who've used the red shirt, use it as a way to recover, and then they've come back stronger than ever. So I don't know why she didn't utilize that, to be quite honest.
But in terms of storyline for the show, we also skipped over basically their whole sophomore year. Then junior year, if she were the red shirt, it's like, how, I guess I'm thinking, and Erica, you could probably talk to this, I guess like storyline wise, how did they really, I guess, portray her red shirt, and if we never see her play this,
She just can't compete in actual collegiate regulation matches, but she can still practice with the team. She can still, do non-official games or whatever. She could do off-season play. Like, she could still do all of those things. And for me, with the storyline, it actually lines up because y'all also started the season off with her building her own damn major and coming up with a damn degree, because that's easy to do at a HBCU. So the girl has arrived into her junior year and hasn't even declared a major, literally catches cancer and could redshirt, but I'm rushing to graduation. Meanwhile, I don't even know what my degree is going to be in, and I'm already in my junior year. I don't even compute somebody coming out of sophomore year without a major.
Hey, look, not too much.
And not that it's a bad thing, but how are you actually going to get all the credits that you need to get a degree in one thing if you have just been taking things sporadically? You have not been working towards the goal. No shade to however long you spend in college, babe. I will never judge you on that. Like, I actually had teammates, because Xavier, in addition to having an undergraduate school, we also have a pharmacy school, and a bunch of my basketball teammates were pharmacy students, and they were able to go pre-pharm and then get pharmacy school paid for, which winds up making them be there for 6 years. Or have an additional year, because Hurricane Katrina happened. They were able to get the first year paid for. There was one person who redshirted that wound up getting both undergrad and pharmacy school paid for because they were there the whole 6 years, and they actually were able to extend in that way. So I'm not saying you got to get your butt up out of there, but I'm saying, Simone, y'all just told us that she does not even know what her major is going to be, which means she is not checking off the classes for any particular degree. There is something to be said about when you're trying to get a degree, you have to get a certain number of credit hours in certain departments. So it, to me, fully lined up of like, girl, you won't be here a minute, and that's okay. But now you want to rush?
Because unless baby is taking because I'm like, it's really more so the Gen is, but unless baby is taking 18 credit hours, which I could barely do 15. So unless she's doing 18 to catch up on whatever, I guess, prerequisites or Gen is, nah, baby got a stress semester.
Period.
Simone's taking 18?
No, I'm saying because I know for me, I declared my major in my junior year, but that's also because I was transferring school. It was a whole lot. But usually with your major, they have certain gen eds or prerequisites you have to take before you can do your major classes. So I don't know how it works when you make your own major, but depending on how it is, she may have just been taking willy nilly gen ed classes and not taking anything that fits her specific major. And typically, the way you catch up and graduate in 4 years is average is around 15 credit hours a semester. Depending on hypothetically in this imaginary world how she's doing it, sometimes you might have to take 17 or 18 to play catch up.
Yeah.
So yeah.
If you're declaring your major that late. Like
Having
all
her
signs
creating her
story wise
own,
pointed to Simone slowing down and she still sped up. It's diabolical.
having her create her own major was the most ridiculous thing, and I forgot about it. That's how ridiculous it was. I forgot it even happened. Like, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Like, what? And then you have like, there's no way it works. It doesn't work because it's the most unrealistic, most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'm
Only
here
in
struggling
America.
with 15 hours. I'm here struggling in college. 15, like, as I'm talking to y'all, I'm doing my assignments. Like,
And then they
Yeah.
gave us the example of JR, who literally decided to declare as a junior just to bake in his hopes of actually getting the baseball team back. So you mean to tell me that JR is 100% willing and able to put the brakes on his academic career, even though he doesn't actually need to, and he gonna go take whatever fluff classes he needs to hang around and potentially get baseball again? But Simone Hicks with cancer and can't declare a major, can't possibly fathom staying an extra year. Okay.
And then
Yeah.
to
all of that,
villainize
all of that.
the red shirt to the coach to be like, "Oh, I didn't tell you because I know you were gonna red shirt me." Like, girl, how you know?
Jared did all
You
of
didn't
that just
even
to
give me a
not.
chance to even offer you a red shirt. Like, maybe if you had come to me, I could have told you the reason why it would have benefited you and showed you that it wasn't a punishment as you were seeing it as.
What
But to
did you
throw
think?
that in
What did you think she was gonna do? Kick you off the team? No. Like, look at how she came at Thea for saying I love you. Like, you're not just a player to me. You're more than that. You telling me you couldn't come to your coach, and then if you told her, Coach, I got diagnosed with breast cancer, she would have been like everybody else. She would have coddled you, like, baby girl, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna put you on this red shirt. We're gonna get through this. You know what I mean? Like,
But
I just don't understand why she didn't feel like her coach would have her back in that moment.
that's also why
yeah.
Coach
Because the
Lonnie
writers
said,
had the right. Remember the writers had Thea when she had her shoulder hurt. Coach Lonnie said the writers fixed it. That Coach Lonnie said you should redshirt right away. But she never like she's gonna give Simone more chances after you lied. So
I
look,
also
I don't like how the writers did that.
I also
Mm.
feel like it also speaks to what Coach Lonnie said about like it kind of shows how you feel about me and I guess our relationship. Like I thought we were closer than that. Because if you didn't think you could talk to me about this, like I thought we were building something. If you didn't feel like you could trust me or that I would listen or I would, woo, then clearly we didn't build up as close of a coach player relationship than I thought we did.
And it
Yeah.
makes me
Yeah.
even more mad because earlier in the season, Coach Alani told her not to poke her nose into the whole tennis team maybe losing their funding and whatever and having to shut down or whatever it is. And she stepped over Coach Lonnie's head and still did what she did. Even though it did save the tennis team, it also cost other people stuff, right? And when she was
Yeah.
happy about Coach Lonnie had to like bring her back and be like, I have friends now that I have to go comfort because of what you did. So she didn't even understand the magnitude of what she did. And so for her to come back again and add to that injury that she did to her coach earlier in the season, and then the only punishment she gets this time is to not be captain.
Yeah. That's wild. He
Like,
should
how
have
does
just
So
Coach Lonnie
suspended
trust
her.
her after this? Like, how does she believe anything she says?
She
that's
shouldn't.
she shouldn't, but I don't know how this is gonna go. Like she
Yeah, we all
gonna
do.
get so it's like uh so what else do we want? We like
But
focus on Thea for a little bit. Like I was surprised that she was so ready and willing to want to walk away from her dream. I mean, she's always presented herself as this bomb tennis player, so I'm like, to see her shaking and showing a little bit of vulnerability was kind of surprising to me, honestly.
Well,
Well, I
I mean,
think that the writers didn't give us enough background because Thea went through. You can't tell me that she didn't go through a lot with realizing that Simone and Damon got together, and I'm sure that that had a lot to do with her as well. So I think the writers, like they left a void with that.
well, I mean, I think it was really relatable. What they did with Thea this episode, and in revealing what she's been going through, because I think as when we're younger, we have these dreams and we have things that we want to go after. But sometimes when you get to the place that you wanted to be at, it may not manifest in the way that you dreamed it would or the way that you may have expected it to. So I thought that was really relatable and it was very realistic to sometimes how things go in life. You might dream about something and intend for that to be the thing that means everything to you in the world, and then reach to that place and it's not what you expected, it's not what you thought it would be. Now, I don't think that necessarily means that she was easily walking away from it. I think she was taking the time to contemplate how she feels about the manifestation of her dream and how she wants to navigate that going forward. I don't think she was just throwing in the towel because I don't think she's that person, and they haven't portrayed Thea to be that kind of person as to just like quit and give up. Um, but I think that is very real to contemplate, hey, is this how I saw my dream going? Like, sometimes things don't always go the way that we may have imagined that it would go. And I think that that was very real. And I really loved that part of the episode a lot.
And I think it's something to be said about the specific journey of going pro. And it is very much so. It happens at multiple levels, not even specifically going pro. When you go from high school to college and you're like the best player in your high school. And for me, like I was one of the best players in my city. And then you get onto a college team and you are now with the other best players of whatever other cities. And it's kids from all around the country. Now you become a drop in a bucket of greatness. It's the same thing as when you go pro. So I felt like everything about this was very real. I'm not negating any of the trauma that she could have still had lingering by the betrayal of Damon and how that was handled. But I think that from what we were given, it was a very authentic story to going from being a big fish into a little pond to being thrown into a either even bigger pond or a lake or the ocean. And like, how do you adjust?
Yeah, and I think especially she started her pro journey literally right after her injury. So she didn't even give herself time to breathe and build back up fully before she went into the circuit. So I could get her not being at 100%, also knowing that she's a perfectionist and she puts a lot on herself already, so I could see her not performing at the level that she expects to, perform and hit being a bigger toll on her than it would the normal person, just because of her personality, and she's been doing this since she was a child, right? And it's all she's ever known. So I think it was really beautiful for her to take this moment of pause. Most people do it like when they're in college, if they're in a major and it starts to get challenging, they're like, do I really want this career path? Do I really want to do this? Should I switch major? Should I switch that? And for Thea, I think it was beautiful for her um, not to experience that in college, but going pro and finally taking a moment to say, Is tennis what I really want to do right now? Do I really want to push through this rut that I'm going through and challenge this dream, or should I be looking at other pursuits? So I think it's very normal. People experience it at different points in their life. So I think it wasn't too far-fetched for her to go through this moment of reflection and actually figuring out if this is something that she really wants to keep going with, or if she should change her trajectory.
Yeah. And there's also something very real about, and I think she also mentioned that, like the expectations that people have of you and trying your hardest to meet that, especially when you, like we mentioned, like she was like the best at in college in on her team, and so there's an expectation that comes with her going into the pro circuit. And so for her, although she is battling deal it not going the way that she expected, she also has to battle with, wow, these like all these people really thought that I was great, and how do I navigate, like, the possibility of disappointing them because they all expect greatness from me. And that is another challenge, I think, that when you're young, or even when you're in college, or when you now come out of college, that's a very real challenge because everybody's expecting you to go out and do great things. And sometimes that takes time, or that's just not a reality. And I think that's very real.
Yes, I agree. Real quick, y'all, I was perusing Twitter because I'm also streaming this conversation onto Twitter Spaces. And
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take us back here and we don't have to harp too much, but I do want to say this because this is why I don't be on Twitter. Okay? This person said, I'll be honest, I'm not even mad at the kiss. Cam caused all of this. He let his insecurities and immaturity get in the way. Instead of having a real conversation with his girlfriend, he planted the seed of doubt in somebody else's girlfriend's head. And
Oops.
it's crazy because I saw that after seeing somebody else say that Gabby is insecure and clingy. And I was just like, it
Are
must
we
be me. Because
watching the
what the
same
hell?
show? Are we
Listen,
watching the same show?
It's giving
Ooh.
delusion.
I'm sorry. I have a confession to make. Now that you brought up that app, Erica. Okay, I was gonna look just fight with someone today on the little app because they were saying some real out of pocket stuff. They're like, Gabby deserves it. Cam deserves this. That's what you get because you weren't focusing on your girlfriend. I'm like, what? What
Yeah.
show are we watching?
Well,
Like, we're
well,
watching totally different shows.
Yeah.
for
I
y'all's mental
mean,
sanity, just stay off of All American Twitter. It's the worst.
yeah.
It's full of a
Clearly.
bunch of people
been
that just
gone for a
talk.
very long time, but I'm trying to do better with like pushing my content to all of the things and like just showing up better and marketing what I have going on here because I have other goals that is just going to require this.
As
But
you
the
should.
moment I step into this, it's just like, this is why I don't come here.
Not
It's
blaming the
it's full
victim.
of a bunch of people that watch All Australian because they don't watch All American. They watch a
It,
different show, and then they talk
it's
about All American. And I mean
yeah,
Homecoming, but to shorten it, they talk about the show, but that's not what they actually watch. It's
it's
something that they made up in their minds.
yeah.
To say that
There's
Cam brought all of this on because he's insecure.
I don't
That's
know
crazy
about
to
all
me.
that.
That's
No.
some
I will
wild work.
say that it
I
was a
mean,
difference that Keisha and
You
Cam
think that's
kissed
bad?
or they became close because of what they experienced, the trauma bonding, other than if they would have all been friends and this would have come out of nowhere. So I think
but
that,
Mm.
not
it has
even.
levels to, I think it has levels to things. It just didn't come out of nowhere that these are two friends in the friend group and they just all of a sudden just got together like that. It was based on a traumatic thing that happened. So I wanted to say that earlier, but I didn't want to go back to them. But I will say that.
Also, I feel like Cam and Gabby both didn't have a problem with JR and Keisha's relationship and them getting close because Cam and Gabby are close. That wasn't
Yeah.
the problem. The problem became when when Cam initially realized that, like, okay, Keisha's been lying and JR has kind of always been in the background of the lie. Gabby, when Cam showed her the videos, Gabby was like, "Oh wait, that outfit that day, he told me he was doing one thing, but he's there." And then you add on the fact of like earlier, remember Gabby found out that JR was trying to bring back baseball because Keisha told Cam and Cam told Gabby and Cam told Gabby that Keisha told him. So it's like they didn't have a problem with it. It's just they always just happen to be at the scene of each other's crimes.
And that's like
Exactly.
even
And I
that
feel
drama.
like the writing has shown us time and time again, not that Cam is jealous. If we're gonna say somebody's jealous and insecure, it would be Keisha because
Hello.
she said it out of her own mouth that the reason why there's a disconnect between them at the core of it is that she's jealous of Cam because of where he is now and where she is. So it's not even a Cam thing, it's a Keisha thing and something that she's battling internally and because Cam is the source of her jealousy, she can't confide in him the way that she would have because that would also add a strain to their relationship. So she's putting that trust into JR because she's not jealous of JR. She doesn't want anything that JR has. So it's easy for her to be like, "Oh, I'm not popping off and dancing the way I should be. I'm doing these street dancing stuff." Whatever. So I think beyond the trauma bond, it's her jealousy in Cam that put a strain on their relationship.
That part.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I'm sad that
That
you
part.
saw that because most of All American Twitter I've seen since the whole Keisha JR thing is the consensus for the first time has been, yeah, Keisha and JR can go to hell. Like I think most people are with that like idea in their minds. Yo, you have a
Yeah.
earphone?
I
One,
literally just saw that.
it is
It's literally just popped up. The girl just tweeted it like 7 minutes ago. So this is very new. Hey Antonio, welcome in.
hey, I man, I'm so
What up,
heated. I
bro?
don't even have nothing to say. That's how
Mm.
upset I am. Like I just heard the tweet of this girl talking about Cam. I can't even respond to ignorance and I don't even know what to say.
So, Antonio, when you saw it happen live, what was your immediate reaction, like verbatim, like when you saw it happen between Cam and or between Keisha and JR when they kissed? Like, what immediately came to mind?
I was just like, come on, son, really? You spent this whole episode talking about, oh, this is my friend. I love my friend. Yeah, we just friends. You're looking at Cam weird because he kicking and giving you different energy, which is the energy that you deserve to begin with in the first place. And now you're gonna pull this, and I'm like, you seeking her out all the time when you already know they asked you not to do it, and you did it anyway. And then not only did you do it, but you also like kept it a secret again because he could have answered the phone when Gabby called and Keisha was right there, but he didn't want to do that because he know he wasn't supposed to be sitting and talking with her.
Fox.
wait, what's the problem with that? Was it that they didn't want them talking, period, or they didn't want them to be as close as they were?
He didn't want them to be as close as they were,
They want them to
and so
keep distance.
yeah, JR and Keisha's solution to that was just not being around each other as much.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, I don't
Which
think
to me means if you got to do all that, then you already know there's a problem. Because if I gotta go to these lengths, then something else is wrong already.
But I don't think JR was seeking her out. They just kept running into each other. Coincidence or not, like it wasn't like
He could have kept
JR
walking.
just walked into the spot and Keisha was sitting down. Or like he just stood there.
He could have
Yeah,
kept
but
walking. She got other friends.
he didn't need to sit down.
Okay, fair.
She got other friends. She got a whole house full of friends.
Oh my god! So now we avoid these people now. We
Yeah,
avoid.
we
It's not
avoid
even
people that you in
avoiding
love with
people.
when you're in a
Like
relationship.
he was
Oh,
being
how
too
we
funny.
know?
The people you in love with if it's not the person you in
How we know JR in love with Keisha though? For real.
No, this is a Keisha thing. I think that is
Okay.
100% a Keisha
I mean,
thing.
he's the one that popped up in his room.
Yeah.
JR, she
She's using
blatantly.
him. She's using JR as a distraction, so she doesn't have to deal with her jealousy for Cam. She don't have to do no work. She don't have to do anything. She can just sit there and throw her little pity party and have somebody come and clean up her mess and do everything for her that she don't want to do or can't do herself.
Oh,
Yep.
Then read her down. Read her down,
That
Antonio,
whole
then.
episode, she's sulking. She's been sulking since she got her rejection letters. Oh, woe is me. Oh, this didn't work out. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, this rejection. Okay, well, do something about it then.
Nah, I
One
can't
shot
lie. If I
gaming,
got
it's
rejected
already a
from
wrap.
all
One shot gaming is doing I guess a drinking game, and you gonna be drunk off that Hennessy now that we didn't back on Keisha.
Now I will say, if I've been rejected, if I applied to like 10 graduate programs and every single one rejects me, I'm gonna be a little upset.
She can't dance. She's not good. I don't know why the show keeps having her dance.
Okay, let's not do that now.
Okay,
I mean,
like,
you got skills now. Like,
this is gonna be
stop.
Okay, let me.
You got this girl
Can I say
walking
something?
around
Because
the hood.
I've had a little experience with this, right? So some of y'all might not know, but I'm going to school for music, right? And like I go to ODU, and you audition to get into the school of music. Like even if you get accepted to the university, you still have to audition for the school of music. And on my first try for my audition, I didn't get in. And yeah, I got sad and maybe a little depressed. But what I didn't do was just sit there and complain about it not coming through. I found another way to do something else. I went to community college. I worked on my music skills. And then after a while, I went back and I auditioned again. And then I got in. So looking around
Anthony,
all the time doesn't help.
you have talent.
Say what?
You have talent. She ain't got none.
Michael, please.
Okay.
Stop.
My point.
Wait, hold on, wait. I got something.
My point is, at the time, I wasn't as talented as I thought I was, or I wasn't talented enough to get into where I needed to get. But I took the time to work on my craft, and then eventually, I was able to get where I needed to go.
Wait, hold on. I got a question.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Shanoa is
Oh.
also in here, so I want to take a second to say, hey, Shanoa, girl, we're back on the topic that you wanted to speak on anyway, so feel free at any point to jump in.
I just wanted to say,
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
F JR and Keisha. I can't stand this. This is the worst thing that's ever happened on the show. No, I'm just kidding. But like, I cannot stand this whole thing. I know y'all done said every point I probably wanted to make. I don't care. I'm gonna say it again. I cannot stand them in this storyline. And then the fact that they was kissing with the door open. Oh, y'all bold, huh? Oh, y'all bold? So y'all just gonna kiss with the door open like that? Anybody can come walk by and see y'all? Oh, okay. I see how it is. I cannot stand this storyline. I wanted JR to be like, no. You gonna let her hold your hand, B? You gave her a little comfort hand pat, and then she flipped the hand over, and y'all gonna intertwine? Yuck! I hate this storyline. Okay, thank you.
Wait, hold on. I had a quick thing to ask of like about Keisha and out of respect to Erica, thou who should not be named from Bel Air, and in terms of like dancing of like, is it? I'm wondering like, are we supposed to believe in the TV magic and the delusion that these are actually supposed to be really good dancers? Like they are as good as the characters are as they are in the show, or
The wild
or they kind
thing,
of playing
the wild thing about that is Thou Who Shall Not Be Named is actually a dancer and goes to a very prominent dance studio here and has dance videos on their social where she's actually putting in that work. That's
so
the
it's the
wildest part of the whole thing for me. It's like, so then why they got you looking?
Her, but
so it's
Keisha
like
can't
she
dance.
actually
So
is a dancer and it's supposed
She
like
actually is a dancer.
so
Yeah,
it's
I've
like
seen her
they're just
videos.
not choreographing her in the way that at least to a lot of us would show that, which might fix part
Unless
now the
they are
problem. But
doing exactly what they want to do, which is Erica's point, in that she don't have to do all of that because her titties is sitting and she look how she look.
that is going
She
into
could do
that.
it, but she don't
That is
have
going
to.
into that.
Yeah, because I've seen
So you
her
think
videos.
that
Like she
is a
got
real dancer?
skills. She got skills now. Like I don't know why they didn't let her do some of the moves she'd be doing on her YouTube videos. Like unless they're
and
trying to
I'm
make a
thinking,
commentary.
Erica has
and
told
I'm
y'all
thinking in
why, and then I got labeled a reverse colorist after I told you why.
because I guess in my head I'm thinking like, okay, in the show, her character is applying for Juilliard, so clearly, like, you know, she's performing in front of all these rich folk. Her character is wanting to apply to Juilliard, so I'm thinking like, okay, in the show, like she is supposed to be as good as the actress is supposed to be. If they're having her do and say these things, it's just like, you know, whether it's a conscious choice or not, they ain't really showing it as much as they really could be.
And I think it's something to be said about the choice and like propping her up with tap dancers and then having her not tap. Like, why would y'all pick that for her? Like, why didn't you give her something that she could actually shine in? I don't know if she can actually tap dance, so maybe that's why they didn't have her do it. But going back to Keisha, I will say that I interviewed Netta last year on the channel. I believe it was last year. And she said that she's not a dancer. So there's that.
Oh, okay. Let me take that back then. No, she
Oh, and
tried.
then I wanted to say this
You
about the dance
think
thing.
you can't get Camille to interview her?
I'm working on it.
Oh, and
Please,
I want to say this.
I would love that.
My bad. I just want to say this about the dance thing. The whole thing with the not getting into grad schools is that, remember, she applied when she was still doing her modern dance thing. So they're trying to pop up this whole street dancing as like the art form that she really connects with and excels with. So that's why they had the choreographer come in talking about the street dancing reel that JR gave her. Because basically she applied with her modern dance like routine, and that's where she got rejected from. She didn't give them any of her street dance stuff because she was still exploring the new style at the time that she was applying. Regardless of whatever with this whole dancing, I think what somebody was saying earlier, the fact that she is jealous of Cam, and it's not even that she's jealous of what Cam has because she doesn't want to be in music. She's just jealous that he's succeeding. And I don't know, because JR currently isn't succeeding right now, I feel like they're relating on that too, which is kind of like, I don't, it's weird and kind of sad. And
They
I
left the
just,
company.
I,
It is
I,
sad.
I thought that it was just in a friendship way. Like, I'm just confused. Why do we have to do this same storyline again and then have them cheat on top of
Because
that?
they did it wrong the first time.
Because they didn't have Damon and Simone cheat? Is that how they did it wrong?
They
No,
didn't
because
have it.
it was no actual meat to it. Like, Quiet as Kept, this is annoying as hell, but it's a solid storyline. The
Oh,
meat and
hell.
potatoes of the bones of it is annoying in theory, but the way they're executing it, I don't think that they have executed a love triangle or square as masterfully as they're doing this.
Yeah, this is
Agreed.
hitting so
Especially if
soft.
they do it the way that we think they're gonna do it. Like if they don't end up like in the way that they don't end up together, unlike Spencer and Layla, Spencer and Lydia. If they do it in this way, it'll be perfect. Like it'll be a good storyline.
No, I need
If
for
y'all,
them to do. My bad.
no, you were first. Go.
Hold on, real quick, before
I'm
you
so-
move on, you know what? Before you go back to that, I also want to note that we are very tough critics. I was about to say y'all, but I'll say we are very tough critics because y'all also didn't want Coop to rap no more, and I wasn't really mad at her raps. But go ahead.
I was
No,
gonna
okay.
say,
Coop was better. Coop was better in Empire. If they had the Coop that rapped in Empire rapping in American, it would have been way better.
period. I was gonna say, freaking, I need the way they had Simone. I think last season, whatever, with like Layla, like wish she was running the best and all that, but like I need my distance. Like I don't want to be in this vortex. We can keep it cute from a distance. I think Cam and Gabby need to do that and just keep it cute from a distance. We got the same friends, like cool. We ain't gotta be just keep your distance.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna be
They Simone and
feasible.
Layla.
So are y'all of the mind that they're not gonna end up together? Because I'm not sure. Because I really
I
thought JR was gonna rebuff her. So I don't know. Y'all think they
I
don't?
don't I
Wait,
don't
who?
know.
Shane Jr.
JR and Keisha. Y'all don't think they're gonna
No,
end
they're
up
not.
together?
No, they're
I
not gonna
think
do it.
Cam is a simp. Love him though, and I love that for him. But I think
Oh,
he is
babes,
really
I'm
down
sorry. We
bad.
don't use that word here.
Okay, my bad.
That word isn't
I think
real.
my bad. I think
Not
he
too
is
much
very.
now.
I
Not too much on
I
my
think
guy.
he's. I
Can't
think
stand
he's
up.
very. I think he's down bad for
Okay.
Keisha.
Yeah.
I don't know if Gabby is that down that if like that for JR. Especially I feel like Gabby has done a little bit more for JR than we've seen JR do for Gabby. That
Yeah.
like
And that's
eh,
the thing. That's the part that's like I low key love it for Gabby of her being a woman who's not that down bad for this man, and like she does love him and she has been moving mountains for him, but also she has a certain amount of self-worth and self-love that she will give him up if he's trying to put her in a box that she don't want to be in. But then on the back end it's like, but JR is a good guy. So what do I
Yeah.
root
But it's
for?
like if I
no,
heard
but
there was something about the synopsis being JR doesn't tell Gabby. That's what it sounds like. I haven't read it, but if that is what it sounds like, JR and Gabby aren't gonna last, especially if he's lying about it. And Keisha tells Cam the episode right after. Like
yeah.
that's not
And
gonna
then
last.
that be the second time Cam coming to her with some foolishness about you and Keisha? Oh no,
Yeah.
baby. She's gonna leave him in the dust. I really hope so. I don't know. I'm team you gotta leave them when they cheat on you because it's so inconsiderate. And I feel like maybe there are scenarios where people do better after infidelity, but I haven't seen them in real life. So when
It's
people
like
play in your
very
face like that,
warfare against you.
huh?
And I come from like
I didn't
Hold
hear
on,
what you
Mike.
said.
Hold on, Kenny, Micah,
Because it
then
was
Mrs. Science.
Yeah. Right. I was just gonna say I feel like if Gabby is definitely not she's not down bad like how Cam is down bad about Keisha. That is for sure.
Yep.
Because Cam he has been understanding. He has been patient. This man has stretched patience farther than I've seen patience stretch when it comes to Keisha. And I just I don't Gabby's gonna stand on business. He's gonna stand on business. But I agree. I feel like she really does love Jaya because when she said don't make me that girl. And you could hear the like emotion behind that because although I like to stand on the fact that yes, as black women, we can be strong and we could stand on business and all that stuff, but there's also a vulnerability and an emotional side to us that I feel like sometimes is overshadowed by, oh, you're so strong or whatever. So I really hope that they tap in to vulnerability and emotion because like that's kind of really effed up what happened and is gonna be very hurtful. So I really hope that they tap into that because her being strong isn't really that doesn't negate how painful it will be for her. And I think that that's something that we really need to remember as well because even though I mean Cam is more you could see more because he has a more softer side to him up front that he's really down bad about Keisha. And so we could feel that, but I think we need to also see it on both sides when it comes to Gabby as well.
Micah?
I don't think that Keisha loves JR, and I think she loves Cam, and I think that situations and circumstances cause this flirtation or whatever it is that happened between them and resulted in them kissing. But I don't think they love each other. And I think as for the cheating part, like you never underestimate how much like somebody loving somebody can do. Because I've always been one to say, if a guy cheats on me, I will never take him back. It's over. It's wraps. It's done. My boyfriend cheated on me. And I could have, bro, I didn't break up with it. It was hard to get over it, but we got over it. And it was better for, like, in the end, the relationship, like, we eventually broke up, but it wasn't because of anything that he did after that one thing incident that happened. And he was a better partner, it was a good relationship going through. And I never held it over his head or anything like that. So you got, like, situations and circumstances. It's not always cheating is the final straw.
Well,
Mr.
I have two
Science?
things to say. Yes, I have two things to say. One is, let me say this first. I do feel that I don't subscribe to cheating because I can never see myself being with a person I don't trust. And regardless of anything, if I don't trust you, I don't want to be around you. I can't have you in my circle, in my life, in my heart. So that's that. So cheating is, but I do understand the circumstance. I would love to see the writers that we could have seen how Cam reacted when Keisha volunteered to be his donor, because that to me, you'd be like, what? Like, where is this coming from? And that's your girl. Like, to me, that should have been a decision both of them made.
I think they may have, right?
I
Because
disagree with that one.
Yeah,
really?
I
That's a hard
disagree
Really?
as well.
decision to make. 100%.
100% disagree with that.
Yeah,
Sir, you don't get no ring on my finger. These are my organs. What I
yeah,
decide to do with them
100%.
is what the hell I decide to do with them.
That's my
Yeah.
blood marrow.
No, no,
You ain't
no,
you ain't my husband.
it is her decision. It is her
But
decision. But I'm
yeah,
talking about that they're dating. And I would
I
think that she would have said, let me discuss this. How did he feel
No,
about
but
that?
the thing
Because it
is, right,
wasn't just
the
yeah,
him.
science, I think the writers did allude to that because when we were first introduced to Keisha donating to JR, we know that Cam was very supportive of her during that time. Cam was even the one that said that you had a hard time recovering after, and your recovery took longer than it should have been, which is why when it came out that she was developing these feelings for JR, I'm just like, Cam taking care of her during her recovery, you would have think that would have bonded them more deeply than her
Mm-hmm.
donating to JR, because that was just a one-time incident. JR wasn't even privy to the information that
I
she
was
was
just about to
struggling through
say
her
that.
recovery.
I
Like
agree
that.
that I was just about to say that because specifically Cam holding the secret that she struggled more than he would have known, to me affirms that Cam was 100% on board with her doing it. And it's backed up by the fact that that's his big brother who also sacrificed and saved their line. Like, everything to me points to Cam supporting the decision, and he probably wanted to give the bone marrow and wasn't a match. So to find out his girl was, I could totally see him feeling a sense of validation of like, oh, but I'm able to help my bro in this way because my girl is giving him bone marrow and I'm supporting my girl through this thing. So I don't think that there's any animosity or resentment or any negative feelings on Cam's part just because his girl is giving another man bone marrow.
yeah.
And I was just about to say I agree with that because it feels like they kind of probably wrote it like everybody in the friend group got tested, because they kind of like treat the friend group like we're all family, we're all here for each other. So I kind of just thought that when they said Keisha ended up being the one, I was like, oh, so they all got tested, because Keisha she's just one of his friends. So I'm sure like everybody in the friend group was checked to see if they were a match. That's what I guess.
Yeah.
That's what I
And
assume.
it's life and death. So I think that everybody would have been excited that at least one of them was able to be a match to save his life. I think we don't see any animosity on Cam's part until after he saw that video with JR in the background, validating his suspicion that like their relationship was growing a little too close for his own comfort. But I don't think it had anything to do with the bone marrow.
And if we're
Agreed.
gonna
I
be
agree.
here, right? I can't like I'm not even gonna say I can't believe it because I have loved Cam for quite a while. So the Erica, this should not be no damn surprise. But even in hovering in this space, right, and thinking about the psychology behind Cam's motions and movements, I think, and this just reiterates, he is not insecure. This is a very secure man with a very secure attachment style, I believe. And I love this for him, but JR is one of the first men that he's been able to cultivate a friendship with, and it's not additional animosity or competition. Like, yes, him coming into the frat and building and like finding brothers there, but JR is like the closest thing that he's had to a best friend. And when we met Cam, he was aligned with Dane, but like they were just aligned in dastardly deeds and being dumb. And he had all this resentment and frustration for Spencer, who could have been a best friend, but he was more in competition with him. So I think this hurts on multiple levels of like, this is not even just my girl, but you are the one man who I have befriended and trust and have given, like, she's the one girl. I think that she's his first love, but you are also the one guy that has gotten the closest to me when I don't necessarily have the strongest track record with other men, when I don't necessarily vibe with this whole friendship thing, because I keep a bunch of people at arm's length, and I have let you in a way that I have not let anybody else in. So it's a betrayal on two fronts.
And I think
And
if you look at like the first few episodes, like whenever the three of them interacted, it was always equal energy in the beginning. It was only until after he started questioning things that it changed.
True. And another
Yeah.
part of it is that he was hurt that he couldn't be the one who was there for Keisha. So it's like, it's a double down. Like, she's lying to me about this whole situation in general. And then I'm not being able to support her in this new dance that she's doing, the street dancing. And then on top of that, you're here supporting her and nobody else knows. And then when he talks to Gabby about it, he finds out he lied to Gabby too. So like, it's a secret all around. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's just more fuel on top of the fire, because I feel like even if JR uses the excuse that like Keisha wasn't ready to tell anybody about the street dancing, he still could have told Gabby like, "Hey, I'm just gonna hang out with Keisha right now." That's not a lie. You didn't have to give her the specifics. You telling her that you're studying, and you down there watching Nunu do her little groove. That's insane. That's insane. Because if y'all were just friends, why all the like you could have told your girlfriend that you were hanging out with Keisha and it would not be a problem, because she didn't have any trust issues with you until she found out that you were lying to her face. So that's the part that kills me. And that's the part that I had to go back and be like, well, if it was always this hush hush secret, maybe it wasn't that friendly as I thought it was. And you probably knew that in the back of your mind. You know how people be doing stuff subconsciously and don't really realize until stuff come to a head. Like, subconsciously, you was doing too much and you knew it, because you should have just told Gabby that you and Keisha were hanging out, but you chose to lie to her instead. And why is that? Because you thought what you were doing was like either crossing a boundary or maybe doing too much. So I
And
don't
this
know.
is why Keisha, this is why them saying that Gabby is clingy as well doesn't track, because he told her he was studying. If she was a clingy girlfriend, as they were pointing out, she would have been like, all right, so let me pop up to the library. Like, where are you studying? Let me come study with you, right? If he was doing anything else, we would have seen her texting him like, let me pop up where you are. We see that he even created the date because she was so distant, because she was doing things and she wasn't even including him as much. So
to
They were wrong both on the Cam front and the Gabby front because everything in the writing shows us that they are not those people on any fronts.
Yep.
Yep.
But
That was
also,
some delusion that
yeah.
was
Yeah,
put on the
I don't know.
Twitterverse.
I can imagine, and granted, this doesn't make it right or wrong. I'm just putting it out there that like I can see a situation happening where it's like Keisha invites JR and Keisha's like, okay, well, we like maybe don't. I feel maybe JR could have told Gabby like, hey, I'm gonna hang out with Keisha, but don't tell Cam. Like, I don't really know how, because granted, at the end of the day, like, you shouldn't be hiding nothing from Cam anyway. But I don't really, I guess when I'm thinking about it, I don't really see how there's a way JR can hang out with Keisha, tell Gabby, and then try to tell Gabby, oh, don't tell Cam, because then it's going to look like, why can't I tell Cam?
I'm not even saying that he would tell her not. That he would tell Gabby not to tell Cam. He don't have to worry about that. That's their problem to sort through. And I'm just being honest. You have to put your relationship first sometimes. If it's this big secret, either I can tell my girlfriend I'm hanging out with you and not tell her what it is because I don't want to spill your secret. I want to have that trust in our friendship that way, or I'm just not gonna come because because
Yeah.
literally if it's like but down to my relationship or yours, you have to be the one to cultivate your own relationship. He's not gonna tell Gabby, oh, I'm hanging out with Keisha, but don't tell Cam. That's crazy as hell. Because then she's gonna be like, what? Why can't I tell Cam? What are y'all doing that's so like secretive? Am I supposed to be worried about this now? No. And if it came down to it, I feel like he would have to be like, I don't know, come clean with Gabby if she really was asking him like what was going on, or just don't go. Because what is the point of keeping a secret from a partner that you want to keep in your life? You want her, don't you? Don't lie to her.
But also, Chanoy, you make a really good point because I feel like the writers have some explaining to do on Jaya's side. Because I still don't understand how we here. Like, I don't understand how we reach here. Especially because even after the Friendsgiving dinner, the explanation that he gave to Gabby, it still didn't explain why he had to lie. Because, like you said, it's as simple as, okay, I just going to go and hang with Keisha. You don't have to expand on that because Gabby, as we mentioned before, is not clingy. And I refuse to believe anybody who's saying her trying to look out for JR's health is a sign of being clingy. That's just ridiculous. She's just trying to keep you know for sure where JR stands. I think after this, like, is giving very much intentional. So I think I'm glad that you brought that point up because we need some more answers, specifically from JR's perspective.
But I think that JR has shown growth and change because his last relationship, he didn't even listen to what the girl said. He took what everyone else was saying about her. It was no dialogue, no conversation. He just cut her off. So the fact that he's sitting here and he's trying to explain to Gabby, no, it's not going to be that way. I'm just as my friend, so and so. It does show a lot of growth and change in far as personal relationships, not just as friends, you know.
He didn't follow through on what
Yeah,
what
you
you.
know what? But look at what he did with the girl. He was out of town, and other people were telling him what went down, and he. So he's learning, even though like he didn't follow through. He's making creating dialogue with Gabby because he could have just said, "Forget it." I feel this way. I'm not going to argue with you if I say do that. So he's trying. I can see the growth and change in him,
But
but
he
he
almost
just
did that. He almost did off the season when she was talking about for
yeah,
2.5
with the base.
seconds.
And is it even the same? Because in one scenario, he thought he was being cheated on. In this scenario, he's the one who thinks people think is doing the cheating. So he's the perpetrator. It was just alleged, but it's not even the same because he was in the opposite role.
Hmm.
But anyway, I
I
hope
don't know.
Gabby leave him.
I mean, that's unless he has a plausible. I can't even
I
gauge
think
how he feels about Keisha, man. Like, you kissed her, so there's gotta be. I know Keisha, like, JR's is where I'm like, there's a little bit of gray area because I'm like, damn, I don't even know how you feel about this girl for real, for real. But the
Yeah.
fact that
even with the lying, we see the difference in how JR handles those situations. Because when he found out that Simone had cancer and she didn't want anyone to know, he didn't outright lie. He just said that Simone not gonna tell them anything because it's not his place to say, right? So he was very open and honest. While for I don't know why he felt the need that he had to lie, especially if you're gonna be out there on in 4K.
Now she probably was sweating. Now, I don't think he might have been thinking
Something because clearly he was thinking something
I just think
more.
it's funny how he been going with her for months, but then the one time Cam and Simone pop up, he was just conveniently not there.
Right?
The one time.
That's
I
crazy.
just think it's interesting because I'm all about team. You don't have to tell your boyfriend your friend's secrets. Like, you tell them something about yours, like, hey, it's something going on with Simone. That's her thing to share if she wants to or not. There's a way to keep a secret and then not lie to your girlfriend at the same time. Like, those are not mutually exclusive.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess the only thing I think about that is sometimes where it's like, oh, what's going on with Simone? It's like, oh, you gotta ask her. I can't tell you. It's like, oh, so there is something going on.
Yeah.
Instead of just
And
saying
then
nothing, it's like, oh, so there is people get granted, I'm not saying it's this situation, but people get mad at that. Like, why are you even alluding to something?
yeah,
I,
because
I,
all this lying really put Gabby and Cam on high alert when they really weren't even on alert to begin with. Like, you guys gave them a reason to be on high alert. And now you're just pressing in that reason even more with this kiss. So, I mean, I can't blame.
Like
Big time.
Keisha to me is very reflective of what Simone has been doing to the whole friend group with her cancer, forcing them to compromise their morals to about like to help her in this pursuit. Like even with her reaction to Thea telling the coach and her still wanting to continue the lie, even though it's gonna be a detriment to both of them, shows her level of care, like to her friendships, right? And it's the same with Keisha, because if you're going to have this friendship where you're like enabling your friend to lie to his partner just so that he can facilitate a secret for you, then like it's the same thing. Like you're putting him in a compromising position. And if you knew like that could potentially damage his relationship in the future, then you should have just been like, oh, JR, like I appreciate you showing up for me like this, but this is something that I have to work through. Like you don't gotta come. And if he still persists, then that's on him. But for both of them to not realize how compromising this is for their relationship and not question it, it's weird.
And then it also feels weird because Keisha was Miss Emotional Cheating is a thing, Simone. And I felt like she said that. So I don't know if y'all remember, but way back when that episode happened, I felt like she said that so
Mhm.
early.
They
And
were
Simone
on
and
her
Amos
head
were,
at the top of this live for that, Shanoa. They did not let our good sis get up.
oh, good. Okay. I don't even have to do her too hard. But I was just saying, shouldn't she be a little bit more self-aware? Because I felt like at the time she tried to clock Simone with that too early. And they're like, emotional cheating, whatever you want to call it, thing that they had going on. So you're telling me you're doing some of these same behaviors that you saw your friend doing it and you're so unaware. It just feels like so hypocritical. And like, if you are aware, you just want to be obtuse on purpose because you don't care and you're feeling very insecure with where you are in life, and you're feeling super neglected by Cam, which is not an excuse to cheat, and you just are taking your like wins anywhere you can get them. And JR is being a good friend to you. And of course, you're conflating that, and both of y'all are doing the most. You're conflating that with something romantic. And then now y'all both think y'all have a thing for each other. Y'all just aggravating, because I just feel like the things that JR was doing for her were very sweet. Like when I heard that he did the reel, I was like, oh, that's so nice. Like, that's so JR. Then it's this whole kiss. I'm like, none of this was needed. Can we have a normal friendship, please?
I think this could actually end, which would
Tell
be kind of
Keisha
wild
that.
with Keisha. Like JR could possibly actually have feelings for Keisha, and I don't. I think it would end with Keisha not having feelings for JR. I don't think like I think that could be how it like ends up with JR actually like feeling something from what happened and Keisha being solely focused on getting Cam to forgive her.
I hope so, because right now Keisha is not looking like a girl's girl. Because after Gabby came to her woman to woman, for her to lift her hands up and interlock, like I felt like at some point as a woman, I would sit back to reflect. Like I would not want want that. It's not like Gabby's out of sight, out of mind. Like I don't know this girl. Like you just had Thanksgiving dinner with her. Like the whole friend groups knows her. Like we don't have no beef with her. So for her to like completely overlook all of that, I guess the love is that powerful that she'd be like, I don't care about Cam, I don't care about Gabby. My love is this deep that like I have to go for it.
It's a
I think that
conscious
they truly
decision.
just I think that I think that they truly just got caught up. Like I don't like Keisha. I'm not gonna defend Keisha, but I think in the way how they're telling the story, they both just got caught up in a moment, and it's just a
Not
one-off
Yeah.
moment.
Usher.
I don't think it means anything
In a moment of
deeper
Caught
than
up
what
is
it
a
is.
weakness.
wild word. Caught up
I
is
just don't
wild
believe
as
it.
hell. Caught up is wild as hell. I'm sorry.
Well,
It's
real
like,
quick,
I
Shanoa,
like
because you weren't in here for the part that you were speaking on as it pertains to her hypocritical nature. I did note that at the time, you know, you just said that she preemptively told Simone, emotional cheating is cheating. I think she was doing that from a place of not actual lived experience, but like what she imagines and thinks relationships to be, and it's a little bit more cut and dry before you actually experience it, and things get a little bit more convoluted. I think now that she's been in a healthy relationship, her first one that we know of, and now she's cultivating feelings outside of it, she can probably speak to and understand a little bit better the position that Simone was finding herself. In this episode, we get to see her pushing Lando on Simone, even though Lando has a girlfriend, and it's a little bit to, in my mind, subconsciously give herself permission or assuage her very real, like, I have a man, but also JR. So yes, she's hypocritical. Yes, she did say all of that, but she said all of that in a space to me, which was performing relationship, or what she thought relationship to be, which is a little bit more in line with perfectionism than what it actually is now that she's in it.
Okay, I can kind of see that, because it's always that thing, like someone was saying earlier, I can't remember who, is like you always say, oh, I wouldn't allow this, oh, I wouldn't allow that, until you're in a situation. So I guess I can kind of see where you're coming from with that. But I still feel like it was very much a conscious decision. She consciously flipped them fingers over, and an interlock handhold with a man that's not your man is not platonic. Then when you found out that he did the little real thing for you, you could have gave him a phone call. You could have FaceTime him. Now you had to pull up to the dorm to be like, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like, ugh.
okay,
Conscious
not
decision.
too much
You're
now.
making conscious decisions.
No, Kofi,
I
yes,
think she
that
likes
part.
the
We
attention.
standing on
She
her
likes.
neck, okay?
I think
I
she
just,
likes the attention that JR is giving her that she may or may not be getting from Cam because Cam has been busy with his own stuff. And so she gravitated towards that and it caused her to cheat. But at the same time, if Cam wasn't so busy and was giving her this attention, I don't think she and JR would have been
So what
in this
if
That's what she
situation.
wanted, though.
she
She
dates
said he was smothering
JR?
her a couple episodes ago.
It doesn't even matter
No,
if
When
that's true. It doesn't
listen,
matter
what
if that's
honestly
true
I
or not.
thought I was like fully blaming Keisha. I thought that she was in the wrong and everything. But now I'm looking at thinking about the situation. I just don't I don't know. I don't think let me not, because that would be giving her credit.
No,
But
but if
what
you're
do people
saying
always
if
say?
you're
Like
saying
cheating is a
that
symptom of a bigger problem in the relationship. The problem could be that she's feeling neglected by Cam. Another problem is that she's jealous that Cam is winning in this season, and she need to let the competition between them go. That's not healthy. There's a lot of problems that could like make the reason for her cheat make the reason for her cheating like make sense. But what I'm saying is, just because you have an excuse doesn't mean that your excuse is valid. Like, you still shouldn't take the action just because you have an excuse to do it. I don't know. Do you understand what I'm trying to
I can
say?
see her. I can see her
Yeah.
feeling neglected now, but what about before when he was still paying attention, when he wasn't busy at work? He was giving her full attention and she didn't want it.
and that's
Right.
what
And
I'm
she wanted
saying. Like
and she wanted
this
to lie and
this
hide. Right.
I mean, she was
this is
like,
just something
she
that
was
shows
jealous that
that
Kim was still succeeding, and JR is a failure, and so it probably was easier to hang around a failure, given that she's also a failure, than
yeah,
Yeah.
to
but
hang around
all of
someone else.
those stuff is a season, right? So what you're saying is that the next relationship that she enters in, whether it's with JR or somebody else, if there's a moment where she starts to feel neglected or that that person is not giving her the attention that she wants, her solution is going to be what? To cheat again? It's just proving that there's
I'm
something that she needs to address in herself.
I'm trying to just think about like, because I believe that she and Cam will stay together. I'm trying to think of what could be how could she stay there, or what will the writers do in order to like make like, I mean, Cam just eventually forgive her for what she did.
Oh no, no,
I don't know.
no.
I'm super interested. I mean, I hate this storyline. I'm gonna keep saying that, but I am super interested to see how it all turns out because I hope they both get left. I hope they both get left. Whether or not they get into a relationship, I don't even care at this point. But I hope neither one of them take them back because literally, like I said, cheating is a symptom of a bigger thing, and y'all have kind of addressed some of the things that y'all have problems with in your relationships, and then you still chose to make it worse and compound it by cheating when you already kind of
Right.
know what the issues you have are, and you need to address it with them, your partners, or break up. Break up
Yeah.
Like it
because
would be
I'm
different.
sick
It
of
would be
people
different if they
cheating.
hadn't had that conversation after Thanksgiving.
Yes,
Like,
that's the
It
part
would
that
but
be.
kills me. Like,
because of the fact that they actually had the conversation and addressed it, now you playing in the face.
y'all been
Exactly.
blocked. Like y'all partners were like, "Hey, this is kind of crazy because y'all both lying to us to keep this little secret dancing thing. What's going on with this? Y'all talk about it." Gabby explicitly says, "Don't do me crazy. Don't make me that girl." And what do? You like make her that girl? That's so disrespectful. And I don't. That's why I keep saying that I know that there are people who get over infidelity, but cheating is always the person who cheated. It's always their own fault, regardless of every excuse in the book that you have and everything going wrong in your relationship. You can figure out how to work out what the problem is or leave that person before you cheat. You always can. That's my frame of reference because it just feels like when someone cheats on you, they're telling you that they hate you. So leave them alone. Leave them
I
alone.
see
Yeah.
Cam. I just
Look.
see Cam as somebody who can, and he can find that forgiveness. I think he's grown in that way, and I think he loves Keisha enough to do it. Gabby, not
Yeah,
so
he's
much.
in.
Maybe if this
No,
was
I
like
disagree.
early in their
Jealous.
relationship, but this is like the 55th, 100th time she done messed up. So I don't know if he's
Yeah.
And
still
he's
gonna.
No.
given her like 5,500 chances. So it's like, why? I mean, is this gonna break the camel's back? I mean,
I
I
mean,
don't
he
see
let
it.
Yeah.
that girl down, so I don't know if he would be able to walk away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
It's different. She won't kiss another dude then. That's
Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
especially his friend.
I can't see it for Cam and Keisha. I can't see them staying together. I don't know. I've been trying to listen and be open about it.
yeah.
But I cannot see them staying together. I'm sorry. I really
I don't
can't.
think I don't think he will be. That'd be hard for him to walk away. But if he did, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. So
If he
Yeah,
did, good for him.
I hope he
He
does.
deserves better. I just with how the season they have like 4 more episodes, and to end the season like I don't see it happening.
I don't
Oh
see
yeah.
it happening either. More
Like they
likely,
all
Because
just
like,
treat you well
they all
enough
just.
in oh sorry.
I'm just like thinking. So they all knowing all. So All Americans gonna have that both of the relationships break up, and then what? JR and Keisha get together. That's not gonna happen in 4 episodes. So that
Well,
can't be the route.
even
Well,
if they don't get together,
Well, they already
everybody
jumped.
they could end the
yeah,
season with everybody single. Like that's not a bad
exactly.
thing.
Yeah, that's
All
not a bad
That
thing.
American, the
that's
original
that's
show, everybody
always.
ended married with kids and five whatever. I don't see
They already be
why
doing time jumps and stuff, so they
yeah,
can do whatever they want, really.
why can't they end with everybody single, clear slate, and if they happen to find each other in the future, they do. Because I think it's unfair to force somebody to forgive just because.
Yeah, because I
I
mean,
don't think it. I don't think it would be forced. I think Cam. Maybe I'm just overestimating the love that Cam has for Keisha. We'll see what happens when the season's over, but I just don't see it. Him letting her go.
and
But
that's what I was
no,
saying. Like she didn't treat him well enough when they was on good terms. I don't think he gonna
Right.
stay with her. I don't
Yeah.
know. Y'all are saying something about description of the next episode. I haven't read it. So
Yeah.
I'll be surprised. But like I said, I keep thinking things are gonna happen that don't end up happening because I really wanted JR to be like, get out my face. But if we see them get together, I don't know. Keisha's gonna have to give a hell of a speech to kind of sway him back to wanting to give it another chance. Cause she treats him crazy every single time that something is going wrong in her own life, and that's not fair. It's not fair
Yeah,
and
to
it's
her.
that's
not.
very toxic.
She
And
treats him like trash.
I
She
feel
always
like
taking the
it's
brunt of her disappointment in her own life, and it's not cool.
And I feel like they need to address it, like, we need to see actual change from Keisha because then we're saying that Black men need to submit themselves to this type of emotional abuse just because for what? With the woman not taking any responsibility, like anything? Like,
Which
this is
is
a toxic
nasty work
relationship
because
for Cam.
the way we gotta fight to get our men securely attached, emotionally intelligent, and communicative, like we're not rewarding men who have mounted the mountain that we have wanted everybody to climb with poor behavior and inconsistent women. Absolutely not. I'm sorry.
yeah, that would be
She
terrible.
didn't
That'd be
ask
a
him to
bad
do
look.
that.
Okay,
Oh
Antonio,
God.
you didn't have to do that.
Why do we
Uh,
always end up back in Vegas every time we talk about all of
yeah, like that's
I
getting
didn't
old.
ask him to kiss me.
I don't think but I do think she feels guilty about this. But like I said, I need a little bit more gauge on how JR feels about Keisha fully. I need him
Agreed.
to sit in his feelings. Like, you just kissed this girl. I need you to have some self reflection and think, damn, am I starting to feel this girl, or was it just we got caught up in the moment? Because I know Keisha like you, like from the looks to the handhold to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Keisha is down bad for JR. That is
Why do y'all
no
think that?
secret. I,
Uh,
why is Keisha down bad for JR?
Why do you think she's down bad for him?
Hmm.
Do you see
Micah,
her face
Micah,
Micah.
when she
babe,
looks at him?
Micah, baby. I'm gonna play this scene again.
Oh God.
Cause
Run the
she
clip.
flipped that friendly handhold into something really intimate. Cause
Cause
she
my
wanted
God,
to.
look at how the
Ugh.
girl looks at this boy. Oh my word.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I could say that I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Because
It might
Cam
not be a
is perfect.
pervasive down bad. Like Cam is like down bad for her all the time, no matter how she look. He's tapped in. But at least in this moment, JR is quite literally the safest place Keisha has ever known. And you can see it all over her face. And it's sexy as hell to
Yeah.
her in this moment.
Yeah,
There's
See,
no
I
other
don't
spot.
understand because
Clip.
clear as
Cam also
day.
has been a safe place, which I don't
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
like
get.
my thing. Like I don't
He
why
has, but
like
in this moment,
Cam is like like he's been everything for her. And yes, JR has been there for her in this moment in these moments where Cam hasn't been. And maybe she's like she appreciates that and she likes that and she's even getting caught up in it. and thinking that this means I have feelings for him, or because he's done this, I have feelings for him. I'm just thinking like maybe this kiss is like the wake up call. That's like, oh no, this is just a like we were drifting apart, and I seek some comfort in you for a moment. But I don't think she like down bad means like down bad is like you're in love with this person. Like you love this person down. That's she's not in love with JR.
I
And
don't
that's
think
Okay,
not
down
but
bad
but
means in love.
I would offer for your consideration, Micah. Could she think that she is in this moment?
yes, I
I
think
don't
she
even think
yeah.
down bad means in love. I just think it means like you really, really like a person. And she has orchestrated a situation consciously or subconsciously where she cannot be supported by Cam because she won't let him in because of her own insecurities. She does not want to let him know that she is struggling because he is up right now and she is too like insecure to talk about her failures with someone who is doing good because she doesn't want to feel like they're doing better than her or whatever her problem is. So she has orchestrated this situation where she cannot confide in Cam of her own volition. Like nobody's stopping her from doing it but her. So when she goes to confide in JR, of course she's getting that support because he's a good friend. And that's where I feel like she's messing up because you're telling him, and this is the emotional cheating of it all, you're telling him all your doubts, all your insecurities. The vulnerability is where you build intimacy. You're building all this intimacy with somebody that is not your man, and you're purposely shutting your man out. Of course you think you have feelings for him because you should have been talking to your boyfriend about this at least first, and then maybe your guy friend second or something. I
Yep.
don't know. Or at least, even if it's not first, you should at least talk to your boyfriend about it at all. Even if you talk to JR about it first, because he's the sounding board or whatever, Cam shouldn't have been in the dark about it. That's insane.
I can't believe I'm doing this because but I guess somebody gotta defend her. But Keisha, like somebody in the comments said, Keisha has a history of sabotaging relationships. And I think that's really what this is. It's just self-sabotage at the end of the day. It's not that she
Still
loves
doesn't
JR.
doesn't
No,
make it
it's
right.
more
It
than
doesn't make it
self-sabotage.
right.
It's not
I think,
right. I'm not saying it's right at all. It's not
but
right. It's not
And it
I
the
doesn't
right
think,
thing to
excuse
do. But at the
anything.
same time, knowing the like seeing how it's being written, I think at the end of the day, it won't result in her losing everything.
I think it's
I
more
mean,
than
I don't
self-sabotage.
think she should lose everything, but I think she should be held accountable for her actions, and she should at least give Cam a genuine apology that doesn't rely on him having to apologize back, and her holding herself accountable for everything that she's done. She also needs to apologize for Gabby because I will never forget her face. If she didn't have no feelings for JR at all, she would have just walked out of that dinner setting, but she didn't. She stopped and listened into their conversation and their kiss before she left. So like it's just not adding up.
Mm,
I agree.
yeah.
But I definitely think that there's something deeper than self-sabotage going on with Keisha. Self-sabotage, sure, we could say that with the 1, 2, 3, 4 million times that she's lied to Cam or was treating him badly. Sure, we could call that self-sabotage, but this is like a whole other level now. Like we done jumped into the fire.
I know, but
And
that's one thing. Like Cam knows who she is. He knows what she. This is what she does.
well,
It
yeah,
like
but I'm also concerned about the message that the show intends to send to the viewers because yes, this is a show, but at the same time, what messages are you as a show sending to your viewers? And what have we seen on this lovely app in terms of the comments, what I've seen is some people receiving the message of thinking that Ham and Gabby have done something wrong to deserve this kind of treatment. So
dang.
Please.
how they handle this now on the back end of this case is what I'm more concerned about because what message are we sending? Are we saying that men like Cam should not operate the way that he's operating and take this kind of treatment? And are we saying that women like Gabby should accept that kind of treatment as well? And I have a real problem with that because, in my opinion, Cam and Gabby have been standing out in terms of representation, both for Black women and for Black men. And I'm really concerned about how they're going to carry on this message towards the viewers. So I can't get behind the Keisha of it all. I cannot get behind that. I can understand how you reached here, but I'm on your neck, sis. I'm on your
Yeah.
neck
And
because
this is an
did
abusive
nothing to
relationship.
deserve this. But I need more answers about JR before I can fully press down on his neck. I need more answers.
That's what I'm
But
saying. I need him to
yeah,
sit with these feelings. Like I need him, and I hope the next episode we get to see it from his point of view, how he truly feels about Keisha.
I agree.
Because it's a disservice to him and to her to just put this on to like blame him when we don't even know what his true feelings are in this moment. Like,
Yep.
He
okay,
still
he
kissed
just
her, so you can still blame him. Big kisser.
I mean, you can blame him for kissing her, but like, I still need to know how he feels about her in the long
Yeah.
run, like low key. That's
Yeah.
important.
Because I
Is
mean,
it?
when it comes to Keisha, we're very clear
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
she
is it
she
knows
important
that.
though?
likes
I feel
JR.
like JR does have feelings for Keisha, but she doesn't feel the same way.
See, I
And
can't
No,
see that. Nah, I find that hard to
no,
believe. Like,
no,
you can't see that?
no. I
no.
mean, no.
Everything we've seen, it's very clear what
Don't take it
Keisha's
to heart.
reasons
It,
are, and it's very clear why she intentionally got to this place. We need more answers when it comes to Gia, because we
But you
can't
have
like
So
I
you
can
guys
draw
think that Keisha has feelings for JR? Like deep
Yes.
feelings or
absolutely
just regular
Yeah,
feelings? Like
I do.
he's
I think she
deep
likes
feelings.
JR.
I
I think
agree.
she likes
I
I
think
think
she
she
Do you
likes
likes
think
JR.
do
JR.
you think that she would leave Cam for JR?
No,
No,
Dang,
no,
No.
how deep are you?
No. No. If
but you can people like people all the time then and they don't leave their relationship for that person. She crossed the
I
line
think
here,
that's
but
my
I
point.
think she crossed the line intending to give up her relationship.
I don't think
That's just
she went into it. I don't think they understood the gravity of what they've done. They probably didn't even think
yeah.
like what they were about to do was like you even in rewatch. I rewatched it like while I was out while y'all had the discussion, and for like 5 seconds, there's a pause where they're looking straight in their eyes, and it's like there's in their head like, okay, is this really happening? Should we go through with it, or like it's like the if we go to cross this line, there's no going back, and then
Yep.
they both lean into it. Like I don't think JR leaned first. I think they mutually leaned in because I rewatched it and it seemed like they both leaned into that kiss, to be quite honest with you. So that's kind of how I interpreted it. But I don't know. It's
All right, I'm
uh
done defending. They can both go to hell at this point.
uh,
They should both
I
for
Because
go.
all
mean
the cams
uh,
out there, just know that you don't deserve that. You don't deserve to stay in a relationship
exactly.
where your partner degrades you when they're having a bad moment. It doesn't matter if they're upset. Like the first thought when they're going through something is to belittle you, call you out of your name, and then to top it off to cheat on you. Nah, like that's not okay. That's toxic and you deserve better.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely. Micah,
so
I'm sure Keisha Loki appreciates you trying to have her back here tonight, but I'm sorry. I feel I'm holding her head under the water. So you're drowning right now.
He
But
yeah,
having twisted vibes. He
but
having
JR. I'm
but
a
just
whole.
he
I'm gonna
having
I'm
withhold
twisted vibes is
judgment from
really
JR.
crazy though. I'm trying to make sense of it in a way where because I just can't. I refuse to believe that JR and Keisha could ever like be more than what it was. I don't think that's the thing. If it is,
Oh,
it'll
I
just be
think
the
it,
same
but
old.
Micah, I think that that's a different conversation. If they actually work, it's a total different conversation than if they actually try to work.
Yeah, for
I just
sure.
don't want to see them even try because then I'll just. I mean, y'all. I've seen this like a million times. I don't want to see that.
Yeah,
And
well,
sometimes
no.
people cheat and then realize that the person that it's not the person, it's the feeling. So then they be like, yeah, I'm not gonna be with you because I was just chasing
Yeah,
something
that's
that
what
I
I want.
wasn't.
That's what I want the realization to be. That is
Yeah.
what I
So I it
want.
doesn't it feel like I don't even care if they get together or not. I just want them both to get left by their partners. Like break up with them.
No, but Micah, I think they can come to that realization without
Mhm.
having to get back with their partners. Because at the end of the day, you come into that realization doesn't mean that that's gonna fix the hurt that you've caused. Like at the end of the day, like as you mentioned before, 4 episodes is not enough time to convince us as an audience of Keisha and JR getting together, but 4 episodes is also not a lot of time to turn around cheating. So I
I
feel like that
mean, let's not
that's something
say
that needs to be crossed over.
let's not tempt these writers because it took them 3 to get Jordan to break up with Simone and kiss Layla, so it's not
Period.
out of the question. But
Well, I
but
mean,
Don't
yeah,
take
but
don't take it as a challenge, writers, please.
yeah, don't. It's
please
already been
no,
written,
please
so
no.
if it is what they did, but let's remember that that is a possibility.
I'm gonna
I
withhold
mean,
judgment from JR until I see next episode to see how he truly feels. Okay,
oh
like
yeah, no.
he's wrong for this, but like I need to know what his true feelings are before
Maybe
I.
she didn't like the kiss. Maybe after the kiss, she was just like, this wasn't what I expected it to be.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
well, I would hope that, but her eyes saying it's more.
I just think. Do y'all? I don't know. Her going and telling Cam like in the episode, like, "Oh, I kissed Jr." It just gives that you're not trying to hide it, which means you probably didn't feel that much from it anyway. Like
Or it's her
that's what
guilt
it
eating
gives.
her on the
Or
inside.
is her
That could be.
guilt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or it's
Yeah.
her
or
guilt.
she wants Cam to leave her and JR to figure out his feelings and leave Gabby so that she can
She's
stand a
not that
chance.
horrible. Is she that
No,
horrible of a person?
no.
Oh my
Not
It's definitely
intentionally, no, but to y'all's point of self-sabotage, I feel like that's the tinge that I was leaning to and seeing the preview. I'm like, this, yes, you do want to be truthful and y'all agreed there was going to be no more lying and no more secrets, but also part of this feels in how quickly she's doing it. Not that I'm saying that this is wrong, but part of this feels like the sabotage thing of like,
Mm.
he just needed a reason to leave me, so here you go.
Yeah.
but also I feel like that guilt eaten at you, and that's the
Mm.
way that you're gonna tell him that you kiss someone else, like just the way,
In
like,
front of everybody, like
and yeah,
with
that's
no care,
crazy.
nothing,
Cam will be
not
That's
let me
heartbroken.
crazy.
sit down and talk to you. Like,
Hmm.
Cam will be
she
There's a
heartbroken.
doesn't
way to
how
do
she
those
doesn't
things
care about this man at all. Like, she
at
doesn't have
all.
no respect for this man. Because if she really truly cared about Cam, she wouldn't embarrass him like that so openly. She would have waited for the right moment where they were together, like back at the loft, back at his room, or like say, hey,
Yeah,
let's go for a walk. Let me sit you down and tell you this information. But to
yeah.
blurt it out, I don't care how guilty you are. Don't tell me that in the open, in front of everybody. Now everybody knows our business. It's just like, girl, come on.
And that's
Like,
her once again putting her feelings above his as well. You taking your feeling of guilt and putting that above how will this affect him? How is this gonna make him feel? How would he want to react to this in front of all these people? Like, you're
Yeah.
not even considering him in anything at any point has she considered him, which is just beyond crazy, which is why He needs to leave her, okay? Because this, once again, I am not behind this message. If they put them back together, I am not behind that message. Writers, please no, no.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. I just don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Uh,
But it
Shakina
was a
Haybu says,
moment.
I hate that Cam had to cancel on her. I hated that too. But I think that he did everything that he should have done for his career. It just sucks that the timing was what it was. And it sucks that their relationship is as weak as it is. Because
I
in a
don't.
healthy situation that's a little bit on much more stable ground, canceling in this moment shouldn't be almost like a silver bullet that it came across as.
I
Yeah.
don't think that kiss happens if Cam and her end up going to dinner. I don't think she
Of
even
course not.
goes
It
to
doesn't happen
jail.
on that day, but it still happens another time because don't get it twisted. She wants that boy. And if
Period.
Okay,
anything,
there's that.
even if it's not Micah that she's in love with JR, she's curious enough based off of how well he treats her
She
that
is.
seed has been planted.
Well,
And
how do we
Erica, the
feel?
way you said that. Oh, sorry, Kofi. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, like, do we think he likes
Hold on, don't ask
Keisha
the question yet.
or?
Let Shanoa chime in and then ask your question.
Oh, sorry. All right,
No
go
worries.
ahead.
Oh, the way you said, I was thinking about that too. The way you said that cancellation shouldn't have been a silver bullet, I also was thinking that. And then did we notice? I don't know. I guess it's technically true, but he minimized what the dinner was. He said, I have a meeting with a client instead of like a celebratory dinner with a client because we
Yes.
signed him. He's not even giving her the full breadth of his accomplishments because he knows she's insecure. Plus,
Yep.
he had to cancel dinner. So he can't even be safe to like give her his wins in a fullness of what they are because a meeting with a client is so minimizing for what that was. You helped land a major client for this record label, and y'all are having a celebratory dinner when you're having to cancel a dinner with your girlfriend. So it feels like that's an extra like arrow to the heart in his mind because like dang, I have to cancel our romantic dinner just to go have this celebratory dinner with a client and my boss. But he really has to go because he really effed up in the way he did that. But he can't even explain any of this to Keisha right now. He can't even give her the info like, hey, I did this and I did it in such a crazy way that he asked me to go to this dinner. I cannot say no right now. Like, he can't even give her everything that's going on because he's so concerned about tap dancing on her insecure nerves right now that she has going on. And that's not fair to him either.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. All
Preach.
That's
points
such a
are
good
made.
point. I didn't even think about that, but
Points
that
are
was such a good
made.
point.
Oh Lord, I
On
fix it,
one
Jesus.
shot game, and that's me playing these clips. So if you crash out, it's 100% Erica pulling the strings and got media to support
Fix it,
the
Lord.
foolishness.
God,
Eddie,
I'm gonna need
Eddie.
God to intervene because this is gonna get real bad real soon. Like I'm a God fearing man, and I pray Cam don't like you got your future, man. Don't throw it away over this, man. Like just I know it's gonna make you angry, but I really want him to. I don't want him to. I'm a
Hey,
I
hey,
honestly
Kofi.
don't think that you got to
You
worry
was
about
about to.
that. I don't think that Cam is crashing
Hey,
out career wise over Keisha at all.
Oh no,
If
I'm
anything,
no.
I hope he doesn't.
he gives
I,
that
I
type that like heartbreak is gonna turn up. Like this man,
Ice
he
cold.
gonna have Bryson Tiller triple platinum. He gonna revive Jacquees. Like
oh
this might
yeah,
be the
that
best thing that ever happens to his career.
I'm not
Yeah,
down that. I'm
yeah.
talking about when he confronts JR. Like I don't want him to like cut
Oh.
his lights out. That's what I'm saying. Like he's had so much growth. Like I don't
It
want him to
might
be
happen,
this.
Kofi, because he was already
Uh,
about to do it at
I
the cookout.
Well, I hope JR got
I
hands,
Nobody
man.
else,
I
nobody
feel
else
like
gets to punch
I,
people on All American but Jordan. I just
Except for
realized that.
Jordan.
I'm thinking,
Hold
who
on,
else
before
got
we go here, y'all,
who
I gotta shout out Brittany
I
Joy who has been in the chat going ham.
She
Like,
been,
shout out to
yeah.
you, boo. Said we watched Gabby coach JR through a whole attempted whole phase. I think it's time she shows what she's working with and make him feel it. Make him feel it, sis.
make it feel it. Period.
Yes.
Oh God.
That's what we
Because he's
need.
playing games.
I feel like what we talk about Cam's
Yeah.
character growth. I feel like as much as we don't like for characters to regress, I don't think it's abnormal for someone to slip back into old ways. I mean, Grant, I don't necessarily like it, but I don't think it's something that's uncommon if you slip back a little bit into old ways when you're hit with strong enough emotion. Now, do I necessarily want him to knock his lights out? No, because I don't want Cam to
Because
lose
he
his
was
job,
formerly
get expelled.
sick.
Yeah.
But like to
that
your
too.
point,
Well,
Alicia, like I would argue that there is no growth without regression. I think that sometimes we mistakenly try to
Oh
convince
yes.
ourselves that growth is simply linear and it's always in progress, and it's not.
No,
Like
that's what I
sometimes
mean.
it's lateral. Huh?
No, that's what I mean. Like, like if regression's gonna happen, like one of my favorite shows is I don't get off topic, but it's like Avatar: Last Airbender, and like Zuko had his redemption arc,
Boy.
then he regressed, and then he came back even stronger. So I'm like, it happens,
That and All American only lets Jordan punch people. He's the only one.
Only
Nobody else
one.
does that.
The measure of true growth is if you're tested and like you possibly choose to do better or not. But regardless of if he punched him or not, I hope he doesn't, because I just think that when you find out, I mean, I'm all for feeling everything you feel and doing whatever feels right for you. And if it's crashing out, you just have to know that you might face some consequences like jail. And I'm not going to jail for nobody. But what I'm thinking is the thing that I hate the most sometimes, especially when it comes to women, is like when you find out that you get cheated on and you fight the other girl or you crash out on your boyfriend and all this, it's such an ego stroke. You're stroking that man's ego like no other. You're saying, "Oh my gosh, he's thinking that he's in there thinking, oh my God, she loved me so bad that she's doing the utmost. She just beat this girl up behind me. She loved me so bad. She just tried to run me over. She loved me so bad." Because I feel like so many men do not recognize love without the suffering of a woman. And like that's their measure of how much you love them. So I would love for, on the flip side, Cam to just like be done with her and not even give her no kind of reaction. But I don't think that's going to happen. Don't punch JR. Don't go off on
No, I
Gabby.
kind of like 60% in the punch JR, and I know that we're not supposed to be punching people who sick,
He
but
stayed his hand
I'm
already. You don't
kind of the camp of that. I get the girl thing. When I tell you, I want Gabby to make JR feel, and I want Gabby to make it seem like Keisha don't even exist. Like seeing through her in the quad, at the calf, at the coffee cart. This hoe is not even on campus anymore as far as Gabby is concerned, because I agree with you in that regard. But I 100% would not fault Cam if he swung on JR, because y'all sat in my face and told me that there was nothing, and then there's turn around to be something.
Not only
Because it
again,
was
I
wants to
that,
be
stayed my
something.
hand. I I
Like if
stayed
it
my
was
hand already.
him, I won't be mad, but I really hope Gabby doesn't give him any reaction. I hope she doesn't step to Keisha anymore. I hope she just leave them both where they at. In like the most, like, you're not even gonna get me out of my mindset type of way. Because don't let him cheat on you and then you stroke his ego by being mad about it. I don't know.
I think that Gabby is going to have the most ridiculously beautifully calm read for this man.
very
So
good
I'm
job.
not worried about
Yo,
Gabby
Erica.
at all. I wouldn't be surprised if they give her the very least amount of words and she said, "I told you not to make me that girl and you tried it," and then leaves.
Her
I would
reaction
not be
would be
surprised if that's her move.
very
Fumbling
mild.
Gabby is crazy.
But Cam, I don't got both Cam and Gabby responding the exact same with maturity
Cam can't. He
and
can't.
poise. I don't have that.
He has to crash out. He stayed his hand already at the barbecue. He stayed his hand. Now you cross the line again. Now I got to pull out the sword. Like,
All right.
I
Well,
don't
I'm
think he's
saying
gonna crash out.
I just hope
Maybe he
Cam.
could just give him a little bitch slap. Like, don't punch him. We don't need
No,
a
no. Like
attempted
I
case.
said, I know. Maybe Jr. Maybe I'm underestimating. Maybe he got hands. So if he want to square on run
I don't
that
got
fade,
hands.
Well,
so
well,
Kofi, you are so deep into like nobody is saying that we want him to beat JR to a bloody pulp. We're not even thinking about who comes out of like this fisticuffs that you're imagining. We're just literally focused on the swing happening.
That's
So
what I'm
like
saying.
JR
Like,
having
you think
hands
JR
is
just
inconsequential. Like who cares?
I'm just saying, like, I don't think JR is just gonna stand there and let Cam just
Okay,
punch him.
okay,
Like,
listen
I don't
here.
think
It don't matter, Cam from
Listen here,
Crenshaw.
mister. You were not screaming all of this. Oh, Jordan, you better worry about if Spencer got hands. When Spencer trucked Jordan's behind him, he still was swinging on him. So,
but
like,
I knew Spencer had hands, so that was inconsequential. Like,
oh my
that was
gosh.
I can see that. I can see like JR opens the door, Cam just one swing. Like it's almost like he blindsides him because he just opened the door, just swings. JR falls to the
Turn around,
ground.
walk
Cam,
away.
yeah, that's what I
I
could
can see
see.
happening. I
And
mean,
I feel like I think that I actually am Team Cam probably gonna swing because they are friends. And because like Erica said earlier, this is one of his like best friendships that he's cultivated since being in college. Like they didn't have any competition between them, like through football or anything. And they had KK together. Like they were good friends until this situation happened. So I feel like he might cock him on the friendship part of it all. Like you were my friend and you did this because sometimes that be a bigger betrayal than a relationship. Not that I think that's the
That
case, but
part.
the friendship
Yeah,
part is a big element to this. So he might clock him just off the strength of that.
All right, well,
I don't
like
know.
that for you, my
He
boy. But
might.
I understand if you feel like you got to get your leg back. Go ahead.
Plus,
hmm,
JR, ain't he recovered? Yeah, he'll be all right.
listen,
Exactly.
Cam
Good.
is definitely
Uh,
gonna
Both
fight
him,
JR.
both him and Simone are healthy as ever. They're fine.
yeah.
I
Well.
mean, no, Cam's gonna hit JR for sure. I can see that happening. Gabby. Ugh, okay, goodness. I'm just preparing myself, okay, for that scene because I know I'm about to scream at my TV because she's about to give some line that is just gonna be iconic forever.
She's
And
gonna say her piece. She's gonna read him down, and she's gonna walk out. That's how I see that ending.
I
Yep.
agree. I
I
agree.
don't
But
think
I hope
JR's gonna even
I hope
say
they make
anything
it
after
more
that. He gonna
nuanced
take it.
though.
Like
Like, sorry,
he'll
go ahead.
I was just gonna say when Cam confronts him, he'll probably try and explain. If Gabby confronts him, he'll probably just be quiet and take it because he ain't gonna really have much to say. So that's how I see it too.
Uh, yeah, because I mean, what's he have to say? So, like, literally, what
I
the
She's
mean,
heck?
the worst. Just now I'm back on Keisha's head. She's the absolute worst. Like that girl is not a girl's girl. Like she spent New Year, she was flirting with Spencer because Cam wasn't giving. Was it because he wasn't giving her attention? I don't
no,
remember.
because
And
Cam didn't
oh
tell her
God,
that
Because he was working. Because he
he
had to
was
work.
working
yeah, because
because
he
he
had to
lost
work.
the
Okay, but
scholarship.
all
And with
right.
Spencer,
See, I don't
then
want to be defending girls, and niggas, but y'all gotta stop because she was also very new in that relationship in that moment, and she did not realize like she equated his disappearance to other toxic tendencies that she experienced in situationships. So that was
I'm
less about
just
her.
pointing out like there's a pattern.
There is. There is, however,
Mm.
there has been, while she has been putting our good homeboy through it, there has been growth in her regard for that particular point. That moment did teach her, and she didn't revert back to that specific thing again.
We should have
She ain't
known
make that
when she
one
didn't have a
specific mistake
problem
again.
at Christmas. When she didn't have a problem with Layla getting with Jordan, we should have known
Congratulations.
she would have been able to do this. Because she didn't have a problem with Layla getting with Jordan. It was all Simone, you need to look at your glass house. So we should have known from then.
Mm.
Those points are valid. All right, y'all. We are like 5 hours in at this point.
Not
Shout out
5 hours.
to Keisha and
5 is
That's
JR.
crazy.
crazy.
Time to wrap
5 hours
it up.
is crazy.
Not 5 hours. That's crazy.
Quite
I
literally.
feel I feel like we
It's
might
5 hours?
repeat this next week because there's about to be some mess. Oh lordy, lordy. Good Lord.
Go ahead and get y'all's final thoughts off. Anything that you weren't able to say that you wanted to say. I think we talked about Simone. We talked a little bit about Thea. We didn't give nearly enough attention to Thea. I'll give Thea a little bit more attention in the breakdown video.
Yeah. Man,
and Lando. We didn't talk about
guess.
Lando.
Lando. He's
Oh, yeah, we
everywhere.
didn't talk
Simone.
about
Cares.
Like,
Lando.
where is his
Or her
girlfriend?
mom.
Where is his girlfriend? Where's Ava?
That's why I say, who cares about this dude? Go step off into front of a bus or something.
Mama
Like,
said,
Wow,
and you knew?
Antonio. Wow.
Lando
Why?
is
What a
such a
bug.
boring
He
character.
been at
Like,
her house
why do you
for
exist?
hours.
Hey, not too much on my man.
Why
He
does
been
he
at her
only
house
exist to
practicing
be there for Simone? Like, why? Why is that
Why?
this guy's only purpose in life?
Because he liked the girl, okay?
He should have been practicing with his girlfriend. He ain't got to run nothing by Simone.
Exactly. He's at the tennis meet. He's at the radiation. He's at the house. Like, when are you
And he
with your
went to go
girlfriend?
be with his girlfriend after the tennis thing.
Yeah, but clearly, I have my heart eyes on
Y'all are
Simone
funny.
Hicks. Like,
Y'all need to stay out of Lando's business.
Then
yeah,
bring.
man.
Lando don't
Let
got
that
no
man,
business. Lando's
that man.
business is Simone.
That
Lando.
man has decided to open up. It was an ice box where his heart used to be, and now it has cracked,
We,
and he's opened
we,
up. Y'all better give that
and now
man
we.
credit.
Yeah, man. Shout out to
Credit
the
for
reference to
what?
That's only
Omarion.
because
Like,
Damon ain't there.
You
Exactly. And then
know,
oh,
you're right,
when
but
Damon pulls up in the
That's
next
when he
two
started
episodes,
opening
then
up. When he
I
won't
mean, you,
threaten no more.
you're right, but not
Fuck
too much.
them.
my heart, well, my
It's
heart
easy
goes
to
out
open up
to
I
when
mean,
you're the only
if
one in the
David was
room.
still there, Simone and David will still be together. So yeah, he wasn't gonna open up after.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. All
I
these people
mean,
shipping Lando and Simone. I mean, y'all shipping a second choice. So I
I
just
yeah.
will
don't see it.
say that Lando and Cam being roommates is brilliant, and I wish they would have told
That's
us this
funny.
before.
It's
Yeah,
so
it's
Wasn't
funny.
great.
It
Cam
could have been
Damon?
so funny.
Wasn't Cam Damon's roommate?
Yes.
He really
Yeah.
Yeah.
just a Damon
Oh dang,
replacement.
he taking the whole life.
He just a Damon
Oh, you
replacement. Like
know,
Damon left, and he's just everything that Damon was, but he's not that. Damon. Damon's
Yeah, he's
better. Never
doing
mind.
what Damon was doing. That's pretty much it. I mean, advice for Simone, being there for Simone. Just replace Damon and put him in those scenes. It still hits the same, man.
Damon
Like,
wasn't doing all that. He actually had a life. He had a life outside of football.
right, that's true. That's true. Wonder how Damon's gonna feel when he comes back and realizes baseball's gone. well,
I mean, he already
he's
knew.
going.
Yeah,
He
he
already
already
knows that.
knows.
That's
That's the
why he
reason he
left.
left.
That's why he
Oh yeah,
said it.
that's. Oh yeah, that. But like when he learns that they tried to bring baseball back and that it didn't work. That's what I meant. So
He
I'm
probably
sorry, I
expected
don't think
that.
that's a great point. I mean, the
yeah,
end result is still the same, so he probably won't care. But
Yeah, but
yeah.
then
I also have always said that I'm team Sando and the Bando, as in like I like the way they look together. But I'm not. I don't care about their relationship. I'm sick of all these love triangles. Like somebody. Oh my god, am I growing up? I want them to stop cheating on their partners. I'm so sick of everybody. Like, if
Yeah.
you don't want her, just break up with Ava
I
already and
mean,
get with Simone if
Um,
you want
I
her.
mean, I feel
Yeah.
like while we peep it, of course, I feel like Simone and Lando, ever since he's now been with Ava, like it ain't while we peep it, it ain't been like it ain't Keisha and JR and they shenanigans.
yeah, and
I'm just
it's not even like a
He tried
love
to Titanic
triangle.
her.
Lando loves Simone, and I don't even know why he's with old girl at this point. They
Yeah,
just,
man. You're just
they just
wasting old
in and
girl's
out.
time, bro.
The inevitable. They're just like dragging out the story.
And
I
I
mean,
hate the
I try to
budget
move
But
on
cuts
you
because
ain't
we
seen
someday.
the
haven't
last of
seen.
her, Erica.
And the budget cuts suck because we haven't
Stop.
seen her. So like, if they break off screen, I'm gonna
I
like
mean, they
Anybody
said
care?
personally.
Pookie coming back.
Who
I mean,
cares?
She coming back. You ain't seen the last of her.
They could have broken up.
Mhm.
If they break up, nobody cares.
I don't. Yeah,
Nobody
I
cares.
was literally about to say that. I do not care if they
Mhm.
break up off
Nobody
screen. I
cares.
don't even remember how that
she's
girl
just
looked.
a filler. Respectfully, like
Right.
she's just
Yeah,
a filler.
Yeah.
she's just a fella.
But I'm gonna say this. I need JR to sit with his feelings. Like I need him to reevaluate his life and see where does Keisha fit in my heart. Like is she just a friend or is there something more there that I'm afraid to dive into? I need him to really delve deep into that because it just does a disservice for me. This whole storyline, like it's one sided. I don't think it's been. I always under the impression that it's been one sided, but
I
this
agree.
episode made me think now there might be mutual feelings there too. So I need to know. I need him to find out where he stands. I'm not saying by the end of episode 10, but maybe episode 10 going to episode 11, so it's very clear. That's just my final take on this. To be honest. So
I completely agree, Kofi, because he's got some explaining to do.
yeah,
Because,
yeah.
sir, I think
I mean, yeah.
we're clear on Keisha, but we need some more context, JR. What is happening?
And if you've fallen for her, I mean, sucks for Gabby, and I'm sorry that she had to go through that. But I'm like, it's not like this isn't. I mean, this kind of stuff happens in real life. Now, I would have preferred that he realized this before kissing her, so that nobody would get hurt. But I mean,
He's
this
lost.
I still need him to find out where his heart is. Honestly. Damn, who would have thought giving away bone marrow would make you fall in love? Like, damn.
Okay,
No,
no.
not too much, Kofi. Because no, that's the
Or
No,
excuse.
that's some
I'm
sick
not an
work.
excuse. I mean, okay, how
No,
about this? Like, have a mutual connection where it's more than friendship. How about that? Because
The
does
bone
that
marrow
not
did not make them do that. A girl who was only in her first healthy relationship, experiencing a man show up for her in ways that she hasn't consistently experienced from other men, made her do that. The bone marrow didn't make her do that.
Even though
okay?
the
and
man
I
she
feel
with
like if
was doing it for the
anything,
whole time of their relationship.
That's why
I
I
feel like
said
if
more men.
I feel
Fuck
She
like
it.
if
thought he was an
anything,
anomaly. So for her to see another man also doing it, it's like, oh my God, there are more of you?
Yeah.
also I feel like for me, if anything, I can understand more if the whole surgery made JR fall for her more rather than her falling for him. Because considering
That's
he's
okay. That's
receiving,
probably
and
Right.
that's
like
probably what I
if
meant.
it was
That's what I meant. I
like
meant
I could
that like for him, like her is more so what
like
Eric
baby,
was.
your body messed up, you're barely dancing. Like you giving away this bone marrow, yeah, save your friend life, but it left you
Yeah.
struggling. It's like I could see him
Yeah.
falling more, but yeah, we gonna
Yeah.
move on from that.
I
We're
I
gonna
know,
have
but
to see.
that makes it hard because it still leaves me confused, Alicia, because I'm like, sir, you would not be able to get no bone marrow if Gabby didn't restart your heart beyond ground
No, I
truth.
was
Okay?
gonna mention that earlier. Like, babe, she had to give you CPR.
She had to restart your heart, sir, for you to get this bone marrow transplant. So, like, where's
Yeah.
the appreciation for your girlfriend who literally had to give you CPR and bring
Yeah.
your ass back to life so that
Why,
you
I'm
could
pretty
get this?
man?
sure. I'm
Why,
Bring
sure
you
he
man?
back to
did.
life goes
I
crazy.
and I'm
But
sure
that's what she
she
did though.
did. I'm sure he appreciates her.
You
I'm
got the
not
two
going.
women that
Don't
saved
seem
his
like it.
life. He's
Kofi,
confused at his
Kofi,
feelings.
Not the way
no,
he acting.
no, Kofi. Is this
I'm
how you
Y'all, we
act
could
when
do
you
this
treat
all
someone?
dang on night. I'm going to leave it here with Keisha's longing adoration towards JR while he even checking
You
his
gotta play that
phone.
clip one more time.
Yeah, I don't
Roll the
know.
At the
clip.
end of
It's
the day,
like
as long as nobody gets married, it's a good season. As long as nobody gets
You
married,
know what, Mike?
and we're good.
Period.
You know what,
okay.
Mike? You're right. You're right.
Fact.
Micah is
Yeah.
So right.
hilarious.
Or
Not
maybe
Keisha and JR sitting at this table in the calf showing all 32 teeth. Not all of them.
yeah. It's
Y'all,
Man,
this
very
has
look,
been a really great live. We've gone to a very
this was an all
deep,
timer.
I
yeah.
know, important
I
places, but
told
also still able to have so much fun and so many
I
laughs.
told Erica it was going to go down in the history books. I said it in a DM. I was like, "This gonna be a memorable live," and I thought we would
You
be coming
did.
with more. energy or heat, like anger, but this was
Hope you thought
strangely
everybody was going to crash out.
right.
No,
I
listen,
low key did
Sophie,
too.
I came prepared to crash out, but
I
I
Erica,
think
your,
you.
your tone of
moment.
voice just
Like if y'all
calmed
saw
me
my
right down.
if
Yeah.
y'all
It
saw
was
my
just
Now
more
Twitter
y'all
sad
feed,
than
feed
like
off
angry.
my energy, and because I ain't have no real rants today, y'all and get all riled up.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
giving I'm the
no, I
problem.
came ready to crash
Don't
out.
worry. Friday's live will probably give us that energy.
Oh
yes,
What,
shit.
Bel Air?
Bel Air.
Oh no, full
I'm
speak.
gonna make sure I'm
Oh
gonna make
Lord.
sure I'm on time for that one. Yeah, catch me in the
Jazz don't
comments.
count that wedding.
Thanks.
Oh Lord.
Jazz
Oh,
For
don't
real.
count
I fear some shenanigans are about to be played when I watch these two episodes of
Shenanigans.
Bel Air
Oh Lord. Well, we
Thursday.
really gotta go then.
Wait, let me just
Yes.
end the live. I want to say one last thing before I go about Keisha and JR and Gabby. Fumbling Gabby is insane.
Crazy.
Insane.
Quite
Insane.
literally.
That's
crazy
the
work.
High follow
craziest
for it.
thing
They
you could
major,
ever do,
That
JR.
is
You're
correct.
insane.
Like you're
country.
giving up a future
He
engineer
fumbled
for a
a
bootleg
STEM
dancer?
major for a
Baby.
street dancer that
Not
can't
even
actually
comparing her to
dance.
Keisha, comparing her to her. Fumbling her is
Ooh,
crazy.
crazy work.
Thank
That's a
it's
future engineer
insane
right
work.
there.
Crazy
Keisha
Yeah.
work.
basic though, but
Please,
Keisha ain't
Thea,
basic.
don't
She
even
ain't
compare the
basic,
two. I'm gonna
bro.
cry.
Like
Quite
Gabby's
literally
She
beautiful,
taught
crazy
you
work.
but
everything you know, bro.
I
Thank
mean,
y'all so
This is
much for the
different.
amazing conversation. The group call
All right.
went amazingly again this week. I'm gonna see y'all again either next week on the next All American Homecoming live, or in my The Reasonable Doubt live, which will be Thursdays now, or Bel Air on Fridays. Thank y'all so
Thank you,
much.
Erica.
make sure
Bye.
y'all leave a
Good
like on
night.
the video. Make sure y'all leave a
Yes.
like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leave a
Support
Mhm.
like.
girl.
Yes,
Support black
already
women.
done.
Yes.
All right.
Period.
All right. Good
Bye,
night,
All right.
y'all.
everybody.
Bye,
All right,
guys.
yeah.
Like,
Peace,
good
y'all.
night.
I think it's just moving like this.